Hello, I'm Shahida Othman.
And I'm Oteli Edwards. A very warm welcome to our special coverage of Singapore's Nomination Day. It's a key milestone in the country's road to the polls. It's 10 a.m. and potential candidates are gearing up to file their papers at 9 designated nomination centres across the island.
Well, the stage is set for a potentially intense campaign season. Will all 33 constituencies and 97 seats be contested? Can we expect multi-cornered fights? And where will the most heated battles unfold? We will have all the answers as the day progresses.
Now, there is a lot to track, and to keep you ahead of the curve, our teams are stationed at every nomination centre to bring you live updates. They'll get the latest developments, reactions and insights as the action happens over the next few hours.
All right, let's dive straight into the action on the ground where our reporters are standing by. Sherlyn Sia is at the nomination centre in Jurong Pioneer Junior College.
All eyes here will be on Prime Minister and PAP Secretary General Lawrence Wong is expected to turn up here today to file his papers with his Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC team. Now, of course, this is the first election Mr. Wong will be leading the PAP into to seek a fresh mandate from Singaporeans. And for his GRC, well, that's his home ground where he served for a decade. And he will likely lead an unchanged lineup of incumbents to possibly face off the Singapore Democratic Party. Meanwhile, for Choa Chu Kang GRC and the newly carved out ward of Bukit Gombak SMC, we can expect to see contests between the PAP and the Progress Singapore Party. I'll bring you all these developments and if there are any surprises as the day unfolds.
Leong Wai Kit, he joins us now from the nomination centre in Yusof Ishak Secondary School.
Yes, and here's where some of the day's biggest surprises might be seen. That's because various parties have yet to unveil their candidates for 2 GRCs which are filing their nomination papers here. East Coast and Punggol. And these are the very constituencies which many analysts say will have a very close fight. I'm also keeping a close watch on the opposition-held Sengkang GRC. And then there's Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, where we saw recently a surprise move by longtime Tanjong Pagar MP Indrani Raja. She moved from the central areas of Singapore to the eastern part of the island. Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean said he will not be running for elections under Pasir Ris-Changi. But will he be retiring? Will he be fielded elsewhere? More clarity as the day unfolds.
So plenty of action and possible surprises lie in store as the day develops. And to analyse all that and more, we're joined by 2 experts here in the studio, Dr. Felix Tan, a political observer, and Dr. Teo Kay Kee, a research fellow at the Institute of Policy Studies at the National University of Singapore.
So a warm welcome, Dr. Tan and Dr. Teo. Perhaps to kick things off, we just want your quick take on what we can expect on nomination day. Starting with you first, Dr. Teo.
I think we can expect quite a lot of action because, as we know, a few constituencies have not been confirmed. But what I'm hoping to see is possibly no walkovers this time.
I think what we'll see is definitely tough competition, tough contests. I mean, Punggol GRC, question mark, East Coast GRC, question mark. And of course, some of the candidates, I mean, the names out there, but, you know, for the opposition, where will they be placed? I think that will be really exciting.
And that's certainly what we will be looking out for. Well, in the meantime, we have Aslam Shah. He is at the nomination centre in Bendemeer Primary School.
Yes, Shahida, I'm at the nomination centre here at Bendemeer Primary School, where the 3 constituencies will reveal their candidates: Tanjong Pagar GRC, Queenstown SMC and also Radin Mas SMC. Now, for all these 3 constituencies, the People's Action Party have not unveiled their candidates for these 3 constituencies. So who will compete here? Will there be any last-minute movements? Will there be 3-cornered fights? Which opposition party will compete against the People's Action Party? All these questions will be answered in just hours from now.
That's correct. By early afternoon, we will find out who the nominated candidates are and where they are contesting. That will paint a definitive picture of the electoral battlefield. And we take you through that process.
Now, potential candidates are currently making their way to the 9 designated nomination centres across Singapore. Similar to previous polls, these centres are all located in schools. Doors opened at 10 a.m., but potential candidates can only enter the venue where proceedings take place from 10:30 a.m. And this is typically a hall or auditorium and is known as the nomination place.
Well, 11 o'clock is when the action really picks up. During this hour, potential candidates will deliver their nomination papers to election officials. Now, if the documents are all in order, they will be put up on notice boards on site for other potential candidates to inspect and possibly raise objections. And we will be closely watching this part as it will provide a clearer picture of how the battle lines are being drawn. And potential candidates can also withdraw their nominations anytime before noon.
Well, come noon, if there is a constituency with no contest, the returning officer will declare a walkover, and the unopposed candidate or candidates will be elected by default. For seats that are contested, election officials will formally announce the candidates from 12:30 p.m. And the candidates will then make their thank you speeches, which we will be bringing to you right here on CNA.
Oh, we are expecting an eventful morning. So let's just check in on other nomination centres and see how the day is shaping up. Let's go to Afifa Arifin now. She's at the nomination centre at Poi Ching School.
I'm at Poi Ching School, the nomination centre for Aljunied GRC, Tampines GRC and the single seats of Hougang SMC and the newly created Tampines Changkat SMC. But the biggest question going into this election, this nomination day, is will the leader of the opposition and Workers' Party chief, Pritam Singh, stay in Aljunied or will he leave to contest in a new battleground? So far, the party has been tight-lipped, not revealing anything just yet. Now, over at Tampines GRC, we're expecting a more heated contest. In the last round, PAP was a straight fight against NSP, but this time round, we know that multiple opposition parties are eyeing the area, setting the stage for potentially a 3 or even 4-cornered fight. Now, over here, we're expecting the candidates to arrive very soon, so we'll bring you all the updates when that happens.
On now to Rebecca Mateo. She's at the nomination centre in Nanhua High School.
Yes, I'm at Nanhua High School. We're tracking West Coast Jurong West GRC closely, a key battleground this general election. In 2020, West Coast GRC saw the tightest race in the entire country. The PAP won by just 3.36 percentage points, led then by S. Iswaran and Desmond Lee. They were up against the PSP, Progress Singapore Party, a team led by Dr. Tan Cheng Bok. Now, Dr. Tan is no stranger to the political scene. He had in fact been an MP with the PAP for nearly 3 decades, taking care of the Ayer Rajah SMC. So we're expecting a high-stakes rematch. The PAP team is likely to be led by National Development Minister, and while former Transport Minister S. Iswaran has resigned following a corruption probe. Now for the PSP, Dr. Tan returns with Leong Man Wai and Hazel Phua, both having served in Parliament in the last 5 years as non-constituency MP. Also in play here are Jurong East-Bukit Batok GRC, Pioneer SMC and Jurong Central SMC. We're expecting straight fights in all of these constituencies as of now. That will be the PAP going up against either the PSP or the Red Dot United.
Right, turning now to Tan Chui. She is at the nomination centre in Deyi Secondary School.
The big question here at Deyi Secondary is, will the Workers' Party contest the single seat of Jalan Kayu, and who will it be? Well, yesterday, the Red Dot United, the opposition party that's been walking the grounds here in Jalan Kayu, has said that they are stepping aside for the leading opposition party in the best interest of residents, they said. But whoever is contesting for the Workers' Party will be facing off with Labour Chief Ng Chi Meng of the ruling People's Action Party. Also here, a possible 3-cornered fight for the Mo Kio GRC. We are expecting Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong, who will be leading his PAP team. And also the Singapore United Party, making its electoral debut, led by Andy Zhu and his team, who have split from the Reform Party. In the third corner for Mo Kio GRC is the People's Power Party. We're still waiting to see their lineup, but so far they have named Singapore taxi driver Facebook group's William Lim as their team leader. So far, the Progress Singapore Party's Tony Tan has arrived. He's expected to contest Kebun Baru, and we're still waiting to see more. I'm Tan Chui with the latest updates from Deyi Secondary School.
Well, thanks very much for that, Chewy. Potential candidates have already started arriving at the nomination centres. Minister of State for Education and Manpower, Gan Xiao Huang, she's now at Methodist Girls' School. And she is likely to defend her seat at Marymount SMC. Ms. Gan is a former Brigadier General with the Air Force. She said while she expects a tough fight this time around, she is confident that she has built a strong community in Marymount.
As you heard from our reporter earlier, Progressing for Party candidate Tony Tan has arrived at the East Secondary School Nomination Centre. He is set to contest Kebun Baru SMC against PAP's Henry Kwek. He previously contested in Choa Chu Kang GRC under the National Solidarity Party back in 2011. He has been a volunteer with the PSP since the party was founded in 2019. He is the husband of PSP's Vice Chairperson, Hazel Phua.
So what exactly goes down at the nomination centres? Olivia Seong gives us a first-hand preview.
The journey for prospective candidates begins here. After checking they have the necessary documents at the door, they will be allowed to enter from this entrance at the nomination centre. They will then head for security checks and be sent to a holding area until it's time for them to file their papers on level 2. Now, supporters and the public can enter from a different entrance where they'll head to the school field to await the outcome. This school hall on the second floor of the nomination centre is where all the action will happen. It's here where prospective candidates have to submit their nomination papers in person to the returning officer, and they have just 1 hour to do so, from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Everything has to be in order, from the spelling of their names to the listing of their occupations. They will also have to be accompanied by and have their forms signed off by a proposer, a seconder, and at least 4 assenters. Essentially people who endorse the candidate and who are registered as voters in the constituency that they hope to contest in. Once the papers are filed, they will be then posted on these notice boards outside the school hall. Election officials and the candidates themselves will then be able to inspect the papers and make objections, if any. But corrections can only be made before noon. We'll then be looking out for 2 key timings. If it's a walkover, we should know around 12 p.m. But if the electoral division is being contested, we should know around 12:30 p.m. The Group Assistant Returning Officer will make an announcement from the 3rd floor of the school, and candidates will also then be able to make speeches and address their supporters. Once all that's done, campaigning officially begins.
Now, all signs pointing to an intense contest. Will all 33 constituencies face competition? And how will the electoral battlefield unfold? Let's head to more nomination centres where our reporters are standing by.
Live now to Tan Sui at the nomination centre in Chung Fu School.
I'll be tracking the movements of the Singapore Democratic Party and its northern strategy here at Chung Fu School. Now, leading the charge is Dr. Chee Soon Juan. He is the Secretary General of the SDP, and he will likely contest in the newly carved out Sembawang West SMC, and he is likely to face off the People's Action Party's incumbent, Ms. Po Lee San. Now, I'll also be keeping a keen eye on Nee Soon GRC as well as Sembawang GRC, where there could be a potential 3-cornered fight where National Solidarity Party, SDP and the PAP all staking their claim.
And we have Geraldine Yap standing by at the nomination centre in Methodist Girls' School.
We've already seen potential candidates and their supporters arrive at this nomination centre for 4 constituencies, Holland-Bukit Timah GRC, Bukit Panjang SMC, Bishan Toa Payoh GRC, as well as Marymount SMC. Now, we're expecting straight fights between the incumbent People's Action Party and the opposition teams across all 4 constituencies, and the various parties have unveiled their slates for each constituency. But is there a late twist in store? I'm Geraldine Yap, and I'll be bringing you all the updates as they break.
Alevamsha joins us now from the nomination centre at Kong Hwa School.
That's right, plenty of action to come here at Kong Hwa School, the nomination center for Marine Parade Brattle Heights GRC, Jalan Besar GRC, as well as Mountbatten and Potong Pasir SMCs. In particular, I'll be keeping a close watch on the Marine Parade Brattle Heights contest, where a showdown is expected between the ruling People's Action Party and the Workers' Party, which have been very tight-lipped about who exactly they'll contest here, while a three-cornered fight is very likely on the cards for Potong Pasir. I'm Alifam Shah, and together with my team, I'll be your eyes and ears on the ground.
We have been tracking and giving you a snapshot of the action at all 9 nomination centres across Singapore. But the real excitement is just beginning as potential candidates, they formally submit their nominations for the general election.
That's right. So keep with us right here on CNA as we bring you live wall-to-wall coverage of one of Singapore's most important political events.
And you can also follow our live blog for the latest from the ground on our website, cna.asia, and on our mobile app. Now, we have podcasts and commentaries as well on where the different parties stand on the big issues ahead of polling day.
A Minister for Digital Development and Information, Josephine Teo, has arrived at Kong Hwa School, the nomination centre for Jalan Besar GRC. She is the anchor minister for the PAP team in the constituency. The PAP won 65% of the vote there in the last general election. And despite this, she said that the PAP team takes nothing for granted and will take every GE on its own terms.
Well, Singapore People's Party candidate Williamson Lee, he was seen at Kong Hwa School. Mr. Lee, he is the SPP's candidate for Potong Pasir SMC. He previously contested in the Bishan Toa Payoh GRC in the 2020 general election. From the central to the east of Singapore, the People's Action Well, we are getting live pictures now from PSP's Mr. Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. Looks like he has mentioned that he will be contesting at West Coast GRC, and he has arrived there with his slate of candidates.
That's right, and Dr. Tan is, of course, a PSP chairman, and he is a former PAP stalwart MP for Ayer Rajah SMC for 26 years. This is an area which is inside the current West Coast Jurong West GRC Oteli.
And it is expected to be a very tight contest, considering that PAP narrowly won West Coast GRC with just 51.68% of the vote against the PSP. So that is a constituency that we're definitely looking out for.
Yes.
Well, from the central to the east of Singapore, as I was mentioning earlier, the People's Action Party has yet to reveal their slate in several areas. And this includes Tanjong Pagar, Punggol and East Coast GRCs, as well as Radin Mas and Queenstown SMCs.
All right, let's dive in. Zooming in on Punggol GRC. It is a new constituency and also the youngest GRC with slightly more than half of voters below 45 years old. It was carved out from the previous Pasir Ris Punggol GRC and merged with Punggol West SMC. The Workers' Party is expected to contest this seat.
Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean has said that he will not be standing for re-election in Pasir Ris-Changi, fueling speculation that he might run here. Other likely candidates could be political office holders Sun Xueling, the previous MP for Punggol West SMC, and Janil Puthucheary, who was MP for the Punggol Coast Ward in 2020. Well, they've been seen walking the grounds. A unionist, Yeo Wan Ling, who is active in the area, has also yet to declare where she is running.
All right, Dr. Teo, Dr. Tan, let's have a discussion now about Punggol GRC. It's still very early, but there's been much speculation about the anchor minister for the PAP team here. And the WP team has also been very coy about whether they'll contest here or not, although members have been seen on the ground, right? So both parties really keeping their cards close to their chest. Dr. Tan?
I think Punggol GRC is probably a game changer. I mean, for all, right? Because it's a new constituencies, so everyone is starting on square one, sort of, right? And I think all the teams going to be contesting in that particular constituency will be really fighting it out. It will be a very hotly contested constituency. So I think it all depends on who they're going to place there. It could be at a very late timing today that we will see who is going to be in Punggol. But yeah, as like I said, it will be a game changer because will it fall or will the PAP keep it?
Yeah, I agree because I think Punggol GRC is an area where we do see the opposition parties working quite consistently on the ground. So they are also very near the WP strongholds. So I think they do have, residents who are more open to considering opposition options as well.
Which, so we know that PAP has kept everything very close to their chest, WP as well. And, WP, I'm wondering, when they're looking at the map, right, they're seeing that, okay, we have Sengkang, we have Aljunied, we have Hougang, all in the east side. Yes. So do you think, are these areas perhaps part of WP's eastward push that's adjacent to their strongholds and Punggol GRC potentially being one of those?
Well, I would suppose that if you look at how the constituency is being, taken over by the Workers' Party, it seems to be going towards that direction. Punggol GRC could also add to Workers' Party, the mix of, constituencies that they've gotten. So I think that would be something that they will have to look at. Whether is that their strategy moving forward, and what's going to happen thereafter. I think also if they win, what's next? Are they going to shift more east or more west? And then that will encroach into the other political parties as well, who have already stated very clearly that, we have been contesting in these areas as well. So I think, it's what's the strategy in the long term?
All right, that's an answer that WP only knows at this point. But next up is hotly contested East Coast GRC. The WP is set for a rematch with the PAP here. In 2020, the PAP team won by a narrow margin with around 53% against the Workers' Party. It's also adjacent to the WP-held GRCs, Sengkang and Aljunied.
Well, the PAP has teased who would be running. Culture, Community and Youth Minister Edwin Tong had said that he was keen to contest here. At an event unveiling plans for the area, he was with new face Hazlina Abdul Halim, a political office holder Tan Kiet Hao, former Deputy Speaker Jessica Tan, and a former Armed Forces Chief of Staff Goh Pei Ming. Now, Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat was not present, being at another event instead. Dinesh Vasu Dash, he's a former CEO of the Agency for Integrated Care. Well, he's been seen in East Coast, but also seen in Punggol GRC as well.
All right, when it comes to East Coast GRC, Dr. Teo and Dr. Tan, back in 2020, right, DPM Heng's move to East Coast GRC from Tampines GRC, that was a big one, a surprise from the PAP. We don't know yet where he's going this time, whether he will retire or whether he will move. But what do you make of Minister Edwin Tong's position as anchor minister this time, without political office holders such as Dr. Malik Osman in the mix?
I think he should be stepping up this time around. It was always part of a GRC and, there were other anchor minister. And I think this time around, whoever might be fielded in East Coast GRC, but I think probably Edwin Tong will have to step up the game. And, we have been talking so much about Joo Chiat, shifting into East Coast. So perhaps it's about time that, he stand on his own 2 feet and be the anchor minister for East Coast GRC and see, how it's going to pan out eventually.
Yeah, I agree, because I think right now East Coast is one of the places that things are still quite up in the air. But what we know is definitely that Minister Tong's ward is now completely in East Coast GRC, so it's expected, if no surprises are being, set into motion, that he will contest there. And being one of the highest-ranking individuals in that team, he would be expected to lead that team.
All right. As you were speaking there, Dr. Teo, we were getting some pictures there of Desmond Lee arriving at Nan Hua High School. And of course, we are expecting him to contest in West Coast Jurong West GRC.
And I thought picking up from what we're talking about, the East Coast GRC being one of the hotly contested areas, help us understand this. I mean, do the voters, does it matter to them, whether the anchor minister, is it a political office holder, is he an SM, is he a DPM? Because from what we recall, when DPM Heng last contested there, there was a sizable dip in terms of vote share. So how much does it matter to voters, whether it's a deputy prime minister or a senior minister that's fielded in their constituency?
I think we have to look at the demographics in East Coast GRC very, very closely. What do all the different wards actually comprise? Are they, for example, in Punggol East, Punggol GRC, we talk about, younger voters because they are BTOs. But does East Coast really have that sort of mix? Aljunied is a landed property area. By and large, I'm not saying all, but by and large is that. So the kind of demographics that we are seeing in East Coast will actually affect who will be voted in eventually in East Coast GRC. So, it's not about who the anchor minister is. I mean, it's also a mature estate. So everyone knows it, they grew up in, with the PAP mindset kind of thing. So they know these people, these individuals. So regardless of who the PAP is going to feel, the likelihood is still going to, shift. But that said, because of that sort of demographics, we are seeing them to be a little bit more daring. It's like, all right, it's time that now we have a voice. We want to make a difference. And I think that was what we saw in 2020 GE, that this sudden shift, this downward trend for the PAP. Will that repeat this time around?
Yeah, but I think demographics is just one part of the story. And the other part of the story is, whether people are very concerned about who is the MP that will serve them. Because, some of these residents actually have formed, connections with their existing MP. And if there's a sudden switch with no prior notice or, even signs, so sometimes that may result in people thinking, having different changes in mind.
Yeah, just to add to that, sorry to say, but I think that was what happened in 2020 general election, right? Because Heng Swee Keat just, got parachuted into East Coast GRC and everyone's like, so someone's missing from my team. And like what you said, I've already developed that bond with that, particular person. And suddenly he has been shifted out. And there's a new individual and I've got to realign my values and realign my interests. Where do I place myself?
So the role of the MP is very crucial, right, when it comes to a constituency. Well, the PAP has also been tight-lipped on the 5-member Tanjong Pagar GRC. And since 1955, Tanjong Pagar GRC, which was formerly an SMC, was helmed by founding Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew. It's considered a PAP stronghold, having been uncontested for 5 straight GEs until 2015. And in 2020, the PAP garnered 63% of the vote against the Progress Singapore Party. And this time, People's Reform for Alliance has staked its claim here.
Her Education Minister Chan Chun Sing and 2 political office holders, Elvin Tan and Eric Chua, were incumbents in the area, alongside previous MP Joan Pereira. Ms. Indrani, who used to be here, is set to anchor the newly created Pasir Ris-Changi GRC. Well, picking up on what you were saying, right, Dr. Tan, that who your MP is very important, and the fact that Ms. Indrani Raja, right, she's also sort of parachuted into Pasir Ris from Tanjong Pagar. I mean, what do you make of that strategy there from PAP's point of view?
I feel like it's a repeat of what happened in 2020 with DPM Heng Swee Keat, the shift suddenly from one side to East Coast. But I think again, Indrani Raja is a known person, known unit in Singapore's political landscape. So I think she's a familiar face. So despite where she's going to be placed, I think it wouldn't change that much. But it's interesting to see that she has shifted out from Tanjong Pagar, which is that's where her followers are really. So I think that is an interesting shift.
Yeah, but one key difference between 2020 and this time is she's been announced there's been a press conference saying that she's going to go to that team. So it's a bit more of a prior notice in that sense. So people are not going to expect more surprises if they go to that nomination centre and see her there.
All right, and the action is heating up At the nomination centres, Singapore Democratic Alliance Chairman Desmond Lim is at the Yusof Ishak Nomination Centre. When asked, he declined to confirm where SDA is contesting. 4 GRCs are up for grabs: East Coast, Pasir Ris-Changi, Punggol and Sengkang. SDA has contested the now defunct Pasir Ris Punggol GRC unsuccessfully since 2006.
Well, People's Power Party Chief Goh Meng Seng has arrived at Poi Ching School. It is the nomination centre for Aljunied, Hougang and Tampines GRCs, West Coast Jurong West GRC as well as Pioneer SMC. Well, the PPP has expressed interest in contesting Tampines GRC along with Mo Kio GRC. And this could mean potential three-cornered fights there.
The PAP has also yet to reveal who it will field in the single-seat ward of Queenstown. It was carved out from Tanjong Pagar GRC and is also expected to be contested by the People's Alliance for Reform.
Mr. Eric Chua was the previous MP that served the ward when it was with Tanjong Pagar GRC. Whether he's running in Queenstown SMC or in Tanjong Pagar GRC is still not known.
All right, Dr. Tan, if I may go to you first, Queenstown SMC, it is one of 6 new single-member constituencies. Can we expect to see Mr. Eric Chua walking into the nomination centre today?
Well, I think that will be something very interesting to go and look at, because these areas, these SMCs are, PAP strongholds.
Yep.
And I think at this point in time, they might keep the incumbent, and you might see him moving back to Queenstown, and and it wouldn't be a surprise. It's just, I think, eventually, if there are any, shifts in the other GRCs, and they might want to again rejig some of the names, then will he step aside and allow this new person to be parachuted in there as a replacement? So I think at this point in time, keeping their cards very close to their hearts.
Yeah, so Dr. Teo, I just want you to press on a little bit more about keeping the cards so close to their chest, because Queenstown SMC is somewhat of a PAP stronghold. I mean, GE2020 scored 74%. So help us understand, even in these strongholds, so to speak, why must they be so secretive about it?
Well, I think perhaps there's more of an overall strategy that's being incorporated here. While they are strongholds, so the PAP might be a bit more confident about their vote shares in this area. So there's a bit more room to maneuver in that sense when it comes to strategic redeployments. And perhaps these constituencies would be somewhere where they are looking at for the redeployments.
And when it comes to, talking about these SMCs, some of the SMCs, you're sort of fielding new faces, right? For instance, we talk about Mountbatten SMC, we've got PAP's Go Ziki, and we've got Marsiling-Yew Tee Hougang, for instance. So why do you think, is it a risky business?
Well, SMC, you usually would see a bit more interest in SMCs because for opposition parties, it's lower barriers to entry in a sense. So perhaps it's a way for these newcomers to earn their stripes and also to just test newcomers on the ground and see whether those constituencies are open to them.
All right, and Sustainability and the Environment Minister Grace Fu has arrived with her team at the Nan Hua Nomination Centre. Her 5-member team is running in the new Jurong East-Bukit Batok GRC in the upcoming election. With her were Minister of State for Health and for Digital Development and Information, Rahayu Mazam, and Minister of State for Transport and Law, Murali Pillay, as well as Yip Hon Weng, who will again to defend his seat in Yeo Chu Kang SMC.
Well, the team from Progress Singapore Party has also arrived to submit their nomination papers at Jurong Pioneer College. They are Lawrence Peck, Wendy Low, and the party's second vice chairperson, 71-year-old Abbas Kasmani.
Just wish us all the best. We're going to work hard for Singaporeans to build a better life for them. Thank you.
Over at Bendemeer Primary School, a candidate from the People's Alliance for Reform, Kumar Apavu, said he will be contesting in Radin Mas SMC.
I'm now coming back with new plans for Ready Mas, and it's going to be a 5 years plan. And I'm going to be a voice for Ready Mas people. This time around, it's going to be a different ballgame.
Well, the PAP has also not said who would run for the single-seat ward of Radin Mas right next to Queenstown. Well, the likely candidate is Mr. Melvin Yong, the previous MP who's also in the Labour movement. He won the seat with 74% back in 2020. For this GE, a three-cornered fight could be on the cards, with PAR and independent candidates saying that they would contest.
All right, so Radin Mas SMC again, a stronghold for the PAP, with Melvin Yong garnering a comfortable 74% of the votes back in GE 2020 against an RP candidate. Dr. Teo, why do you think the PAP is not revealing its candidate yet for this SMC?
Well, similarly, I think the considerations are, more strategic in nature, possibly, because there's still some room for redeployments, and this is possibly where they will be looking at.
But I want to pick up on what we talked about when we saw Ms. Grace Fu, entering the premises. I just want to highlight that it is quite interesting that we have Grace Fu and we have Indrani Raja. They're the only females right now who are anchoring a GRC in this election, which seems like it's quite a good leap, right? I mean, that PAP is showing that they have the confidence in their female candidates. Dr. Teo first.
Yeah, so I think even with the newcomers, I think we have seen more female candidates this time round. So there seems to be a bigger push on, female gender representation in that sense. And if we look at Ms. Indrani Raja as well as Ms. Grace Fu, they have been very experienced ministers. So I think it is time for them to really step up and lead a team and, go into the elections.
Yeah, and it's also impressive that, PAP's numbers in terms of their new candidates, about 40% of them are women. We've got like 12 female candidates, which is more, about 3% more from then in 2020. So, Dr. Tan, that is, again, your observation is that is their strategy moving forward to be more inclusive.
And I think to add to that, right, the women candidates have very impressive track record.
Sure do,
They're from senior positions, lawyers. You've got CEOs, and then you've got senior civil servants, or at least former civil servants. And I think add to that, you can see that the PAP is serious in pivoting these individuals to maybe perhaps office holders eventually. I think that is something which is, perhaps a shift away from the past general elections where it seems like a very patriarchal men's world kind of situation. I think it's about time, And just to add to that, one more woman leading the team, Anchor Minister, Jalan Besar, Josephine Teo. I think she's been around for quite a while, and she has helmed Jalan Besar in the last general election. And so I think that is also something to go and see. Are we seeing a shift? And on top of that, we have individual female candidates in SMCs. So I think these are very interesting perspective that we can look at. The women are standing on their own 2 feet. They are, represented.
All right, it's interesting times for our female MPs. But live now to Tan Chu Yi at the Nomination Centre in Deyi Secondary School. Chu Yi?
Yes, we have just seen the Workers' Party team arrive here at Deyi Secondary, and amongst them was spotted Andre Loh, the new face of Workers' Party. And he is a product manager at an international fintech company. And I asked him, are you contesting, Mr. Loh? And he was coy. He said, he and his supporters said, you will find out in 2 hours. Still not confirmed, but if it is the Workers' Party, Mr. Andre Loh for the Workers' Party, he will be facing the PAP's and Labour Chief Ng Chi Meng, who will be standing for the single seat of Jalan Kayu and expected to file their papers any time now. Mr. Ng has not arrived, but we have seen the Singapore United Party team led by Andy Chu arrive just moments ago as well. And so still everything's up in the air. We are still waiting to see who exactly will put their name on the notice board for Jalan Kayu, but it will be an interesting fight here at the East Secondary School. I'll have the latest for you in a bit.
Thanks for that, Tan Chi there at the secondary school. Now, West Coast Jurong West GRC is one of the key battlegrounds in this general election. It was where the closest contest was fought in 2020. And with all the boundary changes and high stakes for the parties involved, it could be another tight race. Rebecca Mateo has more.
5 years ago, the People's Action Party beat the Progress Singapore Party in West Coast GRC by just 3.36 percentage points. This time around, the boundaries have changed. Parts of Jurong GRC have been absorbed to form the new West Coast Jurong West GRC. But observers say it's likely to be a close contest again. The PAP team in 2020 included former Minister S. Iswaran and current National Development Minister Desmond Lee. PSP fielded a team led by Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, who was a former PAP MP. It earned 2 non-constituency MP seats, filled up by Secretary General Leong Man Wai and First Vice Chairman Hazel Phua. Political watchers say bread and butter issues from housing to jobs and immigration will again take centre stage. Voters may also consider broader questions, including Singapore's political balance and how the country navigates geopolitical uncertainty. Voters will expect a clean fight, focusing on real issues, not personalities. This is also the first time PAP is led into battle by party chief and Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. As it stands, Mr. Lee will anchor the PAP team. Tech lawyer Cassandra Lee and orthopedic surgeon Hamid Razak are the 2 new faces. Also part of the team are former West Coast MP Ang Wei Neng and Jurong GRC MP Sean Huang. And over on the opposition front, the battleground is shaping up. The PSP is fielding a familiar trio, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, Leong Man Wai and Hazel Phua, all of whom ran in this constituency in the last election.
East Coast GRC is poised for another intense electoral battle. In 2020, the Workers' Party made its biggest gain in the constituency, securing some 46% of the votes against the ruling People's Action Party. The time, both parties have kept their cards close to their chests, their final lineups still shrouded in mystery. Alexandra Anand takes us through the current state of play.
It's been a hotly contested battleground for 4 election cycles, and this year, all eyes are on East Coast GRC yet again. The incumbent People's Action Party may see itself in another head-to-head race against the Workers' Party. There will be an additional 40,000 voters heading to the polls under the GRC's redrawn boundaries. They are from estates in Joo Chiat and Chai Chee, both of which were formerly part of Marine Parade GRC. Edwin Tong, the former MP for the Joo Chiat ward, has been ramping up appearances with East Coast MPs. The Culture, Community and Youth Minister also helped launch a website outlining a 5-year plan for the area. Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat, who led the East Coast team in 2020, was absent at that event. As it stands, one former MP has confirmed he won't be returning to the slate. Dr. Maliki Osman is retiring from politics and will be replaced by new face Hazlina Abdul Halim. The Workers' Party has been tight-lipped about whom it will be fielding in East Coast. Its 2020 team won its largest ever vote share in the constituency. Whoever runs will have 150,000 diverse voters to win over. East Coast has the second largest number of private properties among all constituencies. At the same time, it's also home to some of the oldest flats in the country.
Well, signs are pointing to a fierce fight in the newly formed Marine Parade Bredel Heights GRC at the upcoming general election. Fresh faces have emerged, coupled with the resignation of key MP, former Speaker of Parliament Tan Chuan Jin, over an extramarital affair. Now, these have made the long-time PAP stronghold a key battleground to watch. Alif Amshah reports.
With the battle lines redrawn for many constituencies at the upcoming election, significant shifts will also take place in the newly created Marine Parade Bredel Heights GRC. It will absorb parts of Mountbatten and Potong Pasir SMCs, take in all of Macpherson SMC, while ceding the entire Joo Chiat ward to neighbouring East Coast GRC.
Manpower Minister Tan See Leng is spearheading the ruling People's Action Party team in the constituency this time round. Apart from Speaker of Parliament Seah Ken Peng, the team also comprises former McPherson SMC MP Tin Pei Ling and ex-Nee Soon GRC MP Faisal Ibrahim. Completing the slate is new face Diana Pang, a long-time volunteer in neighbouring East Coast GRC. The Workers' Party is set to mount a strong challenge in the constituency, eyeing further inroads after it garnered about 42% of the votes in 2020. There could also potentially be a three-cornered fight, with the National Solidarity Party expressing its intention to join the fray. As for top-of-mind concerns for voters in this part of Singapore, they include cost of living, job opportunities and the upkeep of older estates. Other issues include elder care facilities and services, especially as a sizable portion of residents are in their silver years.
We were just watching some of the hotspots, right, for this election. These are constituencies with winning margins below 10 percentage points back in 2020, East Coast, West Coast and Marine Parade. Dr. Teo, what key factors would determine another fierce battle in these areas?
Well, first of all, I think we would look at the contesting parties. So I think we are roughly certain of which parties are going to go there. So we are probably expecting similar, close fights this time round, especially since we do know that in the previous round, the voters have actually had quite a big share, voting for the opposition parties. So in this round, if during the campaigning we do see more of these developments, more people might be, find the opposition slate more appealing.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, and if you look at West Coast GRC, you have, Long Ban Wai Hazapua, who has been the NCMP. Yeah. So the residents, or voters, in that constituency have already seen how they have performed in Parliament. Whether they like it or not, I guess they have already seen in the last 5 years what they can achieve or what they can do. If you look at East Coast and also Marine Parade, again, those areas you had star power kind of thing, coming to the forefront, especially East Coast. I think we had, certain individuals at that point in time. So I think it comes back to this time around. Are we going to see a repeat of that? So, just to add to that, I think we also have to look at personalities. Who are these individuals? Would Workers' Party actually place on some of these star, or identify as star candidates in these areas? And of course, PSP, I think that we know who they're going to place in West Coast already. So that's a given. So will we see something similar to 2020 general election?
Yeah. Speaking of star personalities, right? Back in 2020, we saw the Workers' Party making its greatest inroads into the East Coast GRC, securing some 46% against the PAP. And of course, that team was led by Nicole Seah, who has since left politics and the party. She's no longer with the party, of course. How might that affect the party's calculus on contesting the GRC? Does her absence sort of weaken WP's ability to mount a credible campaign here, or can they go on? Their brand is strong enough to go on without someone like her.
Well, I think actually, she does have a lot of personal appeal, that's for sure. But for the Workers' Party themselves, I think the party brand is really strong, and people do recognize the party as such. So we will see, and we did see the Workers' Party working the ground quite consistently in that area, and they do have MPs in Parliament. So in that sense, there is this aspect of track record already established for the party. So people might be more willing to consider them.
Yeah, and we will pick up a little bit more on that because WP has a lot of new faces, so-called star catchers as well. We'll pick up on that. But first, let's just go over to Aslam Shah. He's standing by the nomination centre at Bendemeer Primary School for more updates.
Okay, so Shaida, the rain is just starting to pour, but that's not dampening the spirits over here because election fever is heating up. We have seen a number of candidates streaming in, and we are expecting the People's Alliance for Reform to stream in just about now. As you can see behind me, there is a group of candidates who is being huddled by the media. Let's try to get a voice from him. Sir, how do you feel about going?
Delightful.
Delightful. All right, so we've seen a member from the People's Alliance for Reform entering with a few other members as well. They're streaming into the nomination center, so they could be contesting in Tanjong Pagar GRC. Now we've seen the PAP team entering as a group, both who are competing in the GRC and also the SMCs. About 7 candidates, potential candidates, have entered the nomination center, and I understand from my colleague who is inside the nomination center that Eric Chua from the PAP has entered alone, so he could be contesting in one of the SMCs here, Queenstown SMC or Radin Mas SMC. And we have also seen the independent candidate Daryl Low also making his way inside with his parents as the centers. So he should be competing in either Radin Mas SMC or Queenstown SMC. So that's all the updates I have from you now. Probably all the candidates, potential candidates, have entered, but there's still a short window right now for more candidates who wants to compete to enter the nomination center.
All right, Aslam, thank you very much for those updates. Red Dot United Chief Ravi Philemon has arrived at Chongfu Primary School, the nomination center for Nee Soon GRC. Now, Mr. Philemon has expressed his intention to lead his party to contest the constituency. He will likely be joined by party chairman David Fu and 3 new faces who were introduced to the media last week. Here's what he said to reporters at the nomination center.
Any changes expected to your slate today?
You'll see. All right. Thank you.
Well, Minister for Social and Family Development, Masagos Zulkifli, has. Let's go to live pictures now. We have Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong together with Mr. Daryl David and Ms. Tin Pei Ling arriving at the secondary school, and this is the slate that is most likely going to be contesting in Mo Kio GRC, which, yeah.
And Mr. Lee is, of course, a central figure in the nation's political landscape for 4 decades. Now, a Minister for Social and Family Development, Masagos Zulkifli, has arrived at Poi Ching School, the nomination center for Tampines GRC. Mr. Masagos will lead the potential PAP team there alongside Bae Yam King, Kopo Kun, and newcomers Charlene Chen and David Neo. Now we're seeing live pictures there of Pritam Singh, the leader of the opposition, walking into the nomination center at Poi Ching School.
Right, and just a reminder that Poi Ching School is where we've got the Hougang SMC, Tampines Changkat SMC, and Tampines GRC, as well as Aljunied GRC. So there we have it. It seems quite apparent, or we were wondering for quite a while where the Leader of Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh, is going, and looks like he is staying put. Dr. Teo?
Yeah, well, it does look like, but we do have to remember that, that nomination center does not just have Aljunied GRC to sign up for. So that's still up in the air until we see the list.
There's another GRC at Poi Ching School, which is Tampines GRC, which the WP has also expressed interest to contest in. So maybe he's the mystery person to lead the WP team there. What's the likelihood of that?
If he does compete and contest in Tampines GRC, I think it's going to be a very interesting contest there, because I think it'll be super multi-cornered fights. Very crowded.
And we have seen back when it was a big leap for the opposition, when we had then Mr. Low Tia Kiang, he made that big leap, was it being in Hougang for 20 years and deciding to let's move to Aljunied, won that GRC, and that that was a big deal for the opposition. So there are, some people questions, right, coming up whether if Mr. Singh is ready to also make such a bold move.
I think it might be a challenge for him at this point in time, but you can never really tell until maybe about 12 p.m. At this juncture. But I think he could jolly well do a Lau Tia Kiang. Jump from one constituency to the other. But I think given what has happened in the past year and a year and a half, is it the right move then to shift at this point in time? I mean, he has a lot of star players in his team at this point in time. Yes. Does he want to outshine every one of them? I mean, it's, So it's about the strategy has to be in such a way that will give credit to those who are just starting out and they are the A-listers, star candidates, to fight and contest in some of these GRCs.
So apart from Pritam Singh, Dr. Teo, would it make sense to also move out other WPCC members out of their wards now?
Well, I think at this point, one consideration for WP is also to, secure their strongholds to make sure that they are re-elected to these wards first, as well as to, make advancements. So possibly the CEC members could have their personal appeals and can be redeployed, but there's also this sense that, you also have to keep your current cards. Yeah.
And just going back to what we're talking about, all these new faces and the opposition, well, WP in particular, it appears like they have attracted or drawn some high caliber candidates. We have senior counsel Harpreet Singh. We have the principal clinical psychologist IMH. We've got Dr. Ong Lue Ping. We've got Mr. Michael Tung. He holds a master's degree in Harvard Kennedy. So all these high caliber individuals that the opposition WP is attracting. I mean, what does that mean for the political landscape? And it's a good thing for Singapore?
Yeah, I think because it shows that, the political landscape is maturing. People are seeing that there are more options on hand to really choose and find somewhere that they are more aligned to ideologically or politically. So that is something that we are looking forward to. And as voters, we do get more options and more credible options at that.
Yeah, but I think it also fits into the narrative that Singapore has always been predicated upon, right? Meritocracy. And I think if you look across the board, right, whether they are from whichever opposition they are from, I think they are trying to attract candidates with that sort of background, that kind of credibility, highly qualified individuals that are able to compete. And I think Singaporeans and voters, by and large, they tend to, oh, wow, they like this sort of candidates. And I think, if you want to say that everyone has become PAP light, I guess all opposition has become PAP light.
Okay, and Education Minister Chan Chun Sing, we know that he has arrived with other PAP candidates, including Melvin Yong at Bendemeer Primary School. Although not formally announced as yet, Mr. Chan could potentially be helming the PAP team contesting Tanjong Pagar GRC. Mr. Yong is also a likely candidate for Radin Mas SMC. Also seen in the group is Rachel Ong, a potential candidate that Mr. Chan had earlier said he would like to see taking care of residents at the Tanjong Pagar GRC.
Well, the Singapore United Party is set to make its election debut at Mo Kio GRC. Well, the team was seen arriving at the secondary school. This potentially sets the stage for a three-cornered fight, as the People's Power Party previously announced that it would also field a team in the 5-member Group Representation Constituency.
National Development Minister Desmond Lee and his team ready to submit their nomination papers at Nan Hua Nomination Centre. It will be a rematch with Progress Singapore Party for West Coast Jurong West GRC, and PAP will be fielding a mix of youth and experience with a team comprising 2 new faces, Dr. Hamid Razak, an orthopedic surgeon, and lawyer Ms. Cassandra Lee. The 5-member team includes Sean Huang, Senior Parliamentary Secretary, and Mr. Ang Wei Nang.
Thank you, sir.
And we have their SDP chief, Chee Soon Juan. He has arrived at Chong Fu School Nomination Centre. He's announced that he will be running in Sembawang West SMC. Well, the party's candidates for Sembawang GRC were also spotted. The lineup comprises the party's Deputy Head of Policy, James Gomez, Party Vice Chairman Brian Lim. We've got Party Treasurer Suraya Akbar, and as well as SDP members Alfred Tan and Damanhuri Abbas.
And the Singapore Democratic Party Chairman Paul Tambaya has arrived at Methodist Girls' School, the nomination centre for Bukit Panjang SMC. Mr. Tambaya has expressed interest in recontesting in this constituency after a close fight with the PAP in the last election. He won 46% of the votes against PAP's Liang Enghua.
Oh, nervous, making sure all the paperwork is done right.
Well, let's go live now to Rachel Tang at the Nomination Centre at Yusof Ishak Secondary School.
Yes, things are starting to pick up the pace here at Yusof Ishak, which is the nomination centre for Punggol GRC, East Coast GRC, Sengkang GRC, as well as Pasir Ris-Changi GRC. We saw the Workers' Party arrive in 2 buses, and many new faces were spotted, along with the slate that was announced to run for Sengkang GRC. That is Dr. James Lim, Ms. He Ting Ru, Louis Chua, and Abdul Mohaimin. We also see among the new faces, non-constituency member who ran in past few elections, Mr. Yee Jen Jong. Some other faces include Harpreet Singh, Mr. Harpreet Singh, who is seen as a star player for the WP this time around. He stopped to talk to the media for a bit, and he said that the team is rearing to go and that him and his team are ready to speak up for Singaporeans, though none of the Workers' Party team confirmed which GRC that they'll be running for and putting their names up for. Now, earlier we also saw potential candidates from the Singapore Democratic Alliance. We first saw Party Chief Desmond Lim arrive just after 10 a.m. He was with also a busload of supporters, and he helped some senior supporters get out of the bus. And shortly after, also Secretary General Abu Muhammad came, and when asked if he was running for Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, he said yes. Now, Mr. Desmond also said that he would leave Punggol GRC to the Workers' Party, and just earlier, right before we went live, we also saw Ms. Indrani and her team, who are slated to run for Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, as well as the Sengkang team led by Dr. Lam Pin Min.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much for that update. Rachel Tang there at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. A quick time check, it's now past 11 a.m., meaning the nomination papers filed by potential candidates are formally open for inspection. We'll soon get a clearer picture of who's contesting where as the papers are put up on the notice boards at nomination centres across the island. But note that this isn't a done deal. Candidates and election officials can raise objections till 12:30 p.m.
Oh, we are now in a crucial period of nomination proceedings. The hopefuls have until 12 to submit their papers to election officials. And these are the necessary documents: the nomination paper, community certificate, and political donation certificate. The main document is the nomination paper, also known as Forms 9 or 9A. It signifies the intention of candidates to run in a particular constituency. And here is an illustration of what it looks like. Using the example of a GRC, potential candidates need to fill in their names, gender, NRIC numbers, and occupations. Now, at the top right, the symbol of the candidate or party logo to be used during the campaign.
The rest of the form will include details and signatures of the official backers of candidates. There must be one proposer, one seconder, and at least 4 assenters. They must be registered voters in that particular constituency.
Now, at the bottom of the form, there are some further declarations, including the constituency being contested and the name of their party.
And once the form is signed, they agree not to have falsely declared any information or face penalties. A commissioner for oath or justice of the peace must also sign off this same form.
And once the nomination paper is up, candidates and representatives of other parties present will have until noon to check if there are any errors or if anything is missing.
They have been told not to submit their documents close to that cutoff. That's so there's enough time to make amendments if needed. All right, we are seeing live pictures now of DPM Heng Swee Kiet arriving at a nomination centre. That is a Yusof Ishak Secondary School, and that is a nomination centre for East Coast GRC, Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, Punggol GRC, and Sengkang GRC. Right, we don't know yet whether he'll be contesting or not.
We have no idea, but he did contest at East Coast GRC in the last election. So perhaps, Dr. Teo, I mean, your thoughts there. I mean, well, it seems like they are trying to maybe grab a soundbite of him, but we can't see anything. Yeah, but certainly when we have him talking, we will certainly bring you that live when we can. All right, live now to Nick Lazung at the Nomination Centre at Methodist Girls' School. Nick?
Hi, so as it happens this morning, there aren't too many updates. The PAP teams for Holland-Bukit Timah and Bishan Toa Payoh are both as expected, with Minister for Foreign Affairs Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan appearing to contest Holland-Bukit Timah, as well as Mr. Chee Hong Tat, the current Transport Minister, appearing with his team as previously announced to contest Bishan Toa Payoh. However, there have been a few surprises. For example, the RDU did come earlier today. They came in a tinted van, so we couldn't really see inside, and we couldn't we couldn't speak to any of them. But we do understand that Mr. Patrick Tan previously expected to contest at Holland-Bukit Timah was not present. Instead, we understand that Miss Emily Wu has been seen inside. She was previously expected at Jurong GRC. Now, we also have heard that on the PSP side, Mr. Jeffrey Koo has entered the nomination centre, but we haven't. But we didn't really get to see him enter. And the SPP has also appeared as we previously expected as well. The SCP's Dr. Tol Tambaya has also reappeared to repeat his extremely close contest at Bukit Panjang. But he told the press that he was feeling a bit nervous. But before they entered with his supporters, the group of them was singing songs in preparations. They seem to be in fairly high spirits. Now, I think I should get under shelter, so back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much for that, Nick.
And we are getting some feed here, live pictures of Minister Edwin Tong arriving at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. And we know that Minister Edwin Tong has expressed his interest to contest there as an anchor minister for East Coast GRC, but that has yet to be confirmed until all the papers are in and undisputed. So you're looking at live pictures now from Yusof Ishak Secondary School.
Now, Law and Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam, he's arrived to submit nomination papers in the contest for Nee Soon GRC. Well, he's helming a team from the ruling People's Action Party consisting of 4 fresh new faces.
Every term there are fresh contenders, new candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, morning.
Well, National Solidarity Party Chief Spencer Ng stopped briefly to speak with the media. His party is contesting Sembawang and Tampines GRCs.
Yes, we do have. Actually, our candidates are on standby in case of anything that may happen to the Sembawang SMC.
Okay, and you're introducing a new face today as well?
Yes, correct. Actually, we had an interview earlier on. Just a short intro. This is my 5th candidate for Sembawang GRC, Mr. Lee Wei. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this your team for Sembawang GRC?
Yes, correct. You see, there are 5 of us, not 6 of us, so this is the Sembawang GRC team. Yes. Okay.
Any potential candidates might come in later, possibly?
Well, we have to wait for any news or anything that might happen at the nomination center. So we'll keep you guys posted. If, let's say, we do need to activate our original candidate for Sembawang SMC.
What would that be based on?
It can be based on a few scenarios whereby any of the candidates from the other parties are not qualified, did not turn up. So we are all ready as our original plan.
Well, we have Afifa Arifin standing by at the nomination centre at Poi Ching School. Afifa?
That's right. Well, you know, we have seen the candidates from the PAP, the NSP and the PPP arriving at this nomination centre much earlier today, but all of us here had been waiting with bated breath to see just who the Workers' Party will be fielding. There had been a lot of speculation because the party was tight-lipped. They didn't want to reveal who they will be fielding, just where they will be contesting, but we have just got somewhat some answers right now. About 20 minutes ago, we saw the teams from the Workers' Party arriving in 3 separate buses, and it does seem that the Aljunied slate would likely be unchanged. It is of course led by the Workers' Party Chief Pritam Singh, together with Sylvia Lim, Faisal Manap, Gerald Giam and a new face, Kenneth Yong there. When they got down the bus, I asked Pritam Singh if indeed he will be defending his Aljunied seat, but he was still tight-lipped, and all he said was that his presence here just indicates that he is entering the nomination centre at Poi Ching School. But the Workers' Party also, the team for Tampines also arrived, 5 of them, Jimmy Tan, Eileen Chong, Michael Teng, Dr. Ong Lue Ping and Fadli Fauzi. 4 new faces there, including Fadli Fauzi, who was a former candidate in the last elections. We also saw the incumbent for Hougang SMC, Dennis Tan, returning alongside with Kenneth Foo. And many people are now asking if indeed Kenneth Foo could be the Workers' Party's potential candidate for that Tampines Changkat SMC. Of course, we'll only find out after 12 p.m. later.
All right, thank you so much, Afifa, for that update. Afifa Arifin there from the nomination centre. The Workers' Party team for the Sengkang GRC slate has arrived at Yusof Ishak Secondary. The team comprises James Lim, Herting Ru, Louise Chua and new face Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik. The WP won the constituency in 2020.
Senior Minister of State for Culture, Community and Youth, Lo Yen Ling, has arrived at Jurong Pioneer JC, which is a nomination centre, Bukit Gombak. Ms. Lo was formerly MP for Choa Chu Kang GRC and has announced that she will contest in this new SMC. She's also Senior Minister of State for Trade and Industry.
A potential WP candidate Harpreet Singh spoke to reporters at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Here's what he had to say.
It was a very emotional moment thinking about the last 50 years of a life. I had my 2 of my kids with me. I had brothers with me, and you can't start off the day in a better way, right? Just completely energized, and the team is raring to go, and we will speak up for Singaporeans. Thank you.
Health Minister Ong Ye Kung stopped at Chong Fu's nomination centre to give remarks on PAP supporters and his team. Now, he is leading the PAP team for Sembawang GRC.
Thank them for coming to support us. Many of them took leave. We also have some NTUCs, brothers and sisters here with us. To all our residents, our manifesto have been released this morning. So we hope to be able to go around today in the next 9 days asking them for their vote. I believe this is quite an extraordinary elections happening at a time when the global situation is changing, happening also at a time we have a new Prime Minister, and happening at a time when Singaporeans are thinking about what kind of government system we want. So I think these are 3 major confluence of factors. So it will be a very important elections in the history of Singapore.
Well, Foreign Affairs Minister Vivian Balakrishnan has arrived with a team of supporters at Methodist Girls' School, the nomination centre for Holland-Bukit Timah GRC. Dr. Balakrishnan is likely to lead the PAP team of potential candidates, Sim Ann, Christopher D'Souza and Edward Chia, to contest this GRC. In the last election, the same team won 66.36% of the vote against SDP.
Looking at independent candidates now, the founder of the most valuable party, Chia Yun Kai, is filing his nomination papers to contest East Coast GRC as a one-man team.
I have mentioned our contest in East Coast GRC, okay? But we will see how it goes, and you all will know together with the public at the when we come out for the nomination speech.
Do you have your candidates with you today?
You will know later on. Okay, I cannot give you.
Independent political candidate Daryl Lowe spoke to reporters when he arrived at Bendemeer Primary School, the nomination centre for Radin Mas SMC. And here's what he had to say.
I hope so.
Okay. Are you ready for your, the whole process? You've got your documents.
Yep.
Okay. Will you be coming up to us later on?
Daryl, tell us more about how you're feeling right now.
Okay.
Well, what are your hopes today?
Just to be nominated for now. Yep. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Teo, Dr. Tan, let's bring you both in on the latest developments here. We saw earlier Nee Soon GRC is a 5-member team. I just want to pick up on that. It is set to be led by Law and Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam, together with 4 new faces. A very bold and confident configuration, you think? Are there risks involved in fielding so many new candidates in one team, and what's the signal that they are sending to residents here?
Well, I think in that sense, because Nee Soon has typically done pretty well at the ballot boxes, so it is also somewhere which is relatively safe for the PAP. And Minister Shanmugam, he's a very well-known figure and has been leading the team for quite a while. So in that sense, he does have the gravitas to lead the team and to sort of be the anchor person in that team to canvass for votes. In the sense that also, when we look at the newcomers from the team, we also see people who are pretty promising, including former civil servant Ms. Goh Han Yen. So there are also, prospective candidates who are pretty quite high caliber in that sense. So possibly if they are working the ground more consistently now, voters might be attracted to that team anyway.
Okay, well, we're going to come back to that in a little bit. But let's just go over to Olivia Seong now, who's at the nomination centre in Tei Secondary School. Ollie?
Yes, I tell you, this is the nomination centre for Mo Kio GRC, and just a short while ago we saw the PAP's team led by Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong enter the nomination hall that's just round the corner from here with his refreshed slate that is going to contest this GRC yet again. We're also looking out for 3 single-member wards here, namely Kebun Baru, Yio Chu Kang, as well as the closely watched Jalan Kayu SMC. Now, we also a short while ago did see the PAP's candidate, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, who is the Labour Chief and a former Cabinet Minister, enter the nomination hall. But that had been announced before and we were expecting that, so no surprises there. But what had got many people talking was who is going to be the opposition contesting here. Earlier today, before the start of nomination proceedings, we did see the Workers' Party new face, Andre Low, a staff project manager at a global fintech company, here at the nomination centre. My colleagues asked him, would he be contesting in any of the constituencies here, but he was tight-lipped and would only say that we would find out in about 2 hours. But what we do know is that yesterday, 2 opposition parties, Red Dot United and the People's Power Party, which have both indicated interest to contest this single-member ward, had withdrawn, said that they were stepping aside for the Workers' Party. So the big question now is Mr. Andre Low. He is also inside the nomination hall. Will he be the Workers' Party candidate here in this newly carved out seat in Jalan Kayu? Back to you.
Thanks very much for that, Olivia. Speaking to us from Tei Secondary School. And speaking of tight-lipped, earlier we were wondering, what was DPM Heng possibly saying to the media. Apparently he's also being very tight-lipped when he's being questioned. Reports are saying just one word: patience. So patient indeed we have to be. Meantime, a minister in the Prime Minister's office, Indrani Raja, has arrived at Yusof Ishak Secondary School, which is a nomination centre for Pasir Ris-Changi GRC. Now, Ms. Indrani was MP for Tanjong Pagar GRC for 24 years. It was announced that she would lead the PAP team at the new Pasir Ris-Changi GRC. Now, in the last election, led by Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean in Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, PAP won 64% of the votes in a multi-cornered fight.
Red Dot United candidates have arrived at Nan Hua School, the nomination center for Jurong East-Bukit Batok GRC, West Coast Jurong West GRC, as well as Jurong Central and Pioneer SMC.
The PAP team contesting Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC has arrived at the Jurong Pioneer JC, and they include Senior Minister of State for Defence and Manpower Zaki Mohammed, as well as Alex Yam and Hani So. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who will be helming the team, has yet to arrive.
All right, People's Alliance for Reform candidate Michael Fang has arrived at the secondary school, the nomination center for Yio Chu Kang SMC. Dr. Fang is from the People's Voice and is currently teaching at a private college. He said that cost of living issues was among his primary concerns.
Right, so just want to pick up on some of the sort of, what's unusual about this GE2025. First, earlier on, you talked about PAP's K. Shanmugam is leading 4 new faces at Nee Soon GRC, and PM Wong very much probably going to be staying at his 4-member GRC, but he's not introducing a new face. So how should we read into this?
I think if you look at Nee Soon, just to pick up from where we left off earlier, I think with Nee Soon GRC, with K. Shanmugam, leading as anchor minister there, I think it shows a lot of confidence. I mean, probably the only team that have 4 new members inside in that GRC, was 3 new members, right? And so I think that shows a lot of confidence, but it's Shanmugam, the minister that has 2 hats, that wears 2 hats. Yes. And so it's a very huge portfolio. So I think, definitely something to watch out for, but I think it'll be quite comfortable because Nee Soon Nee Soon itself, GRC, is quite a PAP stronghold. Yeah. As for Marsiling-Yew Tee, and PM Lawrence Wong is probably just walking around, taking his time, before he makes his special appearance in Marsiling-Yew Tee. But I don't think he'll be leaving that award unless there are huge surprises at 12 p.m. But
the fact that for Marsiling-Yew Tee, he's not introducing any new faces.
Yeah, I think maybe in that sense he is trying to sort of cement the votes there and to ensure that that area continues to be a stronghold for the PAP, because I think they have been doing quite a lot of work in that area, and I think PM Wong has been really active in his Limbang ward.
So actually, let's just pick up on that. Yeah,
we are seeing live pictures now of the man himself, Lawrence Wong,
nice.
Prime Minister at Jurong Pioneer Junior College. And he is set to lead his team, Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC. His slate is unchanged from the GE2020 team.
That's correct. He is going to be contesting it's a 4-member GRC. And this is a big general election for the Prime Minister, because it's the first time he's heading into the GE as Prime Minister and as Secretary General of the party as well. So so again, I just want to push a little bit about Marsiling-Yew Tee. Why aren't we seeing any new faces there? Doctor, one of you jump in here. Why is that? What is the strategy here?
I think it's just setting the scene, because he wants to have a stronghold that he can call his own. And I think just like former PM Lee Hsien Loong in Mo Kio. So it's something that he wants to entrench himself there, and he will have his team that people are very familiar with. If I'm not wrong, he actually got into Marsiling-Yew Tee in the last GE or 2 GEs before. And so I think it's about focusing his efforts there and making a mark for himself in that particular constituency. And I think for the long term as well, whether he shifts out eventually in the future, one will not know. But I think at this point in time, it's about capturing the hearts and minds of the voters at that point. Yeah.
It's interesting to note that this is, we've already mentioned this, that this is PM Wong's first election as Prime Minister, right, and Secretary General of the ruling party. But this is also Pritam Singh's first election as leader of the opposition. Do you see this election shaping up to be, like a political showdown between them both?
The clash of the leaders, maybe.
Maybe, perhaps.
Well, I think for maybe PM Wong, the pressure is greater, because he is leading the ruling party. So in that sense, I think he has more expectations placed on him. Also, people would be looking at, how much vote share his own GRC would be getting. So there's something that people are looking at a bit more. I think for a leader of the opposition, Pritam Singh, there's also similar expectations, but, they are still an opposition party and they said they are not going to contest 1/3 of the seats. So the areas will be a bit more confined to the northeast and eastern areas. So in that sense, the level of expectations may be a bit different.
And another thing that seems somewhat unusual about this particular GE is that we've got a number of one-term MPs having been dropped. What does that suggest?
Well, I think in that sense, PM Wong also mentioned they want to refresh and rejuvenate the slate, right? So that could be one way where they have tested out certain individuals and then perhaps it is not really a good fit of the job, or they have their own personal other pursuits to go for. So they have decided to bring in newcomers. And we also see this time they are recruiting a lot of newcomers. So there will have to be replacements in that sense because they are bringing more than the increase in the number of seats.
All right, and speaking of stepping down, we saw some of the big names, right, that stepped down, including Dr. Ng Eng Hen, Minister for Defence, Dr. Maliki Osman, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office, and Amy Khor, SMS for Transport and Sustainability and the Environment. These are many, many years of experience that have to be filled. The big question is who is able to step up to fill these big shoes?
Wow, I think that's a huge question that we have to really look at, because if you look at this general election, it's new faces. There are lots of new faces. It's going to be a new team coming to the fore. And I think it's about the rejuvenation of leadership. And I think that is important. Who is going to step in is going to define what we're going to see at least for the next 10 years. And I think those will stay on probably as office holders, just like these those who have retired have stayed on in their portfolio for the very, very long time. And so they will be able to start afresh and contribute in a way that will be able to sustain Singapore, moving forward.
And they're possibly the backbone of 5G fifth generation leaders. Well, we've got Leong Wai Kit is standing by now live at the nomination centre at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Wai Kit?
Yep, I have one piece of update for you guys. We are hearing, or rather we've seen, Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong walking into Yusof Ishak Secondary School, and this is the nomination centre for 4 GRCs, East Coast, Punggol, Pasir Ris-Changi as well as Sengkang. However, his presence may not mean anything as yet. What I have seen earlier is the Workers' Party's slate for Sengkang. Louis Chia, Muhaimin, He Ting Ru, as well as James Lim walking into this area to my left, and this is where they probably are now filing their nomination papers. I've also seen the People's Action Party's candidates for Sengkang slate, which have been announced earlier, also in this room. So far, we have seen several other Workers' Party members, including Harpreet Singh, Yee Jen Jong. We have also spotted Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat near the Yusof Ishak Secondary School, but they have not walked in yet. All these details unfolding as we speak, but my latest update, Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong is in this nomination centre, and the Workers' Party and PAP's candidates for Sengkang GRC are right now in this nomination centre filing their papers.
All right, Wai Kit, thank you so much. Developments there coming from Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Meanwhile, Manpower Minister Tan See Leng arrived at the nomination centre at Jurong Pioneer Junior College just moments ago. That's the nomination centre for Bukit Gombak SMC, Choa Chu Kang GRC, and Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC. All right, Dr. Tan, Dr. Teo, let's have a discussion here on that latest development coming from our colleague Wai Kit, who is at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. He said that Gan Kim Yong, DPM Gan Kim Yong, was seen at Yusof Ishak Secondary School, and that's pretty much very far from where he's supposed to be, which is at Choa Chu Kang GRC. The nomination centre would be Jurong Pioneer Junior College. What do you make of this development?
Oh, that's a very interesting development because, as you said, it's geographically very far. If he wants to get back before 12, it will be quite a challenge. So we may be seeing changes in the slate, and you also just mentioned that Dr. Tan See Leng has changed venues. So, you know, everything's up in the air again.
Yeah, it's a surprise move because if Dr. Tan See Leng has shifted over to the west, and Gan Kim Yong has shifted to the east, we seeing that these two individuals are swapping constituencies and helming the different constituency. So would that also imply that, you know, Marine Parade is going to be one of the hotly contested, hard-fought GRCs that the PAP expects to see, you know, in the following week? Yeah, so.
So is that, you talked about a swap. I mean, is that like a swap of similar capacity, or?
But if we are looking at these two individuals, perhaps similar capacity, but Marine Parade Battle Heights is at Kong Hwa School, and Mr. Gan is not there. So,
so this is definitely a space that we have to watch out for.
That's a really interesting development there.
Yeah. What do you think is the tactic or the strategy that PAP is looking at right now? I mean, what's with the political chessboard moving around of the anchor ministers?
Perhaps to shore up votes, but then we wouldn't really understand the full picture until we see at least a third puzzle piece coming back.
Because they have not exactly been seen walking about in those areas either, right? So then what is the sort of message then they're trying to convey? Because, I mean, the runway to polling day is really quite short. So not just for the new anchor ministers, but even for the new faces. I mean, that is going to be... You think that's going to be a challenge?
I mean, the PAP party brand is very strong. So a lot of people still vote based on party rather than who the team members are, even though we said previously that those are also important. Right. But, you know, there are different demographics of voters who prioritize different things. So if these voters actually prioritize, voting for the party based on the brand and not simply on the individuals who are serving their ward, then that can still work because you are basically placing a heavyweight minister there.
So, Dr. Tan, so you think depending on the constituency, some would be more party-focused in terms of the voters and others will be maybe more personality or driven by individuals?
Yeah, I think, if over the past few elections we have seen, right, that party, the brand is still quite important and quite a determining factor, in voters' patterns as well. And that might decide how voting is going to be like, in different constituency. But of course, there are also personalities involved, personalities that defines these parties. And it's also important because the voters will be looking at both. I mean, if to see which are the ones that they truly want to vote for. I mean, there's the party, the branding, and then there's the people involved.
Yep.
Whether they can, believe in their values, the system, the individual that represents them, and do they want them to represent them? Because at the end of the day, I think when we look at the voting itself, you're voting for the constituencies. You're not really voting as as Singapore as a whole. So you only can vote for the people within your constituency. So the question here is it the brand, the party brand, or is it the people there?
All right, let's do a quick time check now. The time is now past 11:30 a.m. Potential candidates have roughly half an hour more to submit their nomination papers. Objections can be raised until 12:30 p.m., after which candidates will be formally announced by election officials.
Right, let's go live to Sherilyn Sia at the Nomination Centre at Jurong Pioneer Junior College. Sherilyn?
Well, I'm here at Jurong Pioneer Junior College, and what's striking is that we have most of the PAP possible candidates for Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC, Choa Chu Kang GRC and Bukit Gombak SMC here, except for one person, and that is Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong. He has not been spotted in the building yet, and as you've mentioned, with only 30 minutes to go before nominations close. So it's a big question mark to whether he will be fielded here. And meanwhile, also I've heard from my colleagues elsewhere that Anchor Minister for Marine Parade, Tan Si Ling has not been spotted there as well. So it's all question marks, and we're just keeping an eye out here at the notice board where the entrance to the nomination hall is right over there, keeping our eyes out to see who appears for the team, and we'll give you the latest very shortly.
All right, Shirlene, thank you very much for that. So as Shirlene there shared with us, DPM gun is of course not spotted there. There are holes to be filled in right now. I mean, everyone's busy. It's a very busy battleground, right? But what about Marine Parade, Brettle Heights right now? Dr. Tan Si Ling not being there. I mean, who could possibly anchor the ward at this point? Do we even have names at this point?
It's a difficult question.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I think if you look at...
Because all this while we thought it's been such a comfortable ward, right?
Well, but I think if you look at the already announced names, there's Mr. Seah Kian Peng, who is Speaker, Ms. Tin Pei Ling, who will help to show up votes from McPherson, and also Dr. Faisal. So he also does have a ground of support. So I think these individuals will do quite a bit to shore up the votes.
Yeah, I think also to add to that, I think, Tin Pei Ling, right, for example, had one of the highest vote shares in the last general election for an SMC. So she does have a following and quite a clout as well within that area. Yeah. So who knows, maybe she will be the one who's going to lead the team there. And I think, she's probably well positioned to do so as well. I mean, if Dr. Tan Si Ling doesn't stay there.
Right, so many surprises still await us. In the meantime, let's just go to Alif Amshar at the Nomination Centre at Kong Hwa School.
Well, certainly the biggest surprise here, in fact, audible gasps among members of the media, is that the anchor minister for the PAP incumbent team is not here at Kong Hwa School. In fact, he was spotted elsewhere. So that really raises the speculation that he is, in fact, not going to be contesting here in Marine Parade, Brettle Heights GRC. Of course, he has, during the introduction of his team, said that he will be leading the team and that he's calling for a strong mandate for the team. And when asked what exactly a strong mandate means, he said that the numbers have to be the national numbers has to be seen after the election. In fact, what we see is the PAP team comprising of Speaker of Parliament Seah Kian Peng, as well as Tin Pei Ling. You mentioned they're a very popular member of the team here for the Marine Parade Brettle Heights constituency. We also see Associate Professor Faisal Ibrahim, as well as new face Diana Pang. Of course, she's a long-time volunteer with neighbouring East Coast GRC. But yet another surprise, we see a new face, Goh Pei Ming here. He had appeared in various walkabouts for the East Coast GRC team. So certainly this is shaping up to be the PAP team here for Marine Parade Brettle Heights GRC. We still don't know yet or have clarity on the Workers' Party team, still very shrouded in secrecy on who exactly will be fielded here in Marine Parade Brettle Heights GRC. We have seen, though, new face Geraldine Pia appearing at Kong Hwa School. As for the nomination papers, for this morning's proceedings, we have seen 3 names up on the board, all from the People's Action Party. Alex Yeo for Potong Pasir, Goh Se Ki for Mountbatten, as well as the Jalan Besar team helmed by Minister Josephine Teo.
All right, Alif, thank you so much for that update. We go now to Kenneth Lim, who is standing by at the Nomination Centre at Bendemeer Primary School. Kenneth, what do you have for us?
Right, Shah. So right now I'm outside the nomination hall, actually, and this is where all candidates have been going in to complete the nomination process. So some quick updates right here in terms of the People's Action Party candidates for Tanjong Pagar GRC, Radin Mas SMC, and Queenstown SMC. All the papers have been filed. And just to bring you up to speed, the candidates, the names for the PAP candidates in Tanjong Pagar, Minister Chan Chun Sing, Joan Pereira, Rachel Ong, as well as Fu Che Xiang. And this is, Fu Che Xiang himself actually is a surprise candidate for Tanjong Pagar GRC. Going also to, in terms of the other, in terms of the other SMCs here, Radin Mas, we also have seen the nomination papers that Kumar Apavu from the PAR has filed his papers as well. We all can also confirm that for the PAP candidates in Radin Mas and Queen South, Eric Chua and Melvin Yong, they are also set to contest here as well. So it looks like there's going to be a repeat of the 2015 contest in Radin Mas SMC, where a PAP candidate was up against a candidate from the Reform Party and potentially an independent candidate as well. Now the nomination papers for independent candidate Darrell Low is not up yet, but we have seen him come into the nomination hall as well.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much for sharing those updates with us. Dr. Teo, Dr. Tan, we were looking at those updates. Minister Chan Chun Sing likely to be the anchor for Tanjong Pagar GRC. I mean, of course, this is after, MP Indrani Raja moved to anchor Pasir Ris GRC. How significant is the gap that she leaves behind here at Tanjong Pagar GRC? And is, Minister Chan Chun Sing the best person?
I think Tanjong Pagar is a safe space. I think you have also mentioned that, it used to be helmed by Lee Kuan Yew. So it has a legacy. And so I think, that is that area that would likely be still considered as a PAP stronghold. And Chan Chun Sing is the education minister, and he does have that sort of, support as well from that constituency. So for him to helm that constituency, I think it's a given, almost a given, at this point in time. So I wouldn't have any surprises there.
Yeah. And what about Seah Kian Ping there? I mean, do you see him, as an anchor for Marine Parade Bridle Heights? I mean, do you see that happening? Dr. Teo?
Well, that's possible because he does have, he is the Speaker of Parliament. So he does have the weight to carry a team on his own. So that's always a possible outcome that we might see. Of course, we need to also see who is the last member of the team, which has not been revealed yet.
Doctor, any guesses there?
Who will be the last member, I think is still up in the air at this point in time. But I think, go back to Seah Kian Ping, right? It's like, the irony of it is like, before that you have Tan Juan Jin. So Speaker of the House seems to be in that constituency, repeatedly. Yes. So I don't know whether is that something that we should take note of.
But it is also important to note that this is once the stronghold of Emeritus Senior Minister Goh Chok Tong,
exactly.
right? How much influence does that legacy still hold over voter sentiment today? And are these, Seah Kian Ping, if he were to step in as anchor minister, or previously we thought it was Dr. Tan Si Lek, can they resonate with the older voters in Marine Parade, Bridle Heights?
Well, sometimes I think the older voters, they have very long memories. So actually they do vote based on all their past experiences with whichever MP has been serving them in their ward. So all the MPs that they have met before possibly have added to their experiences, and this would definitely help with their voting decision eventually. So it may not just be whoever is contesting right now.
Right. And just going back to, the absence of Dr. Tan Si Lek at Marine Parade GRC, I mean, this sudden appearance at Jurong Pioneer JC seems to suggest that these are really last-minute changes within the PAP strategy.
Yeah, I think in the last minute, like in the last general election, you have, names that have been penciled in at the very last minute as well. So it wouldn't be any surprises this time around. There's already a precedent for that happening. And I think, this shift right now, at least we are, following, what's been who is moving around and whether they have actually appeared in these nomination centers. And I think by and large, we can see the shifts around. Last minute is always a strategy, depending on where they'll be placed at the end. Some of them might feel that, perhaps, Marine Parade, like what you mentioned earlier on the older, more mature estate, it's a safe space. You don't really have to put some big names in there because, you want to make full use of these, anchor minister, star power somewhere else. And the question is where?
But we also have to note that in 2020, Marine Parade saw a drop in the vote share, right? Winning 57.7% votes against WP. That's down 64% back in 2015. So they're sort of in a vulnerable spot, aren't they?
and perhaps they do not want to put all the cards in one basket, at this point in time,
Possibly.
Yeah, right. It's like, perhaps things might change. The balance might be tilted this time around, but we do not know. I think, the time of Goh Chok Tong, unfortunately, has moved on with the times. Whether the supporters are still there or not, that's a different story. Okay,
Right.
but I'll just have to leave
Speaking
it
of
at that.
moving on, we do have to move on to Sabrina Ng now, who is at the nomination centre at Poi Ching School. Sabrina?
Well, some updates here from Poi Ching School. We just seen papers go up both for Aljunied GRC and for Tampines GRC. So for Aljunied GRC, some headline changes here. This puts to bed the speculation that party chair Pritam Singh will be contesting in other places. His name is on the nomination paper for Aljunied GRC, as is party chair Sylvia Lim, Jared Giam, and also they are joined by a new face, Kenneth Tiong, and returning a not so new face, a former contestant of Marine Parade GRC, Fadli Fauzi. This means that incumbent former MP of Aljunied, Mr. Faisal Manap, is likely to lead the Tampines GRC team by the Workers' Party. This will also be the first time the Workers' Party is contesting Tampines GRC, and he is speculated to lead a strong team from the WP. We have seen several faces. Several of them have been highlighted over the past weeks by the media, including a former MFA diplomat and a Harvard Law graduate as well. As for the PAP site on the Tampines GRC team, it's no surprises there. It will be helmed by Social and Family Development Minister Masagos Zulkifli. He's joined by incumbents Dr. Kopo Kun, Mr. Bayam King, as well as new faces, former Chief of Army Mr. David Neo and Assistant Professor Ms. Charlene Chen. Now, it remains to be seen who the WP will be fielding, but as I mentioned, it's likely to be led by former Aljunied MP Mr. Faisal Manap, as he is currently missing from the nomination papers and lineup for Aljunied GRC. And actually, as we speak right now, inspections are ongoing for the papers for Aljunied GRC. So we bring you the latest when we have it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sabrina, for that update from Poi Ching School. So another interesting development there. We're not seeing Faisal Manap's name on the Aljunied GRC slate. We don't know yet if he's going to Tampines GRC, but if he were to do that, is he a strong enough candidate to anchor a WP team at Tampines GRC? I mean, a very bold move, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, he's been a long, more than one term MP, so he does have some experience. So he brings there with his track record in Parliament in that first aspect. Also, I think he possibly also can appeal to the demographics in Tampines GRC as well.
I think he's from the opposition, and he has given. His presence in Parliament have definitely attracted a lot from the Malay community. If you go onto the ground and speak to a few of the individuals in the Malay community, they are quite supportive of him. So especially in Tampines, they were all, some might have, the idea that we're just waiting for him to shift over. And well, if he does shift over, again, it might tilt the balance. And we will see quite a contest there.
So in the event that it is Faisal versus Masagos in Tampines, right, will the whole Gaza issue become a hot button issue, do you think?
Well, I think there will definitely be parts of the electorate who are concerned about that, and they will want to hear what politicians have to say. So in that sense, these two individuals are more well-placed compared to a lot of other colleagues to speak about this issue. So I think that might come up when people talk to them about, what are the election promises and, what are their thoughts.
Dr. Tan?
Yeah, I think I would agree with what you have just mentioned as well. I think these two individuals will be the best person to talk about what's happening in the Middle East. They would have the background. They have been discussing about this issue as well in Parliament quite a fair bit, and they are quite vocal about it. But the question is whether they will have really extremely differing perspective on that issue, or are voters looking for that in the first place? There are many other concerns that affect them. Yeah.
All right, we'll continue this discussion, but for now, let's head over to our reporter, Leong Waikit, who is at the nomination centre at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Waikit?
Yep, flurry of activities here. Let me give you the first piece of update. The movement of Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong. We spotted him in this nomination centre, and earlier he walked into this level 3 where their papers are to be filed. It doesn't say anything yet, but he had walked in strategically with Dr. Janil Puthucheary, Yo Wan Ling. I also saw Sun Xie Ling later on, and these are the incumbents for Punggol GRC. That said, that entry was likely a strategic move to show us who he might be standing with. That's for the first update. The second update, as I speak, the papers for Sengkang GRC are being put up, and that's for the Workers' Party. If I have a chance to give you an update, I will share with you who the list is. But for the People's Action Party, no surprises there. The slate has already been confirmed, or rather the slate has already been made known earlier on. So there's Dr. Lam Pin Min, Theodore Lai, Benedict Giam, as well as LB Nikmat. And earlier, while I was just standing by to go live, I saw parts of the East Coast team. From my point of view, I saw Hazlina walking in. I saw Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat. There was also Mr. Tan Kiat Hao, Jessica Tan. They've also made their way into this part of the nomination centre to file their papers.
Very many thanks for that. YKid with those updates from Yusof Ishak Secondary School. So, so it seems very interesting that we were also figuring out earlier actually where was, Sir Janil Puthucheary going to go. So it seems like there is a very high chance himself, DPM Gan Kim Yong, Lo Yen Ling, Sun Xie Ling, possibly Punggol GRC.
Seems like it.
Yeah. It seems like, the PAP is very determined to keep Punggol GRC to themselves. I mean, you are fielding quite a strong team, Sun Xie Ling, Gan Kim Yong, if they actually, go to that direction over there. I think you've got quite a few big names, and, it just demonstrates that there is a fear that they might lose another GRC. And it could be Punggol GRC.
Yeah.
But the thing right now is that will they, because they have fielded really good, strong, individuals there as well. So.
Well, what is it about Punggol GRC that makes it a very hotly contested ward at this point?
I think the fear of a repeat of Sengkang GRC. Again, the fall of another young, new.
It's the youngest town, isn't it?
Demographically speaking, yeah.
So, I mean, it's very near Sengkang and Aljunied and Hougang. So, proximity-wise, they probably would be, also affected. And the WP has been walking in the area, and you do see that they may field several very promising newcomers there as well. So, that's something that voters might be looking forward to, and, to consider both them and the PAP slate.
All right, we will continue this conversation once again, but for now, let's cross over to Sherlyn Sia at the Nomination Centre at Jurong Pioneer Junior College. Sherlyn?
Well, just moments ago here at Jurong Pioneer Junior College, we spotted Manpower Minister Tan See Ling enter the nomination hall just meters away from me. And now that's off to note that he is the incumbent anchor minister for Marine Parade GRC since 2020. And he has appeared instead of Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong, who has served his ward of Choa Chu Kang since 2006. So that's a surprise we were definitely not expecting, especially since just days ago, Choa Chu Kang, the PAP team had come forward with an introduction press conference where then Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong did appear alongside his other teammates which were present today. You have Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, Mr. Jeffrey Sell and Ms. Chu Pei Ling, both of which are new faces. So that was certainly a surprise that we were keeping an eye out for, as it's just moments to go before nominations close and there was no sight of the team just yet. But just moments ago they have entered right after PM Wong and his Marsiling-Yew Tee team also appeared. So we will be bringing you the latest. Of course, nomination papers are starting to be put up on the notice board. For the PAP team, only Ms. Lo Yen Ling for Bukit Gombak SMC, her papers are up there. Meanwhile, for the other two GRCs of Marsiling-Yew Tee and Choa Chu Kang, not just yet, but all the opposition candidates for the three constituencies have filed their papers as expected. We'll bring you the latest as soon as the nomination papers get confirmed and are put up on the board.
All right, Charlene, thank you very much for that update. Dr. Tan, Dr. Teo, some updates there from our colleague Charlene Sia at Jurong Pioneer Junior College. So she saw Dr. Tan Si Ling at Choa Chu Kang, said to be contesting Choa Chu Kang GRC. So that's a swap with DPM Gan Kim Yong.
Yes.
Your reactions to that?
It's a surprise because we have seen a very similar slate for the past few times for Choa Chu Kang, and it's a pretty safe spot for the PAP as well. So perhaps there's this, wanting to ensure that Dr. Tan Si Ling continues to be a very, contributing member of the cabinet.
Because, Choa Chu Kang is historically favoured the PAP. Yes. They secured 76.91%. That was in 2015. And it has, consistently been a stronghold of PAP, whereas in Marine Parade, that's more of a I suppose, fragile or unknown ward, because we still don't really know who WP is fielding at Marine Parade, Bradel. Right. So what do you think,
a lot of
going
up
through
in
minds?
the air kind of situation, especially in the east where we're looking at, even Punggol, But I think, I do agree with you, Tan Si Ling is shifting over to Choa Chu Kang, safe area, right? And I think the PAP is saying that we want to keep him as manpower minister, Minister of Trade and Industry, right? So they want to keep him there. And so that's a safe spot. But, shifting Gan Kim Yong over to perhaps Punggol GRC is like shifting DPM Heng Swee Kiat over to East Coast GRC the last time.
Would you say, because with Gan Kim Yong, right? We've seen how he was quite a big part of the COVID-19 task force. And because of that also, he resonated with the people.
Yes.
And in that sense, he's a heavyweight.
Yes, he is.
Yes, definitely. I think, given that he was part of the Lawrence Wong team during COVID and during the pandemic, it's also one of those front-facing individuals as well. Everybody know that these two are like a tag team. It's always like Gan Kim Yong and Lawrence Wong and the two of them. And that's why I think when Lawrence Wong became Prime Minister, he first choice, Gan Kim Yong.
Yeah.
So I think that speaks volumes about, Gan Kim Yong and how Lawrence Wong really want to entrench him, there.
All right, we are 5 minutes away from the submission of nomination papers, the cutoff time for nomination papers to be submitted. What are the odds of walkovers at this point? Because we have not seen some of the papers, especially from the opposition sides, being put up.
There's always a chance, because if papers are still not filed, and you can't even check for errors at this point. So, things can still change quite drastically for any of the parties. So I think we have to wait till noon to really see.
Yeah, will there be walkovers? One hope not to have any walkovers, but I think given that some of the opposition parties like PAR, have yet to field any of the candidates in some of these wards that they have claimed that they want to contest in. It's a bit worrying, because that means areas like Tanjong Pagar is going to be a walkover.
Yeah.
And I think, some other areas as well. So will we see it? Again, we might.
So we're talking, about the COVID-19 task force and how, Gan Kim Yong was obviously a very prominent. And I just want to segue a little bit and talk about how, we're seeing a lot of new faces from PAP, right? For instance, it's like Dinesh Vasudesh, Jasmine Lau. They were also very much involved in the health sector during that time. And curious to know whether that also gave Prime Minister Lawrence Wong the opportunity to get to know, who are these candidates that he could possibly recruit as well, because having known them in their interactions better.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
It's possible, because they do come into contact with quite a lot of these individuals during these times, and you really can see how these people work under pressure and what they can do, especially in those very uncertain times like the COVID pandemic. So that would be something that possibly he saw in them and decided to invite them to politics.
If you look at leadership across the board, it's always about crisis management.
That's right.
And I think, Lawrence Wong, crisis management, pandemic, and who in his team, Gan Kim Yong, health ministry, everything on that. That was part of his team. So and he did relatively successful, a run and in that. And I think Singaporeans will remember him for that and his team. So, if you want to have a team that is strong enough and that you can trust, then you get those who have worked with you before.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. On that note, we have Alif Amsha now. He is at the Nomination Centre at Kong Hwa School with more updates. Alif?
Well, as it stands just minutes to go before the milestone 12 noon mark, as it stands, Marine Parade Brettle Heights GRC slate on the notice board is still empty, with both the incumbent PAP team's papers as well as the Workers' Party papers not up yet. We still don't exactly know if the WP will be fielding a team here, given that we've not seen a full team coming into Kong Hwa School just yet. For the PAP team, the surprise switch there, its anchor minister Tan Si Leng not appearing here at Kong Hwa School. Instead, he has been seen at Chua Chu Kang for the Chua Chu Kang GRC team. Just as I'm speaking, some movement here at the notice board, some people taking pictures of the papers that are up. For Jalan Besar as well, we don't see any opposition papers up. The Jalan Besar PAP team has put up their papers, so still watching very closely if it could be also walkover for Jalan Besar GRC. As for Potong Pasir, only PAP's candidate papers are up. We don't see Lim Tian's papers as well, the Secretary General of PAR. He said that he is intending to contest in Potong Pasir, but his papers are not up yet at the moment. For Mountbatten as well, we only have Go Siki, the candidate for Mountbatten SMC for the PAP, up on the board as it stands.
All right, interesting developments coming from Alif there at Kong Hwa School Nomination Centre. Let's recap what has gone over the past few hours on nomination day. Many late twists and turns as political parties here in Singapore lay all their cards on the table ahead of the general election on the 3rd of May. Catching most by surprise is the appearance of Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong at Yusof Ishak Secondary School, which is the nomination centre for East Coast, Pasir Ris-Changi, Punggol and Sengkang GRCs. That's a long way from where he had been helming the fort at Chua Chu Kang GRC.
Now, another unexpected move is Manpower Minister Tan Si Leng, who was seen at the nomination centre for Chua Chu Kang GRC, fueling speculation that he could be the replacement for DPM Gan.
Over at Tanjong Pagar GRC, the lineup has finally been confirmed. It will comprise Education Minister Chan Chun Sing, Alvin Tan, Joan Pereira, Rachel Ong, and newcomer Fu Chixiang. Mr. Fu was a former director at the Transport Ministry. Elsewhere, there were no big surprises. The Workers' Party continues to largely field for the same teams for the Aljunied and Sengkang GRCs and Hougang SMC.
Wow. So what is really interesting now, there are reports saying that walkover likely for PAP in Marine Parade Brettle Heights GRC because the opposition candidates have yet to file their nomination papers.
What do you think went wrong here?
Wow. Multiple things could have gone wrong. Maybe
walk us through that. Yeah.
Got some information on the paper wrong. They couldn't find enough centers, which possibly quite unlikely, or any other kinds of situations.
I don't think it should be cold feet. There's always one thing about contesting in that area. And I think at this point in time, there are so many permutations that is unknown. And I don't want to jump the gun. Perhaps they do not have enough because they want to contest in other areas, or they want to focus all the energy in, let's say, East Coast or Punggol GRC. And so it could also be about consolidation of resources, and where do you want to put their A-listers, and who do they want to put in these areas as well.
A lot of twists and turns in the 11th hour. For more, let's turn to Leong Wai Kit live at the nomination centre at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Wai Kit?
Things are moving fast and furious. Right this very moment as I speak, papers are being put up on the board that says Punggol GRC. I have not been able to, my colleague has taken some notes for me, and this is Punggol. We've got Jackson Au, Harpreet Singh, Siti Alia Mata. You have to forgive me, I can't quite see with this phone. I'll come back to you for the last name, but this is taken from the Punggol, right? The Punggol board. So that's the Workers' Party slate there. We've also got the Pasir Ris-Changi team. Of course, I see visually, we can't pan the cameras because of privacy issues, but I can see from where I'm standing, Ms. Indrani Raja, Desmond Tan, he is now inspecting the board for Pasir Ris-Changi. Earlier, the papers were also put up by the opposition, that's Singapore Democratic Alliance led by Desmond Lim. In a surprise twist, the latest to join is Mr. Chia Yun Kai, who had previously said he wanted to form his own party and run in East Coast GRC, but right now his name is under the SDA ticket, parked under Pasir Ris-Changi. Now it looks set for now that these GRCs, Pasir Ris, Punggol, Sengkang, look set to be straight fights between Workers' Party and PAP. What's distinctly missing is the board on East Coast, which we're all keeping a lookout for.
Many thanks for that, Waikit. So looks like it is a straight fight in some of the more predictable areas, except we don't know what's happening at East Coast at the moment. We also know now where WP's Harpreet Singh is going, Punggol GRC. All in. I just want to go back a little bit, back to that Marine Parade, that possibly no contest from the WP. Instead, WP going over to Tampines GRC. It's confirmed with Faisal Manap, Michael Ting and Eileen Chong there, with Ong Lue Ping. I mean, is that what the strategy is now? Move all their resources to Tampines because they feel they've got better chances there compared to Marine Parade?
I think they have been already walking the ground in Tampines already. So it wasn't really that big of a mystery or a surprise that they are going to field the team. It was just who would make up the team. So in that sense, it wasn't that much of a change. The bigger surprise is really the Marine Parade papers are not up yet. So we really don't know what's happening there.
All right, we'll talk about Harpreet Singh contesting in Punggol GRC in a while, but let's do a quick time check now. A reminder that the clock is now past 12:03 and the window has closed for the submission of nomination papers. Objections can be raised all the way till 12:30 p.m. Some updates coming from our reporter Sabrina Ng, who is at the nomination centre at Poi Ching School. Sabrina, what do you have for us? What are you seeing?
Well, it's looking set that a four-cornered fight is likely to take place for Tampines GRC. Just moments before 12, we saw the final papers go up for the People's Power Party. In fact, inspections are happening right now, right behind the camera as I'm speaking. We see the Workers' Party team, which you mentioned just now, you're speaking to Dr. Chio in studio. They have been walking the ground for several years, and this team will be led by former Aljunied MP Faisal Manap, who has been MP for Aljunied since 2011, when the party seized the Aljunied GRC in a watershed election. And so it's interesting to see this four-cornered fight, especially with the other two parties, National Solidarity Party and People's Power Party. For NSP, it will be led by its president, Mr. Reno Fong, and for PPP, it will be led by its Secretary General, Mr. Goh Ming Sing. Now, the pair are actually friendly with each other. They had formerly contested together in Tampines GRC in 2011. Back then, Mr. Fong and Mr. Goh were both contesting under the NSP flag, and they, just fell short of the incumbent PAP team. It was the best victory for the NSP team, about 40% to around PAP 60%. So, it's the first time, as I mentioned, for Workers' Party, but they have been walking the ground for several times. And I don't know if you can hear behind me, but their supporters are, absolutely going insane right now. They are cheering so hard, and that's because the team has just finished inspection right behind the camera, and they are walking away into the nomination hall. And so, it's shaping up to be a four-cornered fight here, the first in the history of Tampines, and likely to be the only four-cornered fight in this election. So incumbent PAP team led by Masagos Zulkifli is set to have a tough fight ahead of him.
Quite the buzz there at Poi Ching School. Thank you so much, Sabrina, for that update. So, as Sabrina is saying, a history for Tampines GRC, a four-cornered fight. We're looking at NSP, PPP, PAP, and WP. I mean, in a situation like this, what will happen to the opposition votes?
The typical wisdom or the typical talk is that, when you have multiple cornered fights, the opposition votes will be diluted. But given that, the PAP and the WP have very strong party brands already established, this is something that may not happen here because they do have party supporters. So it's not really just voting for the opposition per se.
Would you think that because we were talking earlier about how, WP possibly maybe not fielding anyone at Marine Parade, and going instead, trying their luck at Tampines instead. But now it's going to be a four-cornered fight. So that's not exactly going to bode well in terms of their chances.
Well, I think what this might actually end up becoming is that, the smaller opposition parties might get lesser votes. And otherwise, let's just hope that they get back their deposit at some point. But then if they are to get their deposit, that means, like what you said, it will dilute all the votes for the others as well. So, I think we all got to look at Tampines GRC then it goes down to branding. Not so much of the personality right now, but the branding. And PAP has branding, WP has branding. I'm not too sure about the other two smaller political parties, although they have been walking the grounds and they have participated in the previous general elections. I think voters over there will see that, okay, they might want to vote for an opposition, but which of these opposition do they think that will stand a better chance? Yep. And I think that's when the branding comes in. So you might not necessarily dilute the votes, but in fact, the votes will be given to either the PAP or the Workers' Party.
Yeah. For a GRC like Tampines GRC, with such a demographic, with quite a sizable amount of Malay population, which way do you think they're most likely to be more comfortable with? PAP led by Masaka Zulkifli, or we're looking at WP, which is now most likely going to be led by Faisal Manap?
I think both of them have strong followings within the Malay community, but I think essentially, I can't speak on behalf of the Malay community, that's for sure, but I've been looking at it, who would they gravitate towards? Then it goes down a little bit deeper into it, and you have to look at, all right, between these two, who has actually been more vocal about the concerns, the issues of the Malay community, and they might want to give them that vote because they have spoken on their behalf and there are issues that really directly affect them.
And also just a reminder as well that Tampines, again, it was last won by PAP with 66.4% of the votes, and it was also led by Masagos Zulkifli, our minister there. But also there was that saga, with Miss Cheng Li Hui, she had to resign from Parliament, over the extramarital affair. But that's not going to make a dent in any shape or form, right, for the ruling
She's forgettable,
party.
Sorry to say this.
Yeah.
All right, and I don't think anyone has actually remembered who she is in the Tampines GRC at all. But I think, if looking at the slate, Workers' Party did not compete in the last general election in Tampines. So, voters were kind of like, all right, it wasn't really a choice. So, which would, out of that three or two, parties, which one would they best support? Yeah. And that's why probably you see that shift towards the PAP getting, a decent number of votes in the last general election. But this time around, you might see a shift.
You think it will be a close fight?
Yes, and we have pretty strong candidates at the WP side for Tampines now. So, it's still going to be quite a fight, I think.
I think, and this could also resonate well with, the demographic there. We've got a lot of young families in Tampines GRC, a lot of BTOs, new developments. So young families are moving into the development as well, and probably they're looking at WP as an alternative, don't you think?
Yes, that's quite possible because if you have been, if you are a new voter, you don't really, you may have different concerns compared to people who have been living there for a long time. So they also may come from areas from the other parts of the east or northeast, given the proximity. So they may have been in areas where the WP has also been working, or even part of the WP ward.
But this is despite the PAP team, performing pretty much quite all right in Tampines GRC, because Tampines GRC has been modeled like the model town, right? Has been branded as model town with all these new developments. So PAP has performed quite well as well under Minister Masagos, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I think, we want to go and see how the demographics have shifted as well. There are a lot of BTOs in that area as well, and there are younger families coming into Tampines. While it has developed to a point in time, it's people are comfortable and they say that, okay, perhaps now we can have an alternative voice. Because
and just to add to that, actually, the age group for Tampines, about a third of them are 26 to 45 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of them, living in 4- and 5-room, flats. And so this is certainly an interesting development, because we are seeing that. I mean, to what extent is it important for people on the ground, in Tampines, to feel like, oh, they have to know their MPs because they've walked the ground and all of that?
I think it would be definitely important to know, because if you look at Tampines GRC, I think there are voters that say that, oh, I've seen my ministers quite frequently, in the past as well, and they are very supportive of them. And I think the ministers, at least the MPs in Tampines have been walking the ground quite a fair bit as well. So I think that has attracted and connected with the voters there.
Dr. Tan, you were talking about party brand and personalities earlier, right? I want to shift our conversation. I'll pivot now to Punggol GRC, because an update from Waikit earlier saying that Harpreet Singh is likely to be contesting. I mean, in fact, his name is already up on the papers.
Yep.
Right? So,
and he did say, I should quote him there, he did say, I don't want to be parachuted to anywhere safe. So he got what he wanted, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess Punggol GRC is not safe. And I think it's going to be a tough fight, given the PAP slate and now the Workers' Party slate there. May the best team wins, in that constituency. Voters' patterns at this point in time, one can never really tell, because new BTOs and new areas. Some might say that, it's time for a change. Some might say that, no, we want to have the usual, business as usual. So it's very hard to look at this point in time.
Yeah. Young voters are more likely to be swing voters, so they could be more likely attracted to different sides, and it could, change over the next 9 days. So it really would depend on what the election hustings would go through.
They could change on the day itself as well, on polling day. I think that was what happened in Sengkang GRC the last time. It was delayed as well. The polling stations closed, I think, an hour later. And so, that could have just shifted the voting sentiments on the ground. So, will we see that repeat in Punggol GRC? We do not know.
All right. A lot of questions in the air.
I mean, would you say that, having been a political watcher for a good number of years, that right now this seems like the GE that has, the most number of surprises?
Because it really started from the electoral boundaries, right? With the many changes and the new constituencies that came up, it really was like more people thought that different new constituencies were fair game, and they tried to make more inroads. That's why we saw all the different claims by the opposition parties. So even from that point onwards, things got a bit complicated, and it was really like a moving chess game.
I think one of the points that I want to look at this time around is that if there are walkovers, which did not happen in 2020, then are we seeing that more voters thinking that in other areas, of course, saying that since on nomination day itself we know certain individuals or party has already won certain areas, are we more willing to vote for the opposition there? Will we increase the vote there? Because it wouldn't change anything at the end of the day. Come polling day, the PP might return to power. Already, you have a few walkovers. So would that be sufficient enough to say that the PAP, has comfortably won the election? I think that's a huge question. We will only know probably at 12:30.
Yeah, that's right. Based on what we know so far, looking at today's arrangement, right? The movements of these people. Does the deployment of ministers and senior ministers of state tell us about PAP's internal assessment of where its battlegrounds are?
Well, definitely the East. That's for sure, given that we have seen changes last minute in that area. So possibly in that place, we'll see also the closest fights, because you also see the biggest opposition party so far putting their names there.
In terms of, I know, again, just want to, just something kind of like popped to my mind about, talk about like former MPs, right? Because we talk about new faces, giving these candidates opportunities. And we've got two former MPs, PAP's Lam Pin Min and NTUC's Ng Chee Meng. I mean, they are, contesting again after previous losses. What does this signal about, PAP's approach as well?
I think the PAP wants to keep them. Yeah, exactly. I think perhaps they might be destined for bigger things. Whether they will be political office holders, I mean, at least for I think Ng Chee Meng, there were lots of talk about him, taking certain position. Well, if he wins, he might, be put up in a position where he'll be the next anchor minister for another constituency the next time around. And there are some hopes that might change things a little bit. So
and we've also got, I believe, Victor Lai, right? PAP. I mean, he was sort of lost twice at Aljunied, and now he's sort of supposedly given a spot at Mo Kio together with
Victor Lai and Lee Hong Chuang. Both of them lost in an opposition ward, and then now they are.
It's like they held
a
on,
relatively safe seat. What do you make of that? And is this something that we can expect to see in future elections?
At least for this election, we have seen at least two examples so far, right? But I think possibly it's also speaking to their experience doing grassroots work for multiple years. So it's possible that they are deployed to areas where they will need to try to continue working the ground and ensuring that the grassroots support there remains very strong.
They have been in politics, but not in politics.
So it shows that determination and really pays off to some extent.
What kind of message does that send to
other?
I think is that for these individuals is that they are given a new lease of life, to finally compete, and the likelihood of them being a shoo-in into parliament is going to be there. They're in very, very safe areas, no walkovers, but still very, very safe areas. So I think that's speak volumes about these individuals, that they are really something that the PAP deems worthy individuals, whether they be backbenchers, but I'm sure they are able to contribute, as MPs in the future.
And looking again at Tampines GRC four-corner fight, what is that? I mean, because we imagine there's also a lot of, like last-minute negotiations among the opposition party, but like for instance, Tampines didn't quite work out. So what does that tell us about the current unity among the opposition?
There probably is not that much unity. And I think each of the parties probably have their own specific objectives in contesting different constituencies that they have staked claim to. So in that sense, we might be seeing more multi-cornered fights in the future as well, if this is any indication.
But I think if you look at all the multi-cornered fights, it's not really a huge thing as well. There's only about two or three multi-cornered fights at this point in time, which is similar to past few elections as well. So it's no huge shift. But what this speaks about the alliances, it's like, what alliances? One thing we all have to understand that coalitions, or these sort of alliances don't really work in a Singapore context because we have such a small population compared with most of our neighbours as well. So if you talk about coalitions and alliances, I mean, then it dilutes your agenda and the objective of your party and what it represents. Then which constituents are you representing at the end of the day?
All right, on that note, let's cross over to Alif Amshar, who is at the nomination centre at Kong Hwa School. Alif, what updates do you have for us?
Well, Shah, another development here is that the PAR team has managed to slide in a team just in time for a contest in Jalan Besar GRC if they are confirmed as candidates for the election. And that team comprises Chu Sing Kong, Vigneswari Ramachandran, Muhammad Hamim Alias, as well as Sabrina Abu Hassan. And those four are the names up on the board for Jalan Besar PAR team. And they, of course, will go up against the ruling People's Action Party team helmed by Digital Development and Information Minister Josephine Teoes. And that, of course, means that it won't be a walkover for Jalan Besar GRC, but for Marine Parade Battle Heights GRC, that seems very likely given that the Workers' Parties expected to contest in that constituency did not show up and the papers are not up on the board. Of course, Marine Parade Battle Heights was expected to be a hot seat in this coming election, expected that the Workers' Party will make inroads, will try to make inroads after a 42% performance which saw them gain 42% of the votes at the last election. They have not fielded a team here. A surprise for Kong Hwa School, developments at Kong Hwa School. That means the team for the People's Action Party will comprise of Sia Ken Peng, Faisal Ibrahim, Tin Pei Ling, new faces Diana Pang as well as Goh Pei Ming, who was initially seen at East Coast GRC as well. As for the other two single member wards of Mountbatten and Potong Pasir, we will see contests there as well between the People's Action Party as well as the PAR team and the Singapore People's Party.
All right, Alif, thank you very much for that update as we heard there. So no walkover,
no walkover for Jalan Besar
GRC at least. So likelihood of seeing PAR up against
PAP. So that sounds like that is going to happen. Yeah.
That's only just one constituency. So we still have quite a few that is not revealed yet. I think fingers crossed, because we still have another 8 minutes.
That's correct.
And
based on the last report we get, so it seems like PAP, it's Marine Parade, it's still going to be Sia Ken Peng, Faisal, Tin Pei Ling, that group. So that is still what we are trying to look out for in the minutes to come. Where exactly is WP?
I want to bring up this point about opposition parties. We're seeing more opposition parties gunning for SMC seats in this election. I mean, what's driving this strategy, and does this actually give them an edge?
I think SMCs are the easy targets. It's just one person. So if you want to at least try your best to make some inroads, then I think just all you need is just one person rather than a 5 or 4 member GRC, and then you're trying to find candidates, in your team to contest in these areas. So SMCs are usually the easier way to.
So speaking of that, of SMCs, the NTUC Secretary General Ng Chee Meng, I mean, he has expressed interest in Jalan Kayu, and he actually said that he hopes to be re-elected on his own merit, because based on Sengkang, the last GE, he was dropped out. But I don't know whether you recall, but he played quite a central role in the recent proposed sale of a majority stake in income insurance to German Insurance Alliance, which didn't quite work out, and it drew significant public criticism on that. How much of that episode do you think is going to affect his candidacy in Jalan Kayu?
Given that he's been tagged, he has been his position as NTUC Labour Chief has been his main label for the past 5 years. So I think that definitely would play a part, because people would be asking him whether he had any part to play, and what went down in that process. So that could be something that he would have to answer during the hustings.
I think the people, the opposition might question his decision-making prowess or the process as well, because that was quite a big issue at the point in time where there were lots of discussion. Why did NTUC failed in its bid, or and the kind of discussion will be flagged up.
Let's take a look at Marine Parade Battle Heights GRC once again. So WP is not contesting there, but we know in this election that Tin Pei Ling, she's one of the PAP members, right? What do you make of her inclusion in the slate? Because she was one of the best performing SMCs, best performances in the SMC back in 2020. To what extent is her presence likely to energize the Marine Parade Battle Heights GRC?
Well, her inclusion was quite expected, because her ward was basically, subsumed into this new constituency. So that is one thing. And I think we have also seen that she has managed to grow quite a following on the ground, because she has managed to get quite a bit of vote share. But we do also have to note that actually her ward is not does not make up half of the constituency even. So even if a majority of her ward votes for her, it does not. It may shift the needle, but it may not be the final, arbiter of their final vote share.
Okay, we're going to speak a little bit more a little later, but for now, let's cross over to Olivia Seong at the Nomination Centre in Tei Secondary School. Ollie?
I'll tell you, we're getting clarity on the fight that's shaping up for the closely watched Jalan Kayu Single Member Constituency, and it looks like it's going to be a straight fight between the People's Action Party and the Workers' Party. There had been lots of questions surrounding which opposition would be contesting here, whether the Workers' Party would be contesting here, and if so, who they would be fielding. But we have seen the nomination papers of Mr. Andre Low. He is 34, a staff project manager at a global fintech company. One of the 14 new faces that the Workers' Party introduced this time round. His papers up to run in Jalan Kayu SMC, and he will be going up as expected against the PAP's Ng Chee Ming, the current Labour chief and a former cabinet minister. This will be the third time that he will be running in an election following his loss back in 2020 when he led a four-man PAP team in Sengkang GRC. Mr. Ng, we have to wait for confirmation in just a short while, but he would be the first former cabinet minister to have lost an election and to seek re-election again in a contest, and for a single member seat. That would be his first time contesting that. Earlier on, analysts I had been speaking to on whether or not the Workers' Party would contest here did say that it would be in line with their medium-term goal of securing 1/3 of the seats in Parliament. Also, we saw yesterday that two opposition parties that had originally signalled interest to contest Jalan Kayu, namely the Red Dot United and People's Power parties, they had indicated interest to contest in Jalan Kayu, but they had said that they were going to be stepping aside to make way for the Workers' Party to contest here in a straight fight with the PAP, saying that this would be the best for Singapore's interest. We still have to wait for final confirmation, but a straight fight shaping up here at Jalan Kayu.
All right, Olivia, thank you very much for that. And we now cross over to Leong Wai Kit, who is at the Nomination Centre at Yusof Ishak Secondary School. Wai Kit, what's the update you have for us?
Just two key pieces of update, Shah. The first is that all papers have been filed, and it looks like to be a straight fight between all four GRCs. The second is the lineup for East Coast GRC, which is closely watched. We have Minister Edwin Tong, Tan Kiat Hao, the incumbent, Jessica Tan, incumbent, new faces, Dinesh Vasu and Haslina Halin. What's notably missing is Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat. Now, they will be up against Workers' Party's slate, Yi Zhenjong, Paris V, Sofian, Jasper and Nathaniel Koh. Now, earlier I said DPM Heng is not here, but what's the other DPM, of course, DPM Gan Kim Yong is present. He's filed his papers and he'll be running under the Punggol GRC along with Janil Putuchari, Yo Wan Ling and Sun Sheling, and they'll be up against Workers' Party's Harpreet Singh, Jackson Au, Alia Mata as well as Alexis Ding.
All right, Wai Kit, thank you very much for speaking with us. Now it's about noon, Oteli.
That's right. Nominations are closed and the time for objections has passed. The Group Assistant Returning Officers will be announcing the official candidates for the general election, and the candidates themselves will then have some time to speak.
And we will be airing their speeches right here on CNA. Dr. Felix Tan and Dr. Teo Kee Kee, overall thoughts so far?
It's been a very exciting few hours.
Indeed,
lots of changes.
Yeah.
So I think we really didn't expect Mr. Gan Kim Yong to move and Mr. Tan Si Leng to move last minute. And I think that's one of the key surprises.
I think surprises, definitely. And also sad news, walkovers. something that we really didn't want to see. We hope not to happen, but it has happened. And I think in areas where one would have thought would have been a good straight fight, between parties.
So it also appears SM Teo Chee Hean and DPM Heng Swee Keat, they were unlikely to contest in the general election. Any surprises there?
Well, I think for Teo Chee Hean, I think he has been rather coy about it, and I think this kind of just set the stage that he will be retiring from politics, perhaps, or at least not contesting in this round.
Also, just picking up on what our reporter was talking about Jalan Kayu. So we've got PAP's Ng Chee Meng versus WP's Andre Loh. So he is 34 years old in the global fintech industry, and it turns out that actually Jalan Kayu, it also has a relatively young, one of the youngest constituencies. So you're talking about Gen Zs and millennials, probably making up nearly half the voters. So in this sort of scenario, you think a 34-year-old Andre Loh perhaps, be able to connect a little bit better?
I think when we look at age alone, perhaps he's closer to the average age, so that may be an advantage. But also, sometimes in politics, age works against you. If you look too young, or if you are a bit on the younger side, people may think you don't have enough experience to run place or a ward. That said, he does have the WP experience behind him, so that could be something that people also consider.
Yeah, I guess he's one of the youngest WP candidate, and I think leading up to nomination day, he was seen most of the time at Tampines GRC. So there was a bit of speculation that he was going to contest there, but now he's been moved here. So I think it probably boils down to the demographics of Jalan Kayu SMC, and they see the probability of him, the chances of him going up against someone like Ng Chee Meng in Jalan Kayu SMC, right?
And we were talking about, earlier again, Mr. Ng and the whole German Insurer Alliance. I mean, that sort of saga, right? So Jalan Kayu being made up of these sort of like half the voters being a lot younger, do you think that sort of issue about the insurance sale would even register with these voters, or is it more again for them about cost of living and all that sort of issues that's going to be weighing more heavily on the voters in Jalan Kayu?
I think the issue will come up again, at some point,
you think so?
Especially on social media, where they will highlight what happened in the past, and but it might not be the center of call the issue, during the campaigning period as well. But a lot of them will actually tend to focus on immediate concerns, GST hikes, cost of living, and if it's young families, they'll look at education, housing. These are the issues that will concern them at the end of the day. Singaporeans are rather, I mean, on the surface at that point in time, rather superficial as well.
I think it's a reminder also, a good reminder to look at Ng Chee Meng's electoral contest back in GE2020, right? He was part of that Sengkang team together with Dr. Lam Pin Min. Both lost their Sengkang seat, and both of them are returning to contest this time round in GE2025, of course, in different constituencies. How might voters perceive these comebacks? Is this also a sign that, perhaps the ruling party is doubling down on its faith on certain candidates?
It does show that these two individuals are still valued within the party, so they are coming back to contest again. That's one thing. Possibly also because they are going to become a bit... They have the potential to contribute further, perhaps in cabinet or even as members of parliament. So that's something to consider. But if we look at them coming back, I think, with the opposition making more gains, it's more possible to see people who have lost from the ruling party. And that is also a potential pool of candidates that the ruling party can still tap on in future elections.
And just again, a reminder to our audience, actually all nomination papers are in. We're now waiting for the election officials at the nomination centre to declare if the constituency is contested, and if so, I believe each candidate will have 3 minutes to address supporters. So that is what we are indeed waiting for. Also, some lines from WP's Yee Jen Jong. He says he is happy to be back. I mean, he was also a bit of a surprise, right? being sort of back, or did you see it coming?
I think he's Jujet boy, right? And, coming back, now that Juju has shifted to East Coast, I think, he returning to the game, is an interesting move, and not surprised. He has quite a following there as well. So I think him coming back to the political game might be something to watch out for.
So yeah, I mean, as we are waiting, there's quite a bit to digest here, and we are still waiting for the returning officer to announce the confirmed slate. But in terms of GRCs and SMCs, right, which do you think will be the most fiercely contested, based on what we know so far?
Well, I think Jalan Kayu probably won't be one hotly contested SMC, and possibly Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I think Bukit Panjang one, I was also noticing that it's going to be Paul Tambia versus Liang Ingwa. It's almost like, another contest, strong, tough fight again. David versus Goliath kind of scenario, perhaps,
And a repeat of 2020.
Yeah, perhaps. And if we look at the placements of ministers, senior ministers of state, which placements strike you as defensive, which look like confident place?
Wow.
Confident would probably be Choa Chu Kang, Marsiling-Yew Tee. Those are strongholds. And
Mo Kio.
Sembawang and Nee Soon as well.
Yeah.
So I think the areas in the east are the ones that are going to be a lot more hotly contested.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
No, we haven't actually really talked about how Liang Ingwa versus Paul Tambaya. It's going to be, it feels like, old friends or foes were, meeting again. How do you think, in the last 5 years, right? I mean, the incumbent, do you think he would have made, enough inroads showing what he's capable of in that particular SMC?
I think he has definitely made some improvements around that area, but has it become too comfortable? Have residents become too comfortable with his presence? And, there's this expectation that, it's going to be Liang Ingwa again, so, there's not really a huge contest there. But again, with Paul Tambia, he has been slowly getting that kind of votes as well. And so it's tilting towards, Paul Tambia as well. But again, one does not really know at this juncture. But they are both highly qualified individuals, and I think Paul Tambia is extremely qualified.
And also during COVID-19, he was also been quite outspoken about all this infectious diseases and all of that, and to a certain extent that would lend more credibility, you think, to his,
and that gives him more national recognition as well, right? Because during COVID, he was part of the fight against the pandemic. So that's also something that I think voters would also resonate with.
And if we look at Bukit Panjang, it's just one of 3 GRCs that SDP is contesting in. Or that's what we heard. We don't know of the confirmation yet, but so far that's what we know. SDP in 3 constituencies. What do you make of their northern strategy in this election?
It's a bit odd this time around because they have I don't think they have actually really contested in these areas before.
Apart from Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, apart from Bukit Panjang. And the shift towards to another constituency might not be the best interest for them as well, because if you have developed yourself at a particular constituency, you would want to return to that constituency, whether it's at Holland-Bukit Timah, for example, you have been fighting it out there. So you suddenly shift to a new constituency, you're starting afresh all over again. But perhaps that's their strategy, right? Because again, demographics change. But you're diluting your influence as well. So, well, it's a risk that they want to take.
So that's it. I think because they are declared contesting fewer constituencies this round. So maybe they are trying to consolidate resources in that sense.
And going back to the WP, and we're all wondering, do you think that the Workers' Party, they perhaps miscalculated by not contesting in Marine Parade? Because earlier on, Dr. Tan, you said that it's not because of having cold feet that they backed out, for instance.
Yeah, so it's very strange at this point in time why they don't contest over there. What are some of the reasons? I think it's definitely a missed opportunity, whether they will win or not, but at least, give voters a fair chance, and contest in that constituency, now missing it out.
Especially given that Dr. Tan See Leng, an anchor whom everyone thought was going to be a strong one for the GRC, has moved out. I mean, not disregarding Siak and Ping's strength, but, you know, given the dynamics of the GRC now, perhaps, you know, the WP team would have gotten more chances to fare better this time around.
Yeah, I think possibly they were trying to again consolidate resources onto the places that they thought had more chances of winning, and to ensure that they continue to hold their current wards. So that might have been one consideration. And I think in their introduction of their candidates, there have been calculations that, you know, based on what was widely expected in, you know, what people have been talking about, they did have fewer members compared to what people thought in total if Marine Parade was added into the mix.
So after this, you know, campaigning will officially start. As we've mentioned, DPM Heng Swee Keat and SM Teo Chee Hian, they don't seem to be going to be contesting in this in this GE. So are they going to be faces that we'll see on the campaign trail for PAP?
They will still have some draw, so it's possible that we will still see them trying to canvass for votes for their colleagues.
But I'll be a bit more cautious about rallies and, you know, campaigning strategies, because while, you know, rallies or these sort of campaigning strategy might attract a crowd, that does not equate, has never equated to that particular party winning as well. So, you know, because they come from all over Singapore and they don't just gravitate to one rally because you are from that constituency. You just want to listen to what they have to say.
Yeah. Right. And if you look at Teo Chee Hian and Heng Swee Keat, they've been the ground anchors for their own GRCs, right? But PAP has always leaned on this anchor minister doctrine, assigning a heavyweight minister to each GRC to sort of, you know, inspire confidence. Is the anchor minister strategy still politically effective in 2025, you think?
Well, I think, you know, given what happened in 2020, you know, you have, you know, you thought they have anchor minister, or even earlier as well, you know, you had George Yeo as well, anchor minister, you know, and then losing. So it's never a guarantee these days. Just because you have an anchor minister in that particular constituency, you will necessarily win. It is a chance. So, yeah.
Also, just talking about some of the new faces that you know, we have seen how PAP has introduced its slate. I mean, some people feel that, you know, PAP has taken somewhat of a more low-key approach to the candidates' credentials compared to past elections. I mean, is that something that you have noticed, or you think same?
I think rather than low-key, it's more of a diverse range of experiences, because rather than the, you know, usual highly qualified civil servants.
Oh, we'll just have to interrupt you here. The results are in. Let's take a listen.
Electoral Division of Queenstown. Eric Chua Swee Leong of the People's Action Party and Mahabub Bacha, son of Abdul Rashid, of the People's Alliance for Reform, are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Queenstown. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Eric Chua Swee Leong of the People's Action Party, please.
亲爱的女皇镇的同胞们、支持者们，大家中午好。那很荣幸呢，这过去的5年有这个机会为女皇镇这个大家庭尽心尽力，我始终都没有忘记我的初心，以诚信为本，以行动为首，为女皇镇的居民服务。希望大家继续支持我。 My dear Queenstown family, I thank you for the privilege of serving as your representative in Parliament for the past 5 years. Like before, I bring a sincere heart, a commitment to serve, and a strong bias to take action for Queenstown. Please support me.
Mr. Mahabub Bacha, son of Abdul Rashid of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
My dear fellow Singaporeans, good afternoon. I'm Mahabub Bacha from contesting Queenstown SMC. I seek your support. Please support me. The People's Alliance for Reform. Thank you very much.
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Radin Mas. Kumar, son of Apavu of the People's Alliance for Reform, and Melvin Yong Yik-chai of the People's Action Party, and Daryl Low Ka-kyong, an independent candidate, are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Radin Mas. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on the 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Kumar, son of Apavu of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Dear residents of Radin Mas, my name is Kumar Apawu. I'm standing before you today not just as a candidate, but as your voice and someone who believes that Radin Mas deserves better. I walked your estates, I've spoken to your families, and I have listened. And what I have heard is clear. You want real improvements, not promises on banners. I don't stand here to oppose for the sake of opposing. I stand here because you deserve a stronger voice in Parliament. A voice that dares to ask questions, not just to clap hands. A voice that brings your concerns to the front and not back of the queue. Together, we can build a Radin Mas that is more caring, inclusive, vibrant, and not just for present, but for your future generation to come. Vote Kumar Apawu, vote for PAR!
Mr. Melvin Yong Yik-chai of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents of Radin Mas, thank you for your strong support in the past 5 years. Together, we have built a strong community that cares deeply for one another, one that uplifts each other in times of need and celebrates together in times of joy. I'm honored to be the PAP's candidate for Radin Mas SMC, and I ask for your strong support once again. Together, we can make Radin Mas an even better home. 亲爱的拉丁马氏居民们，非常感谢大家在这5年里的强大支持和信任。风雨无阻，我们共同建设了一个充满关怀、守望相助的拉丁马氏大家庭。我希望能再次得到大家的强力支持，让我们一起继续携手合作， 共创一个更美好的家园。请支持人民行动党，谢谢。
Mr. Darrell Low Kah Kiong, an independent candidate, please.
Dear fellow neighbors in Radin Mas, my name is Darrell Low Kah Kiong, and I'm excited to serve you. I am honored to have been nominated as your independent candidate in this election. I am living in Bukit Permai, and I share the same concerns as you do. Since Singapore's independence, there has never been an elected independent candidate. We can make history together. Vote me into parliament. They do not need another person to vote for an increase in GST. Vote Darrell Low. 亲爱的拉丁马市居民，你们好，我是劳家强，我很荣幸的被入选作为拉丁马市区的独立候选人。我希望能够为您服务，把你们的心声带进国会，把邻里事情做得很好。我希望投票日那天，您能投我一票，我会加强努力的，请投劳家强一票，谢谢。
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Tanjong Pagar. Chan Chun Sing, Joan Pereira, Fu Xisiang, Rachel Ong, and Elvin Tan of the People's Action Party, and Rickson Giao, Han Hui Hui, Nadarajan Selvamani, Prabhu Ramachandran, and So Lien Chai of the People's Alliance for Reform are the groups of candidates who have been nominated for the electoral division of Tanjong Pagar. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Para penduduk Tanjong Pagar, terima kasih atas sokongan dan kepercayaan Anda. Selama 60 tahun yang lalu, kita kerjasama, kita membina sebuah negara yang kita semua banggakan. Kita akan kerja terus. Kita akan terus kerja keras. Untuk Anda, dengan Anda, bersama Anda, untuk masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk semua orang Singapura. Terima kasih. 亲爱的丹戎巴葛居民们，谢谢你们的支持。这60多年来，我们都是风雨同舟，有舟吃舟，有饭吃饭。虽然现在国际局势出了很大的变数，有很多不确定的因素。不过，我们深信，有你的支持，我们还是能携手度过一切的重重困难。我希望我们能得到你们的支持，继续为丹戎巴葛服务，继续为新加坡和新加坡人服务。谢谢大家。Dear residents of Tanjong Pagar, thank you so much for all the support and working together with us over all these years, 60 years and more, 60 years and counting. It is our aim, it is our team's goal to make sure that we keep working with fellow residents in Tanjong Pagar and in Singapore to make sure that we will have an even brighter future regardless of the challenges ahead. So long as we are here, my team and I, including Melvin and Eric, we will work our hardest together with you to make for a brighter future for all of us. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your strong support.
Okay, wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3, wait. Okay, come. Okay, 1, 2, 3, bow.
The group from the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
A very good afternoon, Singaporeans and Tanjong Pagar residents. Thank you to all our assentors for nominating us. We stand before you today. You heard the PAP candidate, 60 years of Tanjong Pagar. It's time for change. No more blank checks to the PAP, not just in this 10 days of campaign period, but across 5 years in Parliament. As People's Alliance for Reform, PAR, we stand before you to bring down the cost of living. We stand before you for affordable public housing. We stand before you to fight for jobs for Singaporeans first. And we stand before you to control the immigration. So, vote for the People's Alliance for Reform. It's time to take back control. And it's time to take back what belongs to you, our country, our dignity, and our future.
新加坡人、丹戎八个的选民，大家下午好，我是韩慧慧。今天我们在这里和我的党，我们全部让你们有机会投票。为什么要投票？因为他们已经执政管了60多年，可是问题还是多多。请把你们的票投给我们，现在是时间让我们进国会，把我们的民生、我们的房屋、医疗还有人权问题通通说出来。把你们的票投给我们，这样我们才有办法去国会为你们讲出你们的心声。请把票投给我和我的党，谢谢你们。Thank you very much. Please vote for us. Please vote for us in Tanjong Pagar, because this is the time whereby we need to take back what belongs to us, and this is the time whereby we need to have a say inside Singapore Parliament. The PAP has been in control for more than 60 years, and there are still so many problems. Why are there so many problems? It is because of people like the PAP people out there who are doing all kinds of hecklings right now, as we all can see. PAP is not solving the problem. They are the cause of the problem. Please vote for us. Vote for change. Vote for us all. Thank you very much.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. Goh Pei Ming, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Diana Pang Lian, Seah Kian Peng, and Tin Pei Ling of the People's Action Party is the only group of candidates who has been nominated for the Electoral Division of Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. I declare Goh Pei Ming, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Diana Pang Lian, Seah Kian Peng, and Tin Pei Ling as the group of candidates elected for the Electoral Division of Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. May I now invite the group of candidates to deliver their speech. They have 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted time, the public address system will fade off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents, thank you for your trust and support for all of us over the years. My teammates, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Tim Pei Ling, Goh Pei Ming, and Diana Pang, we will continue to work hard, care for you, serve you, and do our best to make lives better for you and your family. 居民们，大家早上好！我跟我的同事们，我们会继续尽我们的力量为大家服务。谢谢大家。Majulah PAP, Majulah Singapore, Majulah PAP, Majulah Singapore.
Dear residents, thank you so much for your support. With heart and action, with fire in my stomach, I will continue to serve all of you. 各位居民好，我是彭丽燕，我会继续努力，用心和行动为你们大家服务。谢谢。
Dear residents, thank you for your support all these years. We will continue to work hard to improve your lives. Para penduduk yang kita sayangi, terima kasih atas sokongan yang diberi selama ini. Kami akan terus bekerja keras untuk meningkatkan mutu dan tahap kehidupan anda. Terima kasih.
Dearest residents, thank you for your trust and support for the past 14 years. I'm humbled by your support. Now that we are here before you, we will be doubling our commitment and dedication to you. I will continue to do my best to serve you. 所有的亲爱的居民们，感谢你们在过去的14年里面给予我的信任和支持。我不会把这个当作是理所当然。我们之间的每一次互动和触碰都是我最珍惜的，所以接着下来，我一定会尽我全部的力量来继续服务大家，无论风雨，与你同行，迈向光明。谢谢大家。
Hello everyone, I'm Pei Ming. I'm new to the team. I'm very happy to join the team here at Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. I want to say a big thank you to all the supporters that we have here today for braving the weather. Thank you very much. To all residents in Marine Parade, Braddell Heights, I commit to you, I'll do my very best to make our home a much better place for all of us. My work, our work starts today. Thank you very much.
I also want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Tan Si Ling, who has served and led our Marine Parade GRC very well. Thank you, Si Ling, and all the best. Majulah PAP, Majulah Singapore.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Hougang. Marshal Lim Yu Hui of the People's Action Party and Dennis Tan Lip Fong of the Workers' Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Hougang. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Marshal Lim Yu Hui of the People's Action Party, please.
Hougang 區嘅選民，大家好，我是林有輝 ，PAP 嘅候選人。請大家投我一票，我才會使到國會退任發表心聲。謝謝大家。 亲爱的后港居民们，我是林余辉，人民行动党的候选人，请投我一票，让我作为你们的代表，传递你们的心声，并为后港的未来继续奋斗。谢谢大家。Dear voters of Hougang, I am Marshall Lim of the People's Action Party. Please allow me to serve you here in Hougang and in Parliament so that I can speak up for you and your families on causes that matter to you. Please vote for me.
Mr. Dennis Tan Lip Fong of the Workers' Party, please.
Hougang khu嘅選民大家好，我是鄧立峰，是家人黨嘅候選人。好，請你到家人黨一票，送我一國會，推你發難。Dear voters of Hougang SMC, I'm Dennis Tan from the Workers' Party. Thank you for the support you have given me in the past 5 years. Please allow me and the Workers' Party to continue to serve you in Hougang and speak up for you in Parliament. Vote for the Workers' Party, working for Singapore. 亲爱的后港选民，我是工人党的陈立峰，感谢大家这5年来给我的支持，请让我和工人党继续在后港为大家服务，也在国会替你出声，请投工人党一票，为国效劳。
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Tampines Changkat. Desmond Chu Pei Ching of the People's Action Party. And Fu Sek Guan of the Workers' Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Tampines Changkat. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Desmond Chu Pei Ching of the People's Action Party, please.
Para penduduk Tampines Changkat, selama 10 tahun ini, saya telah bersama anda semua. Terima kasih atas keperkenanan ini. Saya ingin terus berkhidmat dan melakukan yang terbaik untuk anda dan Tampines Changkat demi masa depan yang lebih cerah. Terima kasih. 亲爱的上义区居民，感谢您10年来对我的爱戴和支持，我很希望继续为大家服务，感谢大家的支持，谢谢你们。Dear residents of Tampines Changkat, thank you for the past 10 years of support and building our home together. My team and I do not take your support for granted. We will continue to work hard to serve you better. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fu Sek Guan of the Workers' Party, please.
Dear voters of Tampines Changkat SMC, I'm Kenneth Wu Segwan from the Workers' Party. If you vote for me, I will execute Plan A, B, C to assess and understand your needs, to bring your concerns into the Parliament and to co-create a better future for us. Vote the Workers' Party and we will continue to work for Singapore. 亲爱的上一区选民，我是福特冠工人党的候选人。我希望通过望闻问切的方式，聆听你的诉情，还有如果被选入国会，将为你打拼，发出你的声音，请投工人党一票。谢谢。
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Aljunied. Ang Ziyang Adrian. Chan Hui Yu. Faisal Abdul Aziz. Jagathisawaran Raju. And Liu Ke-Yuan Daniel of the People's Action Party. And Gerald Yam Yen Song, Sylvia Lim Swee Lien, Fadli Fauzi, Pritam Singh, and Kenneth Tiong Boon Kiet of the Workers' Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Aljunied. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Residents of Aljunied, change starts now. We know you have a very difficult decision to make. As a team, we have the 3 essential E's: expertise, experience, and energy to deliver a better home for you. Let's work together. It's time. Thank you.
Whoa. 阿云尼的居民，下午好。我们都知道，你们后来有一个很艰难的决定，但是我们这个团队有专业、有精神、有活力，能够更为你们帮助你们建成一个更好的家。让我们携手竞走。阿云尼，现在就是时候了。
Saudara-saudari sekalian, selamat petang. Ia masanya untuk pasukan kami kembali ke Aljunied. Berilah kami peluang untuk berkhidmat untuk anda. Undilah PAP, undilah pasukan kami. Terima kasih.
அல்ஜுனேட் குடியிருப்பாளர்களே, மாற்றம் இப்போதே தொடங்குகிறது. நேரம் வந்துவிட்டது. மக்கள் செயல் கட்சிக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள். 是候了，到 BAB 直票。Aljunied, it's time. BAB.
The group from the Workers' Party, please.
Residents of Aljunied GRC, in 2011, you took a leap of faith with us and elected us into Parliament. In 2015 and 2020, you did it again. In 2025, we stand before you, ready to serve you and seek your mandate. In Parliament, we have asked the tough questions and worked hard. We have not shied away from asking questions on matters some deem too sensitive. In your estates, you have seen the town improvements and you have seen our 5-year plans. Your estate is as good as any other in Singapore. This elections, let us keep up the momentum and let's have a more balanced parliament with more voices and credible choices. Vote for the Workers' Party, working for Singapore.
各位阿育尼集选区的选民，工人党从2011年大选以来得到你们衷心的支持，今天恳请您再为工人党投下你神圣的一票，让我们为国效劳。我们会继续在国会中成为您的代议士，为选民提问尖锐和敏感的切身问题。在未来的5年，我们会不断改进邻里的设施，改善您的居家生活，让我们共同建设一个更民主的新加坡。请投工人党一票。
Pengundi-pengundi Aljunied GRC, Parti Pekerja telah berkhidmat sebagai wakil rakyat anda sejak 2011. Terima kasih atas sokongan anda sepanjang 14 tahun ini. Kini kami minta dengan rendah hati undi anda sekali lagi. Izinkan kami mewakili suara anda di Parlimen untuk menampilkan soalan-soalan yang harus ditanya. Sejak 2011, anda telah melihat perbaikan di bandar anda. Kami akan terus meningkatkan taraf bandar anda dengan rancangan-rancangan kami untuk 5 tahun yang akan datang. Pilihan raya ini, mari kita bina Singapura dengan semangat baru. Undilah Parti Pekerja, bekerja untuk Singapura, bekerja demi Singapura.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on Nomination Day. Electoral Division of Tampines. Aba Binte Harun, Goh Ming Sing, Sim Jin Chin Derek, Peter So Beng Kiet, and Very Nathan Shen Lee of the People's Power Party, and Bae Yam Keng, Charlene Chen Yi Jun, Ko Po Kun, Masagos Zulkifli, David Nyo Chin Wee of the People's Action Party, and Eileen Chong Pei Shan, Mohammed Faisal bin Abdul Manap, Ong Lui Ping, Tan Kim Tik, and Michael Thung Kwan Wei of the Workers' Party, and Fong Chin Leong, Mohammed Rizwan bin Mohammed, Fei Wei Jie, Tamil Selvan, son of Karupaya, Yo Rin Yuan of the National Solidarity Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Tampines. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Power Party, please.
People's Power Party slogans is Make Singapore Home Again. A home is where we have the votes to decide and the choices to choose for. I welcome all the choices that Tampines voters will have in this election. However, we should not compromise 130,000 of voters in Marine Parade, the rights to vote, just to have this four-corner fight. I am very disappointed. And we are actually to blame to be the spoiler. But we shall let the Tampines voters to decide who are the spoilers and who to vote for.
Singapore, the die has been cast. What is clear has been made clear to everyone. Now is the time for the people to decide for themselves who they want and what is right for Singapore. I urge everyone in Singapore to choose wisely, choose for truth, choose the people who will serve you, not serve themselves. Choose to make Singapore your home again. Thank you.
People's Power Party has no East Coast plan or Tampines plan. We are here for a very specific mission, and that's to resolve deep-rooted issue. Number one, cost of living. Second, vaccine mandates. To all vets injured and those who have lost their loved ones, we are speaking up for you. Our supporters transcend parties' line, and they are all here with us from PAP, WP, and NSP. When the law on mandatory jab was passed in 2023, none of the opposition parties make any noise. Today, we cluster fight here in Tampines GRC while letting in 5 ghosts in Marine Parade. Someone above is going to snuff us out into the parliament on this topic. If you vote for PAP and WP again, you are endorsing for jab or jail and giving up your bodily rights to the state. We are here to resolve issue. Make Singapore home again.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Tampines residents, thank you for all the support you have given to our PAP team. Our good connection with one another, between communities, between leaders and communities too, is why we have delivered all these years. Our Tampines Hub, Tampines Eco Town, and we will deliver even more. And for that too, we have renewed our team. And this renewal will allow us to build generations upon generations improvement for Tampines, our best home. Give us your vote.
让我们建立一个更美好的淡比尼，投我们就是投淡比尼。
Mari kita bangunkan Tampines bersama. Undilah PAP Dami Tampines.
Let's let me hear our Tampines cheer. Tampines! 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 Let's all bow together. Come. Come, 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 come. Come, let's go.
The group from the Workers' Party, please.
Assalamualaikum. Para pengundi GRC Tampines, sudah bertahun-tahun anda meminta dan menggesa parti pekerja bertanding di GRC ini. Alhamdulillah, pada pilihan raya umum kali ini, kami memenuhi hasrat dan permintaan anda. Jika dipilih, kami akan bekerja keras dan berusaha sedaya upaya. Berilah kami peluang untuk mewakili anda di Parlimen. Undilah parti pekerja, bekerja untuk GRC Tampines, bekerja untuk Singapura.
亲爱的但丁尼集选区的居民，大家下午好。我们听见了你们多年的呼唤，我们来了。非常荣幸今天能同我的工人党的队友站在你们的面前。我希望在未来的5年里，给我们机会在社区里为你们服务，在国会里为你们发声，携手共建更美好的新加坡。我恳请大家把你们宝贵的一票投给我们工人党但宾尼集选区的工人党候选人，让我们为但宾尼集选区服务，让我们为国效劳，请投工人党一票，谢谢。
Dear residents of Tampines GRC, a very good afternoon to you. For years, we have heard your call for the Workers' Party to contest in Tampines GRC. So here we are. Faisal, Eileen, Jimmy, Michael, and I are here to give you a real choice and a real voice to your daily struggles and concerns. Residents of Tampines GRC, your vote is powerful. Give us your strongest support. Tampines deserves a fresh perspective. We are ready to listen, serve, and fight for you. So, step up, Tampines. Make your vote count. Vote for your Workers' Party, who is always working for you, working for Tampines, working for Singapore. Thank you. The group from the National Solidarity Party, please.
Dear voters of Tampines and fellow Singaporeans, thank you for your support. NSP is very happy to be nominated to contest in Tampines again. Many voters have stood by NSP since 1988. You know that NSP is always here for you. Tampines residents must be very happy this round that many parties are contesting here just for you. This is what democracy for. NSP believes in the multi-parliamentary system. Right? In a system, you have a driver, a co-driver, and an assistant driver sitting right behind to monitor the situation in case both fall asleep. There must be checks and balances, and just having two-party system is not the way. I believe many Singaporeans know better. Come polling day, please consider giving NSP a chance because your future, our priority. Thank you.
Salam sejahtera, khasnya penduduk Tampines dan amnya warga Singapura. NSP amat berbesar hati kami dapat bertanding lagi di Tampines. Ramai yang tahu dan ramai yang berdiri seiring bersama NSP semenjak Tampines GRC ditubuhkan pada tahun 1988. Dan NSP akan tetap bersama anda. Begitu juga kini penduduk Tampines sudah mengetahui di sini hari ini adalah pertandingan 4 penjuru. Inilah demokrasi. Dan NSP percaya kita perlu mendapatkan sistem parlimen berbilang parti. Mesti ada checks and balance dan perbahasan yang menyeluruh supaya dasar dapat diluluskan dengan baik dan sempurna di parlimen. Saya suruhkan anda semua fikirkan dengan serius mengenai akibat sekiranya ada hanya satu atau dua parti di parlimen. Saya yakin warga Singapura lebih tahu kerana masa depan anda adalah keutamaan kami.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of East Coast. Dinesh Vasu Dash. Heslina binti Abdul Halim. Tan Kiat Hao. Tan Sunyo Jessica. And Hong Chun Fai Edwin Charles. Of the People's Action Party. And Ko Kim Kui Natalia, Kwan Hong Wai Jasper, Paris V Parameswari, Sufyan Mikhail Putra Muhammad Kamil, and Yi Jen Jong of the Workers' Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of East Coast. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, East Coast GRC. My name is Edwin Tong, and with me is Haslina, Jessica, Ket Hao, and Dinesh. We all come from different backgrounds, but we're all bound today with a common purpose today, and that is to serve East Coast to the best of our abilities. We pledge to work hard, to listen to your hopes and concerns. We will turn your aspirations into realities. And if elected, we will serve all of you with everything that we have. And we will build a much better East Coast, stronger East Coast. 大家好，我是唐正辉，我是东海岸集选区人民行动党团队的候选人。我们和东海岸的居民 同心协力，同心同行，共创未来。谢谢。
Hello, everyone. I'm Haz from the PAP. I seek your support and hope to journey and serve you and your families into the next chapter of our lives. Saya Hazlina Abdul Halim memohon peluang berkhidmat, berbakti, mendekati anda sekeluarga demi Singapura, demi masa depan kita. Bagai serai, kita serumpun. Bagai sirih, kita sesusun.
Hi, I'm Jessica, serving you in East Coast and Changi Sime. These 19 years has been a privilege and honor. We've worked together to tackle challenges, meet your needs, and celebrate your milestones, building a strong community. I ask for your mandate to continue to work with you towards a brighter future for all.
Hi everybody, my name is Dinesh and I'm back in East Coast. Actually, I've never left. From the days of the pandemic, when we had the vaccination center at Batok CC, and when we saved lives and livelihoods, to the active aging centers, to where we are today, having coffee in the coffee shops, I have enjoyed East Coast, and my heart lies in East Coast. I will speak up for you, and I will give every ounce of my effort to help families and every one of our East Coast residents. Thank you very much.
The group from the Workers' Party, please.
Dear voters of East Coast GRC, dear friends, the Workers' Party is back. We have never left. Today, we have a dedicated team who stands upon the hard work of many thousands of volunteers and past candidates who have worked here tirelessly for the last 20 years. We will be your voice in Parliament. Vote Workers' Party.
Voters of East Coast GRC, cost of living, housing, family are some of the key issues you care deeply about. the Workers' Party continues to give you a credible choice to work hard for you on the ground and in Parliament. Vote Workers' Party, working for Singapore.
大家好！工人党相信把权力赋予人民，我们会为你们发声。你的选票决定有永远塑造未来的力量。每一把声音，每一个选择都至关重要。让我们携手捍卫民主，建设一个更加美好的未来。投工人党一票，为国效劳。
Para pengundi East Coast GRC, pasukan kami menawarkan penduduk East Coast GRC peluang yang terbaik untuk anda mencipta sejarah bersama. Kami telah bersama-sama anda selama 20 tahun yang lalu dan kami telah mendengar keluhan anda, kebimbangan anda dan aspirasi anda. Marilah kita menjadikan East Coast GRC ini sebuah kawasan yang makmur dan berjaya dalam landscape politik tanah air kita. Undilah Parti Pekerja dan kami berjanji untuk terus bekerja untuk Singapura.
Vanakkam. சிங்கப்பூர் குடிமக்களாகிய நாம் இனம், மொழி, மதம் ஆகிய வேற்றுமைகளை மறந்து ஒன்றுபட்டு நம் நாடு மகிழ்ச்சி, வளம், முன்னேற்றம் ஆகியவற்றை அடையும் வண்ணம் சமத்துவத்தையும் நீதியையும் அடிப்படையாக கொண்ட ஒரு ஜனநாயக சமுதாயத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கு உறுதி மேற்கொள்வோமாக. பாட்டாளி கட்சிக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள். சிங்கப்பூருக்காக பணியாற்றுகிறோம். Dear voters of East Coast GRC, vote for the Workers' Party working for Singapore.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Pasir Ris-Changi. Abu bin Muhammad, Chia Yun Kai, Haminder Pal Singh, son of Gucharan Singh, and Lim Bak Chuan Desmond of the Singapore Democratic Alliance. And Indrani Raja, Valerie Lee, Sharil Taha, and Desmond Tan of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Pasir Ris-Changi. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that a poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Singapore Democratic Alliance, please.
Go.
Oh, yeah. Easier.
Dear voters of Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, my name is Yun Kai, and I'm deeply honored to be contesting for your votes under the Singapore Democratic Alliance. Together with my dedicated team, we are here to provide you with clear, direct, and practical solutions that put Singaporeans first. Our combined expertise and experience means we are not just talking about things, we are ready to deliver it with efficiency and effectiveness. What sets SDA apart from others is our values. We believe in service before self and to always put Singaporeans first. We are not there just to contest, but to contribute, not to critique, but to create. What others chase for quick fix and populist votes, we fight for real sustainable solutions that our people can prosper, not just today, but for generations to come. We humbly ask for your trust and support, and in return, you will experience sustainable, low cost of living, affordable housing, and a strong job security for all Singaporeans. SDA is not your second choice. We are your best choice. Vote SDA, vote for a better life.
Salam sejahtera penduduk Pasir Ris-Changi dan rakyat Singapura. Inilah masanya untuk perubahan. Perubahan ada di tangan Anda. SDA akan membawa suara siapa? Suara Anda untuk ke Parlimen. Untuk melegakan keluhan-keluhan sara hidup yang naik tertinggi dalam kos-kos sara hidup. Jadi dengan hujung pena kamu yang menentukan siapa yang akan menyuarakan keluhan-keluhan kamu semua. Terima kasih.
白沙张仪集选区，亲爱的朋友们，你们好。是时候了，不同的政党来做你们的议员，让大家一起为国挺身，一起奋斗，给大家和孩子们拥有一个透明、问责、负责、公正、公平等保障的环境成长中。 请大家把手中的一票投给我们新加坡民主联盟。新加坡民主人会在你们身边扶你们。
Dear residents of Pasir Ris-Changi GRC, the SDA is your clear choice. You need to give us our support because we see your struggles.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Fellow Singaporeans and voters of Pasir Ris-Changi, Desmond, Sharil, Valerie, and I are the PAP team for Pasir Ris-Changi. Thank you for your support for the PAP over these years, and we once again ask you for your support so that we can serve you, work with you, and work for you. There is so much happening in the world today. There's so many challenges facing Singapore. We need to tackle these and work together to succeed. But also, we know your concerns, your personal aspirations, your needs. We have plans for you at the national level, at the local level. But to do this, we need to be your representatives in Parliament. To do this, we need your support. We need your mandate. We need your vote. Vote PAP!
亲爱的白沙张仪集选区的选民们，大家好！我们是白沙张仪人民行动党的候选团队，非常感谢这么多年你们的支持与信任。我们这个团队会以民为本，尽我们的全力推动社区发展，照顾人群。请继续给我们你们的支持，一起携手创造一个更美好的白沙张仪。谢谢。
Salam sejahtera semua. Terima kasih atas sokongan anda sekeluarga. Kami faham kebimbangan anda tentang kos sara hidup, keselamatan pekerjaan dan masa depan anak-anak kita. Lebih-lebih lagi dalam dunia yang semakin mencabar ini. Kami akan terus berusaha memastikan setiap keluarga di Pasir Ris-Changi mendapat sokongan dan bantuan yang diperlukan. Undilah kami, undilah PAP.
It is an honor to serve the vibrant community of Pasir Ris-Changi. We will work hard to support our youth and the families living here. Together, let's forge a brighter tomorrow for Pasir Ris-Changi and for Singapore.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Punggol. Ao Chi Meng Jackson. Dang Pei Yuan. Harpreet Singh Nahal. And Siti Alia binti Abdul Rahim Mata of the Workers' Party. And Gan Kim Yong, Janil Putucheri, Sun Xie Ling, and Yo Wan Ling of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Punggol. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer is directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Workers' Party, please.
My fellow Singaporeans, it is so good to see you. You are here because you care for Singapore and want it to be better, and you know it can be better. Far greater affordability, a better education system, proper retirement security, a fairer politics where the People's Association starts treating every Singaporean equally, no matter how you vote. After all, it's our money, right? And a parliament where your voice is heard, not just yes men. The Workers' Party is ready to lead that change. Punggol GRC voters, it is the privilege of a lifetime for Alexis, Alia, Jackson and I to step up and run in this election. This, you know, is a solid team. We will work very, very hard. We will speak up for you. We will be there for you always. So, let's make history. Vote Workers' Party, working for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by your presence today. Vote the Workers' Party. Let us represent you. Let us be your voice. We will work with you and for you. Together, let us build a better future for every Singaporean from all walks of life. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kami mengalu-alukan kehadiran anda hari ini. Izinkan kami Parti Pekerja untuk mewakili anda. Kami akan bekerja dengan anda dan untuk anda. Undilah Parti Pekerja, bekerja untuk Singapura.
亲爱的榜额选民们，我们是工人党，我们来了。我和我的团队今天感到十分的荣幸，能够站在这里陪伴你们踏出改变的第一步。请给我们一个机会，让我们为你们的梦想呐喊，为你们的渴望发声，让我们一起打造一个更公平、更包容、更有生命力的新加坡。将我们送进国会。
Working for Singapore.
Workers' Party.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Residents and voters of Punggol GRC, our brothers and sisters from the Union, thank you for being here. I am Gan Kim Yong. I am a PAP candidate for the Punggol GRC. I want to thank all of you for giving us your trust, allowing us to serve you for the last 5 years. My team and I will continue to work hard to earn your trust and confidence to continue to serve you for the next 5 years and secure a better future for Punggol. This election is also about Singapore's future. We are facing challenges. We work as a team. We will overcome these challenges. So vote for PAP and secure Singapore's future. Thank you. 帮儿的选民们，大家好，我是严金勇，我是人民行动党的候选人。我们在这里愿意为大家效劳，希望能够争取大家的信任和委托，让我们能够在接着下来的5年里面，继续与大家携手共创美好家园。谢谢大家。
Kawan-kawan penduduk Punggol, terima kasih kepercayaan kami bagi kami selama ini. Sekali lagi kita meminta dengan hormatnya undian anda dan sokongan anda. Undilah PAP, undilah kami. Terima kasih. Friends and residents of Punggol, thank you for the trust that you have placed in us for all these years. Once again, we ask for your trust, your support, and your vote. We will work hard on your behalf. We will bring good jobs into the Punggol Digital District. We will deal with our transport issues, and we will keep your estates well maintained and clean. Vote for PAP, vote for us. Majulah!
榜额的居民朋友们，这些年来，我们认真地倾听大家的反馈，并尽最大的努力解决问题。例如，在降低生活成本方面，我们推出半价购物、社区礼券等。我们也每个月举行工作配对服务。我们会继续努力，为我们的人民分忧解难。请投人民行动党1票，请投我们1票。
Residents of Punggol, brothers and sisters, vote for PAP! Majulah Singapura!
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Sengkang. Abdul Mohammed bin Abdul Malik. Chua King Wee Louis. He Ting Ru. And James Jerome Lim Chi Wee of the Workers' Party. And Theodora Lai. Lam Pin Min. Elmi Netma. And Bernadette Kiam of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Sengkang. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that a poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Workers' Party, please.
of Sengkang GRC, good afternoon. My name is He Ting-Ru, and together with James, Muhaimin, and Louis, we are the Workers' Party team for Sengkang GRC. Through the last 5 years, we have journeyed with you through a world that has changed because of pandemics and global challenges. Thank you for your trust and your support. It has been a privilege to serve as your representatives in Parliament, where we have fought for issues that matter to you and to Singapore. We, the Workers' Party team, have been honored to share in your joy, your tears, and your fears. But the journey does not end here. This election, we are seeking your vote so that we may continue working for Sengkang and working for Singapore. Vote for the Workers' Party. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum para pengundi GRC Sengkang yang dihormati. Sejak 2020, pasukan Parti Pekerja Sengkang telah berkhidmat untuk anda. Kami mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih atas segala kerjasama yang diberikan. Pada 2020 juga, kami telah mencipta sejarah dengan mempunyai bilangan AP pembangkang yang tertinggi di Parlimen. Ini mungkin tidak akan berlaku jika kami tidak mempunyai sokongan anda. Tetapi usaha ini belum selesai. Marilah kita bersama-sama memastikan suara kita didengar. Dengan itu, undilah Parti Pekerja kerana kita akan bekerja untuk anda, bekerja untuk Singapura.
各位盛港集选区的选民们，下午好！过去5年里，我们盛港的工人党团队一直致力于为你们服务，为你们发声。我们衷心的感激你们给我们的信任与支持。我们非常荣幸能够在国会上做你们的代表，为你们发声。但是，我们还是任重道远，我们还需要继续的努力，为新加坡打拼。所以这次大选，我们希望你们能够给予我们您的支持，给我们这个荣幸，继续为您服务，为国效劳。请投工人党一票。
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear voters of Sengkang GRC, we are the PAP candidates for Sengkang. For the past 4 to 5 years, my team has worked hard to earn back your trust. We want to be your voice in Parliament. We want to work with you to improve your lives in Sengkang. Give us a chance. Vote for PAP. Together, let us make Sengkang a better home for all. Thank you.
盛港集选区居民们，过去这4年，我很高兴认识了很多居民。我们深知要赢回盛港并不容易，在此我们保证，我们会全心全意、勤勤恳恳，共同把盛港打造得更美好，让大家生活的更幸福美满。请支持我们，请投我们一票，请投人民行动党一票，谢谢。
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati, terima kasih kerana sudi datang pada hari ini untuk menyokong kami, pasukan PAP dari Sengkang. kami telah bekerja keras dan akan terus bekerja keras untuk mendengar dan mendekati lagi diri anda. Kami fahami tentang keprihatinan anda sebagai warga negara Singapura dan juga penduduk di Sengkang. Sekarang tiba masanya untuk mengambil tindakan bersama-sama. Kami mohon sokongan anda dan juga undi anda. Sokongilah kami, undilah PAP!
I'll now say a few words in Tamil. Vanakkam, Nangal PAP Sengkang Ani candidates. Ungal ஆதரவை எங்களுக்கு கொடுங்கள். PAP-க்கு vote பண்ணுங்கள். Nandri. Support us. Vote PAP.
PAP, 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 PAP.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Mo Kio. Ridwan Chandran, Nigel Ng, Vincent Ng Kien Guan, Noraini Yunus, and Chu Lai Cheng of the Singapore United Party. And Daryl David, Jasmine Lau, Lee Hsien Loong, Victor Lai, and Nadia Ahmad Samdin of the People's Action Party, and Heng Zheng Tao, Ho Yuan Leong Martin, Lee Yu Ru Samuel, Lim Lien Chin, and Thaddeus Shamraj, son of Thomas Selvaraj of the People's Power Party, are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Mo Kio. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Singapore United Party, please.
Voters of Mo Kio GRC, we stand before you to be your choice. My name is Chu Lai Cheng, and this is my team. We are dedicated in building a more just and equitable Singapore. We will do this together with the ruling party. Our election slogan for this election is moving forward together. Vote for Singapore United Party. Vote for SUP. Thank you.
Bismillah. அன்பும் ஆதரவும் நிறைந்த என் அமோக்கியோ மாவட்ட மக்களுக்கு சிங்கப்பூர் ஐக்கிய கட்சி சிங்கப்பூர் யுனைடெட் பார்ட்டி சார்பாக எங்களது இனிய வணக்கம். நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள் என்று நாங்கள் உங்களை தாழ்மையுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். எங்கள் கட்சி அரசாங்கத்துடன் ஒத்துழைத்து உங்களது தேவைகளை நிச்சயம் பூர்த்தி செய்யும். உங்களுடன் நாம் ஒன்றாக முன்னேறுவோம். மிக்க நன்றி. SUP.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera kepada semua. Saya Nuraini Yunus, Wakil Masyarakat Melayu, berdiri di sini untuk menegaskan komitmen SUP dalam merangkul kepelbagaian dan memupuk kesatuan di kalangan rakyat Singapura. Warisan kita kaya dengan nilai kasih sayang, ketahanan dan perpaduan. SUP memastikan setiap dasar mencerminkan suara masyarakat kita, membuka peluang untuk semua tanpa mengira latar belakang. Bersama-sama kita boleh membina masa depan di mana setiap rakyat dihargai dan diberdayakan. Marilah kita maju bersama satu bangsa, satu rakyat, bersatu dalam tujuan. Undilah Parti Bersatu Singapura, SUP.
亲爱的选民，中午好！同一党能站在这里，是我们的福气、光荣与荣幸。党民统一的意义包含着选民与我们心手相连，将心比心，团结一致，我们共同前进，来建设更美好的家园。请支持、相信统一党，请投给统一党神圣的一票。投票是秘密的，希望你们以行动来投票给我们，我们一起共同前进吧！感恩，谢谢大家。
请支持统一党，谢谢。
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Para pengundi kawasan undi Mo Kio, terima kasih atas sokongan anda selama-lama ini bagi saya dan pasukan saya. Teruskanlah sokongan ini kepada kami agar kita bersama-sama dapat memajukan Mo Kio dan Singapura terus ke hadapan yang lebih segar, lebih cerah dalam dunia yang bergelora ini. Undilah PAP. Voters of Mo Kio GRC, we have supported you and worked with you all these years. Thank you for your support. This election is happening at a difficult time. Many problems ahead. It will affect our lives, our jobs, our families, our futures. Vote for us again. Vote for the team you can trust so that we can work with you to keep Singapore safe, to move it forward, and to secure a brighter future for all of us. Thank you and vote PAP. Thank you.
My fellow Singaporeans and supporters, thank you very much for being here today. For all new candidates, today marks our commitment to serve our country in a capacity different from all of our previous experiences. I want to thank all new candidates, no matter what parties they are from, for taking that leap of faith. Singapore is about to step into a global future where familiar rules will no longer hold steady. But as a country, we will hold steady with the power of our minds, our hearts, our strength, and our votes. Because this is a country worth fighting for and a country worth uniting for. Our Mo Kio PAP team promised to serve all of you with all of our hearts. Let us serve you and let us bring Singapore safely into the future. Thank you. 今年是新加坡 SG60， 一路上我们一次又一次的突破了众国的想象。如今我们也是在历史的交叉路，我们恳请你们继续相信和支持人民行动党，让我们大家一起同舟共济，迈向更美好的未来。谢谢大家的支持。
A change world,
a fresh team, new resolve. We are your PAP candidates for Mo Kio GRC. Majulah Mo Kio, majulah PAP, majulah Singapura.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. 谢谢大家. Nandri, give us your vote. Thank you.
The group from the People's Power Party, please.
Thank 谢谢红毛桥集选区的人民，给我们有这个机会来到红毛桥竞选。 好，希望红毛桥的居民可以给我们一个机会来服务你们，谢谢。
Thank you, Singaporeans. You've all come here, weather the storm. You have heard all the promises, but ask yourself, for the past 5 years, what you have been through and what you have felt. Please note and remember that this vote is not what was done for you in the past, but what it is going to do for the future of our younger generation. Thank you.
Dear fellow residents of Mo Kio GRC, we thank you for your support. We also want to thank our supporters, our officers in ELD and our centers today for working hard to make this nomination a success. People's Power Party hopes to have the opportunity to serve you in this GRC. We look forward to your support and we look forward to your support in the coming days to our rallies also. Thank you.
请投人民力量党一票 ，Undilah PPP。
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Jalan Kayu. Loh Woo Yang of the Workers' Party and Ng Chi Meng of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Jalan Kayu. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Loh Woo Yang of the Workers' Party, please.
Dearest residents of Jalan Kayu and Fernvale, my name is Andre Lau, and this is my commitment to you. I will be a dedicated MP. I will be a present MP. I will listen to your concerns and I will advocate for you in Parliament. I am a young Singaporean. I am soon to be a father, but I will speak for all Singaporeans, young and old. On the 3rd of May, I invite you to put your trust in me and to put your trust in the Workers' Party and join us in working for Singapore. 亲爱的热兰加油选民，我是刘宇阳，请投工人党一票，为国效劳。Undilah Parti Bekerja, bekerja untuk Singapura. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ng Chi Meng of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear voters of the Jalan Kayu SMC, I am Ng Chi Meng. Thank you for your warm welcome to the Jalan Kayu and Fernvale communities. I have had so many meaningful conversations with all of you. I hear you and I will work hard to take action for you, with you. I humbly ask for your vote so that we can build a better home together and continue with all the community programs that you treasure. Please vote Ng Chi Meng, please vote PAP. 亲爱的选民们，我是黄志明，我会用我的诚意、我的真心、我的努力为大家服务，请投我一票，请投 PAP 一票，谢谢大家。
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day, Electoral Division of Yio Chu Kang. Michael Fang Amin of the People's Alliance for Reform and Yip Hon Wing of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Yio Chu Kang. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Michael Fang Amin of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Hello, dear residents of Yio Chu Kang. 亲爱的洋错港居民们，你们好，我是方爱民医生。Okay, basically, my name is Dr. Michael Fang. 爱国爱民 from the word 爱国爱民 in Chinese. I'm here today to contest Yio Chu Kang, not because I hate the PAP, but because I love my country. I want to put before you more affordable and cost of living, protection for elderly citizens, savings, preserve jobs for Singaporeans, as well as make healthcare more affordable. This I aim to do for the residents of Yio Chu Kang. 谢谢。我希望你们能支持我们，因为我们现在要推行的是帮国家进一步改善，而且不会继续走下错的方向。我们希望能帮助。谢谢。
Mr. Yip Hon Wing from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear Yio Chu Kang residents, I began my political journey in Yio Chu Kang in 2020. Over the past 5 years, I've stayed true to my purpose, to serve, to listen, and to act with heart. It's been a privilege getting to know you, whether at the market, around the estates, or in your homes, and hearing your concerns and aspirations firsthand. Caring for seniors has been deeply passionate for me. That's why we made Yio Chu Kang Singapore's first dementia-friendly neighborhood, and we've got ongoing plans to make the estate even better, with better accessibility and more programs and services. In Parliament, I've spoken up on your behalf, guided by the belief that policy must serve people. I ask for your continued trust. Yio Chu Kang residents, vote for me, and I'll go the distance with you. Thank you.
General Election 2025, Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Kebun Baru. Kwek Hien Chuan of the People's Action Party and Tony Tan Le Thiam of the Progress Singapore Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Kebun Baru. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Kwek Hien Chuan of the People's Action Party, please.
Friends from Kebun Baru, it's a privilege for me to serve you over the past decade. Together we've built a caring and beautiful Kebun Baru, a home where seniors age with dignity and young families grow with hope. And for that, I thank you. 过去10年，你们的信任给我们力量，我们会再接再厉，帮大家度过通膨，建立一个温馨的家，一个更光明的未来。Our best days lies ahead. We are focused on what matters most, easing the cost of living, helping everybody live long and well, and standing with you through uncertain times, just like we did during COVID. Because your hope gives us purpose, your concern gives us resolve, and together we overcome challenges and build what's next with courage and care. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Tan Le Thiam of the Progress Singapore Party, please.
Voters of Kebun Baru, I'm Tony Tan, PSP candidate. PSP wants to build a better Singapore where no one is left behind. Progress for all. The role of an MP is to debate policy. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Henry Kwek for policy debate or discussion. 亲爱的哥本巴鲁选民，你们好，我是陈礼天，前进党候选人。前进党深信以人为本，执政为民，让我们一起携手前进。大家好，我是 Tony， 有竞争才有进步，希望你能会支持 PSP， 投 PSP 一票，感谢你，谢谢 ，Thank you。
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Marsiling-Yew Tee. Arifin Shah, Geoffrey Salim, Alex Tok, and Jijin Wong of the Singapore Democratic Party. Alex Yang Ziming, Nee Soon Bin, Lawrence Wong, and Zaki Mohammed of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Marsiling-Yew Tee. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting group of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Singapore Democratic Party, please.
Good afternoon, voters of Marsiling-Yew Tee. I'm Alex Tok of SDP. I hope you're all ready to vote for your MPs. The SDP has been here 3 times in a row, and we are ready to run your town council with the expertise that we have gained over the years, ready to carry your voices into Parliament, and ready to be a leading advocate for a more humane, more compassionate Singapore that is more fair. We have grown alongside Singaporeans, becoming better, stronger, wiser. Now is the time to vote for the SDP.
已故总理曾经说过一句话，就会有这么一天，我们会往那边去看，因为人民行动党失去了它的质量。会有反对党出来，因为反对党已经准备好了。今天我们已经准备好了，请马西岭游池的选民们看过来。
சிங்கப்பூர் வாக்காளர்கள் இந்த வரப்போற தேர்தல் ரொம்ப கஷ்டமானது என்று நம்மளுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு பேச நம்ம கடினமாக உழைப்போம், போராடுவோம். எறும்பு ஊற கல்லும் தேயும் என்று நம்மளுக்கு நல்லா தெரியும். உங்கள் வாக்கு ரகசியமானது, பயமின்றி வாக்களியுங்கள். நம்மளுக்கு அச்சமில்லை, அச்சமில்லை, அச்சம் என்பதில்லையே. நன்றி.
Ikan dibeli untuk dimasak buat gulai ikan haruan. Ini kali fikir masak-masak, jangan terkulai tidak keruan. Thank you to our supporters for your strong conviction. Don't wait for change, be the change. We want to thrive, not just survive. Untuk bangsa dan negara, majulah!
Thank you.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents of Marsiling-Yew Tee, thank you for supporting me and my PAP team all these years. You know us well. We have walked this journey with you since the GRC was formed. Please vote for us again. We will do our best to improve your lives. And to all voters, I ask for your support for the PAP teams in constituencies across Singapore. We are in a changed world with turbulence all around. So there is much at stake in this election. Your votes will determine your future and your children's future. Please vote for the PAP. We will go all out to secure a brighter future for all of you.
Marsiling-Yew Tee! I'm thankful for the chance to contest again. We've been here, as PM said, and you know what we can do. As Singapore faces turbulence, leadership matters. Who we choose to take us through matters. So give us your mandate, support us, so that we can build a brighter future for you and for Singapore. Welcome Marsiling-Yew Tee. Terima kasih bagi sokongan anda. Kami telah bersama dan anda telah melihat perubahan yang telah dilakukan di Marsiling-Yew Tee. Pilihlah pasukan PAP. Pilihlah pasukan yang boleh membawa perubahan yang baik dan masa depan yang cerah untuk anda, untuk keluarga anda. Majulah PAP, majulah Singapura!
各位马西岭游池的选民们，大家下午好！
非常感谢你们这一段时间给予我们人民行动党团队的支持，我们跟随着你们，跟你们同行，建造了一个更美好的未来。我们现在恳请大家再次给我们的团队你们的神圣的一票，支持人民行动党，我们共创美好未来。
Dear voters, please give us your mandate. Let us continue to stay with you, to serve you and support you. Marsiling-Yew Tee, majulah PAP! Majulah Singapura! Majulah PAP! Majulah Marsiling-Yew Tee GRC!
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Choa Chu Kang. Abbas bin Kasmani. Wendy Low Wei Ling. Lawrence Pek Eng Leong. And S. Nalakarupan of the Progress Singapore Party. And Chu Pei Ling. Jeffrey Xiao. Tan Si Ling. And Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Choa Chu Kang. I declare that election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Progress Singapore Party, please.
Dear Choa Chu Kang residents, my name is Wendy Low. We have visited your house many times, and many times you have opened your doors warmly to us. But there are days when you're closed, and we know they are closed because you've been working weekends, doing double shifts. We know they are closed because you have been suffering from insomnia, worrying about your job loss for the last 3 years. And we know further that your doors are closed sometimes because you are so busy taking care of your children, working and worrying, working from day check to day check. Your doors are closed, but we see you and we hear you. But today, that door is open because we are here, we are your alternative, and we are your choice. Vote for Progress Singapore Party, vote for PSP. Thank you.
新加坡们，大家早上好，蔡厝港居民早上好，我是白永良。我们天天忙忙碌碌，除了忙还是忙，这样下去不是办法。每4年我们有神圣的一票，这一票的话，让我们听到你的声音；投这一票的话，让他们听到你的声音。还给我们一个公平、合理的国会。谢谢大家，投前进党，为国为民。
Para penduduk Choa Chu Kang, nama saya Abbas bin Kasmani. Ini masanya untuk memilih wakil rakyat yang dapat membantu anda mengatasi rintangan hidup yang kita di Singapura. Kita ikhlas dan berdedikasi penuh untuk anda. Kami di Parlimen 5 tahun yang lepas, kami gagah dan gigih. Kami rakyat untuk semua Singapura. Dan kami Parti Kemajuan Singapura, PSP, maju ke hadapan untuk semua. Undilah PSP. Terima kasih.
அன்புள்ள சிங்கப்பூர் குடிமக்களே, சுவாச்சுக்காங் குடிமக்களே, என் தாழ்மையான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நாங்கள் நால்வரும், நான், அபாஸ், வெண்டி, லாரன்ஸ், உங்களுக்காக, உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்காக மேம்படுத்த கஷ்டப்பட்டு பண்ணுவோம். உங்கள் ஆதரவு சிங்கப்பூர் முற்றேற்ற கட்சிக்கு கொடுங்கள். நாங்கள் நிச்சயமாக உங்கள் வேலை வாய்ப்புகள், வாழ்க்கை தரத்தை நிச்சயமாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
My dear Choa Chu Kang residents, I'm Tan Si Ling. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve all of you. I will do my level best for each and every one of you. 亲爱的蔡厝港居民，我是陈思龙，谢谢你们给我一次机会，我会以你们奋斗，以你为荣。谢谢大家，请投人民行动党 ，Vote PAP。
Para penduduk Choa Chu Kang, terima kasih atas kepercayaan anda selama ini. Kita akan terus memperjuangkan isu-isu yang penting bagi anda dan keluarga anda. Over the years, I've listened and stood up for what matters to you and your family. We will continue to change your hopes and aspirations into actions for Choa Chu Kang.
亲爱的蔡厝港选民们，大家好，我是朱佩玲，我是一名大学教师，也是一名康复治疗师。我希望在蔡厝港可以和大家同心协力，创造一个更美丽、更温馨的蔡厝港。谢谢大家。Dear residents of Choa Chu Kang, my name is Chu Pei Ling. I'm an educator, a healthcare professional, and I have served the community for more than 20 years. Together, I believe we can create a healthier, a greener, and a more lovely community in Choa Chu Kang. Thank you.
蔡厝港集选区的选民们，大家好，我是肖振祥，很荣幸能今天和代表人民行动党参加今年的大选。我和我的团队会尽全力的和你们一起建设一个有温馨、有温暖、有温暖的国家。谢谢大家。Friends of Choa Chu Kang GRC residents, my name is Jeffrey Xiao. My PAP colleagues and I will work hard, we will strive, we will make sure that we will lead with empathy, we will listen with heart, and we will serve you with all that we have. Please vote for the People's Action Party. Terima kasih, undilah PAP. Thank you very much.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Bukit Gombak. Harish Pillay of the Progress Singapore Party. And Low Yen Ling of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Bukit Gombak. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Harish Pillai of the Progress Singapore Party, please.
When do I start? Dear voters of Bukit Gombak, my name is Harish Pillai and I'm from the Progress Singapore Party. I am here and delighted to have an opportunity to be able to represent you in Parliament. I have 3 things I want to do if you give me an opportunity to be in Parliament. First, I want to be a full-time MP looking after your needs. Secondly, I want to understand your concerns and issues so that I can help address them in Parliament. And thirdly, I want to make Bukit Gombak the fabulous place to live with happy families everywhere. Again, my name is Harish Pillai. I'm with the PSP. For country, for people, Majulah Singapura.
Ms. Loh Yen Ling of the People's Action Party, please.
亲爱的五级干部居民们，大家好，我是刘艳玲，人民行动党五级干部单选区的候选人。感谢大家多年来的支持，我将继续努力，创造更美好的家园。请投选人民行动党，让我刘艳玲与您一起齐心建设我们的温馨家园。Dear residents, I'm Loh Yen Ling, the PAP candidate for Bukit Gombak SMC. Thank you for allowing me to serve you for the past 14 years. I'm committed to serving you and representing your voice and your interests. Let us venture forward together again. I'm with you, for you, every step of the way. Together, let's create a Bukit Gombak we love and create a brighter future.
General Election 2025 announcement of result on nomination day, Electoral Division of West Coast, Jurong West. Ang Wei Nen, Hamid Razak, Sean Huang Wei Zong, Desmond Lee T. Singh, and Cassandra Lee Shui of the People's Action Party, and Leong Man Wai, Hazel Phua, Sunny Ismail, Sumalaki Amja and Tan Cheng Bok of the Progress Singapore Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of West Coast, Jurong West. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear friends and residents, we are your PAP team for West Coast Jurong West. Thank you for giving us the privilege to serve you over the past 5 years. During this time, we've visited you at home, we've met you at events and walkabouts,
We've served you at Meet the People sessions. We are here to serve you and we seek your support over the next 5 years so we look after our estate and continue to serve you for 5 years and onwards. 亲爱的西海岸玉朗溪的朋友们，大家下午好。我们是你们人民行动党的团队，多谢你们这5年来的支持，恳请你们在今年的大选继续支持我们，让我们为你们服务，继续照顾选区，谢谢你们。
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cassandra Lee. As a parent, I understand the challenges that young families face. I hope to champion our families through national policies and local programs. Together, let's vote for a better future for our families. Vote for the PAP.
என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும் மக்களே அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பெயர் ஹமீத் ரசாக். மழை நம் உடலை நனைக்கலாம், நம் கனவை நனைக்க முடியாது. நம் கை கோர்த்து கனவுகளை நனவாக்குவோம். எங்களுக்கு உங்கள் ஆதரவை கொடுங்கள். Salam sejahtera, selamat petang semua. Nama saya Hamid Razak. Kita jalan bersama, kita bina bersama. Undilah kami. Kita sama-sama capai impian kami. Terima kasih.
大家下午好，我是黄维能。过去5年，我们的团队已经装修了很多地方，我们建了很多有盖走廊、花园、健身角落。我们也分配了许多食物礼包和购物礼券，帮助居民减轻他们的生活负担。我们需要您的委托，才可以让我们在下来5年继续为您服务。谢谢。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Huang. As the world changes, securing good jobs and better opportunities for everyone, we, the PAP, will walk alongside you, upskill, reskill, and make sure that
the group from the Progress Singapore Party, please.
Residents of West Coast, Jurong West, we are back. And we are ready to serve you. Vote PSP.
Salam sejahtera para pengundi West Coast Jurong West GRC. Terima kasih ke atas sokongan anda pada pilihan raya lalu. Sempadan sudah diubah, tetapi kami tidak putus asa. Manifesto kami kukuh dan menyeluruh. Dasar-dasar kami dapat memperbaiki kehidupan rakyat Singapura. Maka itu, kami menjemput Menteri Desmond Lee dan pasukannya untuk berdebat bersama kami supaya anda para pengundi dapat menentukan pihak mana yang lebih bernas dalam idea-ideanya. Sokonglah kemajuan untuk semua, undilah PSP.
Vanakkam. PSP Party K vote Pandaga. Nandri.
各位西海岸玉朗溪集选区的选民，5年前的大选，感谢你们给了前进党大力的支持。虽然这次选区划分有了很大的改变，但是我们不气馁、不放弃，我们会继续努力，争取胜利，赢得西海岸玉朗溪。在这里，我们要邀请我们的对手李志生部长还有他的队友们来一场政策辩论，让选民们评估谁有更好的政策，携手前进，请投前进党一票。
Voters of the West Coast Jurong West GRC, we are grateful for your strong support for PSP at the last election. The boundaries have changed a lot, but we are not discouraged. We work very hard and will strive to make a breakthrough in West Coast Jurong West GRC in this election. We have a strong manifesto with many policies that will help Singaporeans to have better lives. We would like to invite Minister Desmond Lee and his team to a debate on policies. Let the voters decide who has the better ideas. Vote for Progress for All. Vote for PSP!
General Election 2025 announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Jurong East-Bukit Batok. Grace Fu Hai Yen, Ho Tek Chai David, Murali Pillay, Lee Hong Chuang, and Rahayu Binti Mazam of the People's Action Party, and Liana Damira, Harish Mohanadas, Marcus Neo Kai Jie, Osman Sulaiman and Ben Phua of the Red Dot United are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Jurong East Bukit Batok. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear voters of Jurong East Bukit Batok GRC, we are deeply honored to stand before you as the candidates from the People's Action Party. We may be a new team, but we bring energy, experience, empathy to serve you as your MP. The future ahead of us is uncertain, but we are here for you. This is our promise. Please support us. Please vote PAP. 亲爱的玉朗东58都区集选区选民们，我们是一支崭新的团队，充满热忱，带着坚定的使命、丰富的经验，请你相信我们，给我们支持，投我们一票，投人民行动党一票。
We live in uncertain times. We need a capable leadership. Our team will serve with heart, humility, and resolve. So please support us. Vote PAP. Anbanda Makale, இக்கட்டான காலத்தை கடக்க நமக்கு நல்ல தலைமை தேவை. நமது அணி பணிவு மற்றும் உறுதியுடன் உங்களுக்கு சேவை செய்யும். மக்கள் செயல் கட்சி வாக்களியுங்கள். நன்றி.
Residents of Jurong East-Bukit GRC, over the years, I've worked hard to build a conducive living environment for the resident, fostered bonds with you through difficult and challenging times, engaged and brought together different communities. Today, we stand as a multiracial and diverse team. There is much more to do, and we are committed to creating a home where no one is left behind. Para pengundi yang dihormati, pilihan raya ini penting. Kami ingin terus melakukan yang terbaik untuk semua. Kami mengharapkan sokongan anda. Undilah PAP. Vote for us. Vote PAP.
Dear residents of Jurong East-Bukit GRC, I have been walking the ground for 3 decades, listening, learning, and lending a hand. I am Lee Hong Chuan. Together, let's build a loving, united home for everybody. Vote for PAP. 我是李洪壮，在基层已经服务超过30年。我希望跟你们一起打造一个宏伟壮大的未来，请支持人民行动党，支持我们。
我是许德才。I'm David Ho. I stand before you today because I care about Singapore, I care about your aspirations, and I care about being a voice to represent all of you. I'm determined to keep paying it forward to create opportunities.
The group from Red Dot United, please.
Dear voters of Jurong East-Bukit GRC, my name is Liana Damira, together with my comrades, Mr. Osman Sulaiman, Mr. Ben Pua, Mr. Marcus Nyo, and Mr. Harish Mohanadas. We ask you for your mandate for us to represent you in Parliament.
In this election, the issues are clear. How much money you have or do not have in your pocket, whether you live with dignity or from voucher to voucher, whether your children face unfair job competition from non-citizens, whether your home will hold its value or fall to zero after 99 years. Meanwhile, the billionaire class lives in freehold homes, drives luxury cars, and passes down wealth, while you face rising costs and shrinking hope. We must feel like first-class citizens in our own country, the only home that we have. Let's make Singapore fairer. This is not just RDU's fight, this is our fight.
Vote for RDU!
Salam sejahtera para pengundi yang dihormati. Saya Osman Sulaiman bersama rakan seperjuangan saya memohon mandat untuk mewakili anda di Parlimen. Isu-isu pilihan raya kali ini sudah jelas. Persoalannya, adakah anda mempunyai wang simpanan yang mencukupi? Adakah nilai rumah anda kekal ataupun tidak lagi berharga selepas 99 tahun? Sementara itu, golongan bilioner tinggal di rumah pegangan bebas, memandu kereta serba mewah, dan kekayaan mereka kekal diwarisi. Sedangkan anda menghadapi kos sara hidup yang meningkat dan harapan yang semakin pudar. Mari kita jadikan Singapura lebih adil. Itu bukan sahaja sekadar perjuangan RDU. Maka ini adalah perjuangan kita semua. Undilah RDU.
裕廊东5级8度的居民朋友们，大家好，我是 Banpua 潘家定，我和我的队友一起参选，希望能获得你们的支持，进入国会为你们发声。这次选举，我们关注的问题很简单：你们的生活费够不够？你们能不能有尊严的生活？你们的孩子找工作会不会受外来人影响？你们的房子99年后值不值钱？我们应该在自己的国家活得像一等公民，因为这里是我们唯一的家。请支持红点同心党，投我们一票。Red Dot United! Red Dot United!
General Election 2025. Announcement of results on Nomination Day. Electoral Division of Jurong Central. Kala Manikam of the Red Dot United and Xie Yao Quan of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Jurong Central. I declare the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Ms. Kala Manikam of the Red Dot United, please.
Dear voters of Jurong Central SMC, I'm Kala Manikam. I ask you for mandate to represent you in Parliament. In this election, the issues are clear. How much money you have or don't have in your pocket. Whether you live with dignity or from vulture to vulture. Whether your children face unfair job competition from non-citizens. Whether your home will hold its value or fall to zero after 99 years. Meanwhile, the billionaire class lives in freehold homes, drives, and passes down wealth, while you facing rising costs and shrinking hope. You must feel like we are the first-class citizen in our own country, the only home we have. Let's make Singapore fairer. This is not just RDU's fight, this is our fight. Please vote for me, Kala Manikam of Red Dot United. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Xie Yao Quan of the People's Action Party, please.
Thank you, thank you. Dear residents of Jurong Central, I am Xie Yao Quan. I have served you in the last 5 years, and it has been the greatest honor of my life to have had the chance to listen to you, walk with you, and work with you to make things better. I ask for your support to let me serve you again for the next 5 years. Together, let's make Jurong Central better and better. Please support me, please support the PAP. 各位居民朋友们，大家早上好，我是谢耀全。这5年来，能在裕朗中区为居民们服务，是我莫大的荣幸。请和我携手，把裕朗中区打造得越来越美好。请支持我，请支持人民行动党，谢谢。
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Pioneer. Stephanie Tan of the Progress People Party. And Patrick Tay Teck-Guan of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Pioneer. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that a poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Ms. Stephanie Tan of the Progress Singapore Party, please.
Dear voters of Pioneer SMC, I'm Stephanie Tan, your candidate from the Progress Singapore Party. I am a full-time mother of 2 and a former lawyer. Please give me the chance to serve you with the same dedication that I have for my family. I look forward to a clean fight with Mr. Patrick Tay. Come the 3rd of May, vote for Progress for All. Vote for PSP. 先驱的选民们，我是陈芬妮，我是新加坡前进党的候选人，我是2个孩子的全职母亲，之前是一名律师，请给我机会，让我像对待我的家人一样，全心全意地为你们服务。请支持新加坡前进党，与我们携手前进。
Mr. Patrick Tay Teck-Guan of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents of Pioneer, friends, supporters, and my sisters and brothers of the labor movement, thank you for the love, support, and encouragement the past 5 years. Let us, together and with your support and vote, make Pioneer a better place for all of us to live and play in. 亲爱的先驱选民朋友，我的公运的兄弟姐妹们，谢谢你们这5年来的爱护和支持，让我们一同创造了一个美好在先驱的家园。谢谢大家，请投人民行动党，请投正德原一票。Terima kasih banyak, nandri.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Nee Soon. David Fu, Sharon Lin, Pang Heng Chuan, Ravi Philemon, and Syed Alwi Ahmad of the Red Dot United, and Goh Han Yen, K. Shanmugam, Jackson Lam Wei Liang, Li Hui Ying, and Syed Harun Al-Habshi of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Nee Soon. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the Red Dot United, please.
Dear voters of Nee Soon GRC, my name is Ravi Philemon. I'm the Secretary General of Red Dot United. Together with my comrades, Dr. David Fu, Dr. Syed Alwi Ahmad, Mr. Pang Heng Chuan, and Ms. Sharon Lin, we are here to ask for your mandate. The issues are clear before us. The issues are how much money you have or you don't have in your pockets. The issue is, do we live with dignity or from voucher to voucher? The issue is, our children, do they compete unfairly for jobs with non-citizens? The issue is, if our flats will retain their value or if they will drop to $0 at the end of 99 years. All these while the billionaire class, they live in freehold homes, they zip down our roads in their luxury cars, and they pass down wealth. And for ordinary citizens, we have to contend with the rising costs and shrinking hope. We have to make sure that Singapore remains first class for its citizens. This is the only home that we have. We have to make Singapore fairer for all who live here. That is what Red Dot United's fight is about. But it is not only Red Dot United's fight. It is also your fight. It is also our fight. Please vote for us. Nee Soon Purutogudi Vakalargale, Ungal Vakugale, Red Dot United ke Aliyungal. Nandri.
各位义顺的居民朋友们，大家好，我是林怡慧，我会和我的队友 Mr. Ravi Philemon 拉维先生、Dr. Alwi 奥威博士、福明俊博士以及冯行全先生，希望得到大家的支持，进入国会为大家发声。这次选举，我们关注的问题很简单：你的生活费够不够用？你活得有尊严吗？你的孩子在找工作的时候会受到外来人的影响吗？你的房屋99年后还值不值钱？亿万富豪们，他们生活无忧无虑，而且还可以把财产留给下一代，但是我们的生活却越来越困难。
Para pengundi dihormati, saya Dr. Syed Alwi Ahmad bersama rakan seperjuangan saya memohon mandat untuk mewakili Anda di Parlimen. Isu-isu pilihan raya kali ini sudah jelas. Persoalannya, adakah Anda mempunyai wang simpanan yang mencukupi atau tidak? Sama ada Anda akan hidup bermaruah atau bergantung dari voucher ke voucher. Sama ada anak-anak Anda hadapi ketidakadilan dalam persaingan kerja.
Vote for Red Dot United. Thank you.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Thank you, Nee Soon friends, residents, and supporters. I'm Go Han Yan, and I'll commit to serve you with all my heart. 义顺的居民朋友们，谢谢你们一直以来给我们的支持，让我们一起打造一个更幸福的未来。请投 PAP 一票。
Residents of Nee Soon, we seek your trust and your mandate as we seek to give our best for you and put our residents first. Kami dari PAP ingin mendapatkan sokongan anda untuk bekerja sama bersama anda untuk membina kejiranan yang mesra lagi meriah.
Residents of Nee Soon, friends, supporters, thank you for being here today. I've been serving in Nee Soon for the past 12 years, and I will continue to walk this journey with all of you to make Nee Soon a great home for all of us. Vote for the PAP. 请投人民行动党一票。
Dear Nee Soon residents and friends, I am Lee Hui-ying. I have been working on the ground for the last 15 years and more, and I will continue the good work by Dr. Lee Wee-Wah and Ms. Carrie Tan. Let's build a stronger community together. 亲爱的义顺选民们，你们好，我是李慧莹，我一定会尽心尽力为您服务，请支持我们的团队，请支持人民行动党。
Residents, you've seen the team. Over the years, over the last 30, 40 years, you have seen how Nee Soon has developed physically as a town and as a community. You have seen how the MPs have worked day in, day out, pounding the streets, going to the blocks, taking care of all your needs. And importantly, how your jobs, your living standards, the economy has been taken care of. So we now see 4 candidates, young. We have carefully selected them to help. We know we have every confidence that they will serve your needs, and we continue to ask you for your trust, because united with your trust, we have been able to do so much for Nee Soon. We ask for your trust to continue to work with you and to make Nee Soon continue to be a home with a heart. And for the supporters here, thank you for being here. Without you, the work cannot be done. Thank you. And vote PAP.
Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Sembawang. Rayen Chia Bun Siang, Li Wei, Un Chong Hon, Verena Ong Wei Jing, and Yazid bin Iris of the National Solidarity Party, and Damanhuri bin Abbas, James Gomez, Lim Bun Heng, Suraya binti Akbar, and Tan Wei Ru Alfred of the Singapore Democratic Party, and Lam Yen Lee Gabriel, Mariam Jaffa, Ng Shi Xuan, Ong Yi Kang, and Vikram Nair of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Sembawang. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the National Solidarity Party, please.
Hey, fellow Singaporeans, dear residents of Sembawang, today, we, the National Solidarity Party, our team stand before you as one,
united not just by party colors, but by a shared belief that Singapore's future must be built with the people, for the people, and by leaders who never forget who they serve. This is not just another election. It is your opportunity to choose a team that listens, understands, and delivers. Not once every 5 years, but every single day. We are proud to offer you a team that is grounded in your lived realities. We are parents, professionals, workers, just like you. We know the price of groceries. We know the stress of raising children. We know the worry our seniors feel when facing retirement. And we know what Sembawang needs. Not promises in the air, but plans on the ground. As your NSP team, we bring forward a clear people-first agenda. We will push for fair and secure jobs with real support for local employment and career progression. We will fight for affordable housing, especially for young couples and multi-generation families. We will strengthen care for seniors and caregivers because dignity must never be negotiable. We will champion real support for mental health, education, and the rising cost of living because these are not side issues. They are everyday realities. But beyond policies, what we offer is something rare: integrity, teamwork, and genuine connection to the ground. You will not see us only at election time. You will see us no matter how the boundary is redrawn. You will see us in your market, at your RC events, at your doorstep, not for publicity, but for partnership. NSP believes that politics is not about power, it's about people. We are not here to win arguments. We are here to win your trust. So to every voter in Sembawang, if you believe in fresh leadership with heart, if you want a team that will speak up, stand with you, and never take your support for granted, then choose differently. Vote National Solidarity Party. Vote for a team that is ready to serve with vision, with values, and with you. Let us build a stronger, better, kinder Sembawang together. Thank you.
The group from the Singapore Democratic Party, please.
I'm James Gomez, SDP candidate of the Sembawang GRC and member of the Northern Strategy. We are pleased to be here as the candidates for the Sembawang GRC at a time where the cost of living has gone up exponentially. You have been hit by GST twice, even before COVID is over. At this time, when the cost of living is going up so high and the global and national situation has changed, you need a party and MPs from a party that can grip the issue and speak up for you. This is the SDP. Vote for SDP MPs and we will help you speak up and make a difference.
三八望集选区选民，我是新加坡民主党的林文兴。这不仅仅是一场竞选活动，而是一场改革、追求更美好明天的运动。民主党的愿景不仅仅是帮助你应付日常的挣扎，我们将带领新加坡人民走出平庸，迈向共荣。不要只希望改变，要为改变而行动。请您投票给新加坡民主党 SDP。
Kita rakyat Singapura, 60 tahun mereka dah berkuasa. bersangka baik diinjak kepala, durjana dibela. Ni apa cerita? Tuah jebat pun disalah guna, hari bertindak tilah pun tiba. Undi pembangkang maruah terbela, undi SDP tolak mereka. Boleh?
Hello everyone, my name is Suraya Akbar and I'm from the SDP. Don't just dream, make things better. Be the catalyst of change. Vote SDP!
I'm Alfred Tan from the SDP. The SDP MPs will push for lower costs and better life conditions so that you and your family can thrive, not just survive. We want a more compassionate Singapore where the government takes care of you, not exploits you. We deserve a more compassionate future. Vote for a better tomorrow, vote for change, vote for the SDP MPs. SDP!
SDP! SDP!
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Terima kasih atas sokongan anda semua. Inilah pasukan PAP untuk Sembawang GRC. 感谢今天大家到来支持我们，这就是我们Sembawang集选区的队伍。Thank you everyone for coming here to support us. This is the Sembawang GRC PAP team. I will now ask my wonderful teammates each to say a few things.
Thank you all for your support for the last 15 years. We look forward to a strong mandate from you once again. அனைவரும் உங்களுடைய ஆதரவுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. மசைக்காவுக்கு வாக்களியுங்கள்.
Hi, I'm Mariam, otherwise known as your Kakak MJ. Terima kasih atas sokongan yang padu selama ini. Kami memohon, berilah kami peluang untuk terus menabur bakti, terus memperjuangkan kehidupan dan aspirasi anda.
I'm Gabriel Lam. Thank you for braving the rain. Thank you for your support. 我是蓝彦礼，谢谢你的支持。
大家好，我是黄世轩，请支持我和我的团队，让我们一起为Sembawang注入新活力。
This morning, we released our manifesto. Our vision for Sembawang is a Sembawang for everyone. In Chinese, Xingwang Sembawang. In Malay, Satu Sembawang. And in Tamil, Odu Sembawang. In the coming few days, we'll be going around town, shaking your hands, asking you to give us your vote. We'll see you. Thank you.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Sembawang West. Chee Soon Juan of the Singapore Democratic Party and Po Lee San of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the electoral division of Sembawang West. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Chee Soon Juan of the Singapore Democratic Party, please.
A very good afternoon to our friends and voters of Sembawang West. My name is Chee Soon Juan. I'm the candidate for the SDP. And boy, have we got an exciting message for you this elections. We want Singaporeans to live in hope, not fear. To get ahead, not just get by. To thrive, not just survive. So come, join us in our rallies and vote SDP. 大家好，我是学生权新加坡民主党的候选人，上巴旺西的选民来参加我们的群众大会，记得投民主党的票。Pakcik, Makcik, Abang, Kakak, sokong kami undilah SDP. Vanakkam. Vanakkam. Singapore, Jananaya Kachika, Wagalingal. Thank you very much.
Ms. Polisan of the People's Action Party, please.
To my dear supporters of Sembawang West and PAP, thank you for coming. Thank you for your support. We have done a lot of good work in the last 5 years, and let's do more for Sembawang West for our Chapter 2. Please support me and vote for me. Vote for PAP. 请大家支持我，支持人民行动党。Menyokong saya, undilah PAP. Majulah Sembawang West, majulah PAP.
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day, electoral division of Bishan Toa Payoh. Tsai Yin-Zhou, Chee Hong Tat, Eliza Chen, and Saktiandi Supaat of the People's Action Party, and Steve Chia, Melvin Chew, Lim Rui Sien, and Nor Hakim of the Singapore People's Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Bishan Toa Payoh. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear Bishan Toa Payoh voters, I am Chee Hong Tat, and it is my honor to lead the PAP team in Bishan Toa Payoh GRC for this election. Saktiandi Supaat and I have been serving in Bishan Toa Payoh GRC since 2015, and we are joined by 2 new team members, Eliza Chen and Tsai Ing-zhou. We will work as a team, and we humbly ask for your vote so that we can continue to serve you and your family. We have done much together with our residents over the last 10 years, and with your support, there's a lot more we can continue to do for you. We are now entering into a world that is more turbulent and uncertain. Through it all, the PAP will listen to you, we will help you and care for you, and we will fight for you and keep you safe. Vote for the team that can deliver for you. Vote for a safe pair of hands that you can trust. Vote for the PAP to provide a better future for you and your family in Bishan Toa Payoh. Thank you. 各位碧山大坝腰的选民，我是徐邦达，我和我的团队希望得到您的支持，与您并肩同行，建设家园，共创更美好的未来。请投人民行动党一票。Undilah PAP 哥，Wakali Unga。
Voters of Bishan Toa Payoh, my name is Tsai Ing-zhou. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you and your family. Together, we will build a community where no one is left behind. Vote for PAP. Thank you.
碧山大坝窑集选区的选民，大家好，我是陈诗韵。我们愿意全力以赴，与大家一起建造美丽的家园、美满的家庭，追求美好的梦想。请投人民行动党一票，愿你的人生更美妙。谢谢。
Para pengundi Bishan Toa Payoh GRC, nama saya Saktiandi Supat. Dunia sekarang semakin mencabar dalam segala keadaan. Kami akan mendengar anda, membantu dan melindungi anda dan berjuang untuk anda. Undilah PAP untuk masa depan yang lebih cerah dan lebih baik untuk anda dan keluarga anda. Vote PAP for brighter future together. Vote for PAP.
The group from the Singapore People's Party, please.
Fellow Singaporeans, the short waiting time to the nomination date has forced us and many other political parties to work overtime over a long weekend with public holidays. It was clearly a move to slow us down, to discourage us, and to make things as difficult as possible, hoping that we would falter. Unfortunately, we have to disappoint them. The Singapore People's Party, together with other opposition parties, have risen to the challenge, and we have made it. This moment is dedicated to all our supporters, assenters, volunteers, and the residents of Bishan Toa Payoh. Thank you for your belief, your resilience, your tireless efforts. You have made this possible. On behalf of the Singapore People's Party, thank you.
Dear residents of Bishan Toa Payoh, my name is Muhammad Nur Hakim, and I'm from the Singapore People's Party. We humbly seek your support in this election. Let us build a balanced future together. It is time to bring balance to Parliament. Thank you. Undilah SPP!
大家下午好，我是林瑞贤，来自新加坡人民党。在这9天里，我们希望能够得到你们的支持，让我们用心为你们服務。請投新加坡人民黨一票，謝謝。
各位Bishan Toa Payoh的朋友，你人好，大選來了，你人愛去投票，你人會知安怎愛去投反對黨， 希望恁能了解。卖到的国会，拢总是白衫的人，有白衫、蓝衫、红衫、红白衫，伫国会辩论政策对人民的好处。感谢你。Thank you very much. Good afternoon, residents of Bishan, Toa Payoh, and fellow Singaporeans. It is time to consider your vote. Time to decide and do your research. Who you want to vote. Time to reflect on the past 5 years of PAP's policy. Has it made your life better or has it made it worse off? Has the cost of living affected you and your family? Think about it and think it is time to think about the next 5 years, and after that, the policies that will affect you. Will more of the same or do you want change? My name is Steve Chia.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. The Electoral Division of Holland-Bukit Timah. Edward Chia Bing Hui, Christopher De Souza, Sim Ann, and Vivian Balakrishnan of the People's Action Party, and Muhammad Fazli bin Talib, Nizar Subair, Sharat Kumar, and Emily Wu of the Red Dot United are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Holland-Bukit Timah. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents, thank you. Thank you for the privilege that my team has had of serving you for many years. We've walked with you, listened to you, and we've delivered consistently. You know us, you know what we stand for and what we believe. We've done our best, upgrade our towns, stood with your families in good times and tough times. We've protected our greenery, but there's so much more to be done. And the world is in an uncertain phase. But let me give you this commitment. We will always stand by you. We will walk this road with your families. We will secure a better future for your children and your grandchildren. But we need your support. So we ask for your vote. Vote for the PAP. Majulah Singapura.
荷兰五级芝麻集选区的选民，这场选举非同凡响，因为世界正在面临一场巨变。人民行动党在黄循财总理的领导之下，已经更新了团队，坚持初衷，我们寻求强而有力的委托，为新加坡人民在危机四伏的局势当中开拓前进的道路。在荷兰五级芝麻，人民行动党参选的队伍是原班人马，在维文部长的领导之下，在过去的数十年，我们一直都非常的熟悉选民们的要求，我们也把社区打造得更加的具包容性，更加的完善。接下来的9天里面，我们继续的寻求大家的委托、大家的支持，希望能够继续在国家层面、在社区层面为我们的人民尽力。请支持人民行动党，请把手上的神圣的一票投给我们。
Friends of Holland-Bukit Timah GRC, it is a deep privilege to serve. It's a deep privilege to have journeyed with you through life's adversities and joys, hand in hand, through thousands and thousands of home visits that we have done as a team. Why? Because partnership and key and trust is so important, and thank you for giving that to us, and we will cherish it and respect it. Thank you. And I also want to say, beribu-ribu terima kasih tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kerana memberikan pasukan kami sokongan anda. Terima kasih.
The group from the red dot united, please.
Dear voters of Holland-Bukit Timah GRC, my name is Shard Kumar. Together with my comrades, Pasli Talib, Emily Wu, and Nizar Zubair, give us your mandate to represent you in Parliament. In this election, the issues are clear. How much money you have or don't have in your pockets. Whether you live with dignity or live from voucher to voucher, hold value or falls to zero after 99 years. Meanwhile, the billionaire class lives in freehold homes, drives and passes down wealth, while you face raising costs and shrinking hope. We must feel like first-class citizens in our own country, the only home we have. Let's make Singapore fairer. This is not just RDU's fight. This is our fight. Vote for RDU.
荷兰五基之马寄取区居民，大家好，我是胡佳颖。我和我的队友 Fasli、Sharat 和 Niza， 希望你们能支持投我们一票，进入国会，为你们作为发声。这次选举，我们会注重，会问你们有没有足够的生活费？你是不是过得生活有尊严，而不是时常靠津贴？你的孩子寻找工作的时候，会不会受到外国人员的影响？还有你们的房子过了99年以后，值不值钱？相反的，富豪们他们拥有住在永久产权的房子，还能把钱留给下一代。我们呢？我们要辛苦的工作，还有生活消费越来越高，日子越来越难。我们在自己的国家里，在这个家园里，我们新加坡人应该是一等公民。让我们同心协力的，使新加坡人民一起创造一个更公平的新加坡。投红点通信党一票，谢谢大家。
Para pengundi Holland-Bukit Timah GRC, berikanlah kami mandat anda untuk mewakili anda di Parlimen. Undilah RDU. Vote for RDU.
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day, Electoral Division of Marymount. Gan Xiao Huang of the People's Action Party and Koo Po Tiong Jeffrey of the Progress Singapore Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Marymount. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Ms. Gan Xiao Huang of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear Marymount voters, 5 years ago, you elected me to serve you as your MP. I'm deeply touched by your trust. Since then, I've made it my duty not just to listen, but to take action and to deliver with purpose. My team and I, together with you, we have turned ideas into action. We have introduced new community programs and upgraded the estate to make Marymount a more caring and inclusive community. There are challenges facing our nation ahead. I hope to be able to walk alongside Marymount residents to weather the winds of change ahead. I know the work, I know the ground, and I can do more. Majulah Singapura, Majulah PAP.
Mr. Koo Po Tiong Jeffrey of the Progress Singapore Party, please.
Dear Marymount voters, I am Jeffrey Koo, your PSP candidate for Marymount SMC. 亲爱马利蒙选民，我是邱保忠。It is especially in these challenging times that we need to put Singaporeans first. We need to have more alternative voices in Parliament for better outcomes. I will not just listen to you, but stand with you and speak for you. Let me serve you. Your vote is your voice. And this is how change happens. One person, one decision, one vote. The moment is now. Vote for change. Vote for progress for all. Vote PSP. Undilah PSP. 投前进党。PSP.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Bukit Panjang. Liang Eng Hua of the People's Action Party and Paul Anantharaja Tambia of the Singapore Democratic Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Bukit Panjang. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on 3rd May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Mr. Liang Eng Hua of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear residents of Bukit Panjang, thank you for the opportunity to serve you in the last 5 years. Bukit Panjang is a much better place today, but there's always more that we can do. And with your trust and support, you can count on me again to work very hard for you. And I will also do my best to keep Singapore strong, stable, and safe. 感谢我们五 G 巴兰居民这5年来给予我的支持与信任，让我们继续的改善、提升我们的社区、我们的市政，稳稳的前进。 守护好我们充满喜和乐的小城5 G 班兰，守护好我们非常珍贵的小岛国新加坡，请投我一票 ，Please vote for me. Terima kasih, Nandri, Undilah PAP, Undilah Liang Eng Hua. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Mr. Paul Anantharaja Tambia of the Singapore Democratic Party, please.
Dear residents of Bukit Panjang, thank you to the 15,576 of y'all who voted for us the last time. We need just a few more. Vote without fear. Vote for a Singapore where everyone can thrive. Vote for the SDP. 亲爱的乌鸡班人居民，请你们投我们一票。Warga Bukit Panjang, undilah Parti Demokratik Singapura. SDP ke, wakili unggul. Thank you very much.
General Election 2025, announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Jalan Besar. Chew Shin Kong, Muhammad Hamim bin Alias, Serena binti Abu Hassan, and Vignesh Wari, daughter of V. Ramachandran, of the People's Alliance for Reform. And Sean Loh Shoen, Denise Phua Leping, Josephine Teo, and Wan Rizal of the People's Action Party are the groups of candidates that have been nominated for the electoral division of Jalan Besar. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on the 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting groups of candidates to deliver their speeches. Each group of candidates has 3 minutes. At the end of the allotted 3 minutes, the public address system will be faded off. The group from the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Good afternoon, dear fellow voters of Jalan Besar GRC. I am Chew Shin Kong. Today, I will represent People's Alliance for Reform to contest in Jalan Besar GRC. We hope for your support and we continue to work hard for the residents here. Together, we will make a change only if we have your full support. Thank you. 下午好，你们Jalan Besar 的人民，我是赵善光。今天我代表人民联盟局选在Jalan Besar局选区，希望你们能支持我们，因为我们看到了很多人民的辛苦，所以明天如果要更好的话，请你们 支持人民联盟投我们一票，谢谢。
Selamat tengah hari semua. Terima kasih kerana datang untuk menyokong kami People Alliance for Reform. Kepada semua pengundi Jalan Besar GRC, saya harapkan sokongan anda. People's Alliance for Reform. People's Alliance for Reform. People's Alliance for Reform. Terima kasih.
அன்புள்ள சிங்கப்பூர் குடிமக்களே, இந்த வரும் தேர்தலில் நீங்கள் சீர்திருத்த மக்களுக்காக வாக்களிக்கவும் நாங்கள் துணிந்து நிற்க வைக்கிறோம். இந்த வாய்ப்பை தவறவிடாதீர்கள். PAPயை அவர்களின் இடத்தில் வைக்க வேண்டும். நன்றி.
Thank you, residents of Jalan Besar. People Alliance Reform Party have been engaging you, but now we want to work and serve you and walk with you into the Parliament for Jalan Besar GRC. Terima kasih penduduk-penduduk Jalan Besar. Kami daripada Parti Perikatan People Alliance Reform Party, kami bahu bekerja untuk anda, untuk Jalan Besar GRC. Terima kasih.
The group from the People's Action Party, please.
Residents of Jalan Besar, 人兰乌沙居民们，感谢你。Terima kasih, Nandri, and thank you for the opportunity to serve you all these years. The PAP team seeks your support to allow us to continue to serve you, to build a vibrant, caring, inclusive home for you, with you. We strive to do our best for you, regardless of age, abilities, background, or home, whether in public or private estates. Support PAP for Jalan Besar.
Para penduduk Jalan Besar GRC, terima kasih atas sokongan yang telah anda berikan kepada kami selama ini. Kami mengalu-alukan lagi sokongan daripada anda kali ini. Kami akan bekerja keras untuk anda dengan tulus, ikhlas. Kami akan memperjuangkan isu-isu di Parlimen seperti kesihatan, pendidikan, pekerjaan untuk anda semua. Terima kasih.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Low. The first thing I want to do is thank our supporters here for standing in the sun, standing through the rain. It goes to show that the PAP is not a fair weather party, right? It is an all-weather party. I am part of a new generation entering politics today to build a kinder Singapore. Together with my teammates from Jalan Besar GRC, we will serve all residents, from our seniors to our young families. This is our promise to you. We will contribute in good government with our minds, we will serve with our hearts, and we will speak truth with our lips. Good government, service from the heart, and truth from our lips. Thank you so much, and thank you for the support.
各位惹兰乌沙的居民们，多年以来，人民行动党的团队在区里尽心尽力为您服务，我们非常感激你们的支持。现在世界越来越不稳定，让我们再一次团结起来，把国家管理好。 把社区打理好，把人民照顾好。Dear voters of Jalan Besar GRC, the PAP team has served you and worked hard all these years. We thank you for the opportunity and support. We now have a strong track record, and we have presented our plans to make our town your best home. You know that you can trust us to be honest, hardworking, and helpful.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day, Electoral Division of Mountbatten. Goh Tze Ki of the People's Action Party and Tan Wei Yang Jeremy, an independent candidate, are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Mountbatten. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on the 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Goh Tze Ki of the People's Action Party, please.
各位蒙巴登居民，你们好！我是吴诗琪，
为国为民，这是我对蒙巴顿居民的承诺。希望你能给我你的票，谢谢你。Good afternoon to voters of Mountbatten. My name is Go Ziki. I am the PAP candidate for the Mountbatten SMC. I stand here not alone, but together with my team of dedicated branch activists. They are your neighbors, your friends, and residents of Mountbatten. Together, let's walk together and journey to make Mountbatten a more inclusive society where no one ever needs to feel alone. Mountbatten, our hope and our home. Please vote for me. I am Go Ziki. Thank you.
Young, Tan Wei Yang Jeremy, an independent candidate, please.
Thank you all, my fellow supporters in white that came out for me today. Thank you all very much for coming. We are facing a cost of living issue. We are facing a housing problem. We are facing an inflation problem. This is not a red, white, or blue party issue. This is a Singaporean issue. Only we, when we work together, can we fix this problem. Don't forget, we need people of all the different parties, sincere and hardworking, inside our parliament in order for us to do this together. No supermajority, no blank check. And I believe the PAP also wants this. Singapore is my home. This is where I want to be retired, not tired. There is no second best. Singapore has made it to 60 years. We will make it for another 1,000. Thank you.
General Election 2025. Announcement of result on nomination day. Electoral Division of Potong Pasir. Lee Jian Chuan Williamson of the Singapore People's Party and Lim Tian of the People's Alliance for Reform and Alex Yeo Sheng Chai of the People's Action Party are the candidates who have been nominated for the Electoral Division of Potong Pasir. I declare that the election must be adjourned for a poll to be taken. The returning officer has directed that the poll be conducted in Singapore on the 3rd of May 2025. May I now invite the contesting candidates to deliver their speeches. Each candidate has 1 minute. At the end of the allotted 1 minute, the public address system will be faded off. Lee Jian Chuan Williamson of the Singapore People's Party, please.
Dear voters of Potong Pasir, my name is Williamson Lee from Singapore People's Party, SPP. This coming election is a crucial one for the next 5 years. You have the vote. Do you want an MP who sit at the back benches quietly, or do you want a keep on oppose for the sake of opposing, or do you want an MP that able to craft a practical and implementable solution for all of you? And I hope to get your support and trust. 亲爱的波东巴西选民，你们好，我是李健全，新加坡人民党的候选人。我很感谢你们一直以来对新加坡人民党的支持和信任。我希望可以代表你们在国会里发声，请投新加坡人民党一票，谢谢你。Vote for SPP. Thank you.
Lim Tian of the People's Alliance for Reform, please.
Good morning, my fellow Singaporeans, residents of Potong Pasir SMC. I am honored today to be the candidate for the People's Alliance for Reform for Potong Pasir. This election, keep your focus on 4 things: cost of living, public housing, which is becoming more and more costly, your job insecurity, and the fact that we have so many foreigners invading our land. Keep your focus on that and take back what belongs to you. Potong Pasir 居民，你们好，我是林鼎，我是人民联盟的秘书长，我很荣幸今天能作为我党的候选人。我希望我们共同创造历史。5月3号，我们创造历史，把波东巴西拿回。谢谢你们。
Alex Yeo Seng Chai of the People's Action Party, please.
Dear voters of Potong Pasir, thank you for your trust and support to our PAP Potong Pasir team all these past 15 years. I hope that you will give me and my team a chance to continue to serve you. Potong Pasir has grown over the years. I want to work with you to build a more caring, fair, and inclusive community for all generations in Potong Pasir. Please vote for me. Please vote for the PAP. 亲爱的波东巴西选民，谢谢你们在这15年来一直对我们人民行动党的支持与信任。我和我的团队将尽心尽力的帮您跟你的家人创造一个更美好的家园。请投我一票，请投人民行动党一票，谢谢。
And there you have it, a total of 211 candidates from 11 political parties and including 2 independents vying for 97 seats in this general election. It's been an unprecedented nomination day in recent memory.
All 15 SMCs are being contested. 2 of them are seeing 3-cornered fights, Potong Pasir SMC and Radin Mas SMC. Take a look at the matchups.
Plenty of excitement on the GRC front as well, such as those last-minute swaps, which saw Power Minister Tan See Leng move to Chua Chu Kang GRC, and Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong head to Punggol GRC. Meanwhile, a multi-cornered contest happening in the 5-member GRCs, Mo Kio, Sembawang, and a 4-way fight in Tampines. At the same time, a walkover as well in Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC. 2 political veterans also retiring from politics today, Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat and Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean. But now that the battle lines have been formally drawn, campaigning has begun in earnest. And as always, you can count on us to have the highlights here on CNA, be it TV, digital, or radio. So do keep it here on CNA, where we break down all the hottest electoral contests and hear more from the parties on Singapore Tonight at 10 p.m. Singapore, Hong Kong time.
And mark your calendars for Sunday, 27th of April, as we bring you Singapore Votes 2025, the Roundtable, a 90-minute live Q&A program that will give you an in-depth look at the issues shaping our nation's future. Hear from the 4 political parties fielding the largest number of candidates in this general election.
You can watch the live broadcast at 8 p.m. Singapore Hong Kong time right here on CNA, or you can stream it online at cna.asia, CNA YouTube, CNA Facebook, and Me Watch. It will also be simulcast on CNA 938, so you can tune in on multiple platforms.
And if you miss the live broadcast, we'll have a delayed telecast on Channel 5 at 10 p.m. the same night. Bye-bye. We leave you now with a look back on the morning's action.
Electoral Division of Marine Parade, Braddell Heights.
Thank you for your support all these years. We will continue to work hard to improve your life.
In 2025, we stand before you, ready to serve you.
We want Singaporeans to live in hope.
Majulah Singapura!
Undilah PAP.
This program